IRS is going to obviously seize his property, obviously. So obviously he's going to move court as a man, and he's going to find this Mr. or Mrs. IRS, or find this Bob Jones who acts on behalf of IRS, the commissioner, and he's going to say, you have to come forth and make a claim that I owe a debt.
That's right.
It's that simple. It's going to be that simple. And obviously the IRS commissioner or the president or the creator or the controller of IRS is not going to testify. He doesn't freaking know. He's not going to show up. So he's going to have his own court running, because if he just thinks he's going to battle IRS, he's going to lose, even in the judicial court. So like I said, the whole trick is he's going to move his own court, and when he moves his own court, he's going to say, wait a second, is somebody over there testifying? Is a prosecutor opening his mouth? Did I hear something from the IRS, the United States Attorney? Did I hear something over there? And he's going to be like, well, yeah. It's like, oh, tell him to take the stand as a man and testify that it's true. Anything that's said in my court has got to be testified under oath of affirmation. It's just that simple. My sister did it, 7 years ago, and during a divorce, and knocked 3 of her husband's attorneys out in 5 seconds. Mm-hmm. They couldn't testify, and it's this simple.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
Then the big thing that everybody's got to start to understand is everybody's crying and whining, oh, the clerk won't let me do this, the clerk won't let me do that. I tell them, look, I said, the clerk's forms, just use the form. It's like a UPS form, a Federal Express form, or a whatever it is, FedEx, UPS, Postal Service form. Mm-hmm. It's just a form you put on top of your case, on top of your package. It doesn't matter how the form looks, just put it on top of your package and put it on top of your case. Just wrap it up and say, page 1. And you just write page 1 and say it's a federal one. It says JS-44 form. Just say page 1, JS-44 form is the easiest for the purpose of the clerk, court clerk's filing purposes only. And that's it. And then you put your case in, and you make a very simple, cover sheet like that, and just say this case is to remain sealed until it comes forth before the trial by jury. So you don't want anybody to interpret it. This case is to remain sealed until the day it moves into an open court before a trial by jury. That's it. You don't want to deal with the court clerk, her opinion of what their case is about. You don't want to hear what a magistrate's opinion is. You don't care what the other side's opinion is. It's like, look, you want to answer to my claim? That's fine. Answer my claim. You know what? If we can't settle this in 21 days, that's fine. We'll open up the case in 21 days in front of a jury. On the 22nd day, we'll open up in front of the jury. And then we'll try on the suit before the jury. But I am not going to argue and battle with the court clerks anymore. I'm not battling and arguing with the magistrates. I don't care what their opinion is. They're not going to dismiss my suit, my claim. It's because I've never seen it ever where say the state of California is charging with breaking and entering, a burglary, a robbery. I've never seen Joe Average say to the judge, well, I want you to dismiss the state of the state of California's claim against me of robbery because they failed to present a claim in which a relief could be granted. And the judge said, okay, granted, dismissed. I've never seen anybody just say that. They'll say, no, it's the state of California's case, and the judge will say, I can't touch the state of California's case. So that's why you don't come in as a plaintiff. If you come in as a plaintiff, you're coming in complaining to the judge, and you want the judge, the mommy of the court, to handle your complaint for you. So you're not coming in as a plaintiff, you're coming in as a prosecutor, just like when the state of California comes in after you, they're coming after you as a prosecutor. They're not coming after you as a plaintiff in a criminal case. They'll come after them as a prosecutor.
How do you, and how do you do that?
Just say Karl Lentz, prosecutor. I wrote, a man, Karl Lentz, prosecutor. There you go.
Okay.
That's them. Versus Bob. Versus a man. Versus, like I say, versus a man, Bob Jones, wrongdoer. There you go. It's that simple. No funny spellings. No ridiculous nonsense.
Was this something new? I haven't heard you say this before. I thought you said you're always the plaintiff in all the IRS cases.
Oh, no. Plaintiff, you never heard me say that because plaintiff is a French word for miserable, wretched, or nagging. Mm-hmm. No, plaintiff is French for wretched, miserable, nagging, haggard. I'm not miserable. I'm not complaining. I'm not haggard. No, I'm always the prosecutor. I don't mind coming in as a defendant at times. I have no problem. If you want to move your claim against me as a defendant, that's fine, because I'm going to move my case against you at the same time as a prosecutor.
But I think, what maybe I'm getting confused because you said whenever the IRS comes after you, you are the plaintiff.
No, what happens is when you petition their assessment on you, you become the plaintiff. You become the petitioner. You become the moving party.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we say. The IRS will say, we're going to take $10,000 from you, da-da-da-da-da. If you don't like our assessment, take this petition form and file it at your local, United States tax court nearest you. You got 10 days to petition. And petition just means to beg and whine and cry to a deity or a supplication of somebody of a higher authority. Petition just means you're begging. You're a beggar.
But I could have sworn I heard you say that, Karl, that if they have a case against you, you don't realize it, but you're the plaintiff.
No, you don't realize it. You're the petitioner.
The petitioner.
Not plaintiff. You're the moving party. You're the one moving the court, and the IRS doesn't have to answer because they're coming in as a defendant, and the defendant can stand mute in this country. They don't have to open their mouth. You can't put the defendant on a witness stand. You can't break their legs. You can't threaten them. You can't do anything. The defendant can stand mute. You have to prove you don't owe the assessment, and you're never going to prove it. It's their judges. It's their judges. It's their rules. It's their everything. You're never going to do it. You can't petition them in their tax court. You got to open up your own court. You got to have the Lentz court at the United States District Court. You got to have the Lentz court at the Federal District Court. You got to have the Lentz court at the Abbott Jones Center, Judicial Center, wherever. Call Lentz court at the Apple Tree. It doesn't matter. It's going to be your court someplace where everybody in that town or that community or the locality recognizes as the local courthouse. It's going to be my court at the courthouse. It's like saying my dance at the dance hall. Dance and dance hall are two different words. If I say we're going to dance or we're going to go to a dance hall, it's two different words. If I say we're going to go to court or we're going to go to courthouse, it's two different words. You people think court and courthouse is the same word. It's not. It doesn't mean the same thing. It's like saying dance and dance hall. It's not the same thing. It's a venue. Where are we going to go? To the dance hall. What are we going to do? Dance. We're going to go to the courthouse. What are we going to do? We're going to put on a call court. We're going to put on a Lentz court. What does that mean? It's like we're going to do the polka dance at the dance hall, at the venue that everybody knows in town is the dance hall. When I was talking to a federal prisoner a little while ago, he says, I reserve my rights, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, prejudice, whatever. I said, why do you say that every time you talk to me? He says, well, because they're listening to me to a federal penitentiary. I said, they who, Bob? He said, well, they might use this against me. I said, how could they use what you're saying against you? I said, well, stop being afraid of this day. If somebody wants to say that you said something and try to use it against you, you call the man out. You say, Bob, there's something I say to this other man named Karl, up in Virginia, who's trying to aid and assist his fellow man while he's in a federal penitentiary. Did this cause you some harm, Bob? It's like, well, no, the United States, we don't like when you say, the United States what? Oh, the United States Susie? Was that the United States two names? Is that a first name, last name? What's the United States? So like I said, you folks, like I said, I just look at things a whole lot different. You guys, like I said, the government is so low down in my totem pole of things to worry about every day. Because, like I said, once they call you out for some reason, a prosecutor or whoever, say, is your name Bob? Yeah. Did I do something to you, Bob? No. Then who did I do it to? Well, the United States. Can you show actually tangible? Can you actually show some damage? Can you actually show some damage that I actually caused the United States? Can you actually show me? Dollars and cents. Can you show me? No. So then you're just guessing that because what I'm saying or what I'm doing is causing injury or harm or loss. You can't actually prove anything, can you?
I want to be able to contact you. I have a couple things I'd like to talk to you about. One, I had talked to Bali back a little while ago about the Onondaga, my Indian friends up here. Actually, you can see it on YouTube where the state police came onto their properties and started pounding on them with the billy clubs. And this has been 17 years. They've been wanting to go to court, and the attorneys and stuff want them to settle. They don't want to settle. They just basically the court or the state wants to give them chump change, and just to try to get rid of this thing, but they want to go to trial. So I kind of like to talk to you about that if you'd be interested in helping them out. It's basically their father was murdered by the nation because he was contesting the chiefs that were supposedly supposed to be traditional chiefs sitting on their council, but they're BIA basically agents. There's a difference when in 71 when the BIA started registering tribal nations. They basically, I just realized they basically became Federal Reserve Indians or tribes, and because of the registering, what it goes back to that they've changed the names on the Federal Registry, so they're not recognized as the traditional by treaties. So anyways, I'd like to talk to you about them, and I have another question also maybe privately about statute of limitations of your concepts of statute of limitations of time for perhaps pursuing like not small claims, but some sort of different claims of the statute of limitations.
There's a statute of limitations is for a statute. It's so something rigid. It's not for man. Man isn't bound by statutes. You know that, right? You know man is fluid and dynamic.
Right.
He's not bound. If you want to find an easy one to just study, just do the Judiciary Act of 1793, Clause 31, Section 31. And it'll say that what was going on way back when is, let's say, like some lord or some knight or some duke. He had a good-looking wife, whatever, and the king would take his wife and make a claim that the duke was doing all kinds of nonsense. And then they found out later, as history went by, that the duke was actually innocent, or the knight or the lord was actually innocent. And he was stripped of all his land and property and everything, his titles. And his kids would actually find out the truth after the dad was dead. And or the grandkids would come back and they'd say, we want all the establishment of our property. We want it, the restored back to what it was, because it was taken away by fraud 100, 200, 300 years ago for whatever reason, that the king just felt like doing it. So like I said, that's an easy one. That's one that I looked at a long time ago.
Well, that's an interesting thing, because I had talked to Bali about that. My surname ancestor was one of the last to be burned at the stake and by King James in England for heresy, and then his children ended up coming over and helping Roger Williams establish Rhode Island. So that would kind of like to do a claim on that. And that was actually 1612. He was burned at the stake in England. But I'm gonna let you go. You got my email in the packet I sent you. If you could shoot me up an email, that way I can get a hold of you. I appreciate that. We could talk about the Indian thing here then.
Like I said, you just write to me on my email. Just write India on the subject line. That's all.
Okay.
And like I said to people a lot of times when they come up with these. I was trying to do that last week with somebody talking about treaties and all kinds of titles and nobility. I was like, you have to find actually that who's had the chain of custody of this paperwork. You better hope that it's been locked in the Vatican somewhere. Some place that somebody has somebody had they can't counterfeit it, they can't forge it, they can't say that they can't dispute it. So the same thing happened with the O.J. Simpson case. So O.J. Simpson was basically throwing all that DNA samples against him out because they kept saying who had the chain of custody. How did the DNA sample go from the time it was found in his bathroom? The kid's brain was found in his back pocket. How did it wind up in the courtroom today? What was the chain of custody? And the chain of custody is a great, huge factor when it comes to evidence that the state or anybody wants to try to move against you. Has it been tampered with? Has it been mutilated? Has it been added? Has it been something been removed? So, like I said, if you're coming up with all these treaties and all this other stuff, like I said, people try to say, well, let's check how old the paper is. Let's see the ink on the paper. Let's see if this ink was even available 200-300 years ago.
Well, we don't even know whether these treaties were done. The bigger question is whether these treaties were done under duress.
Well, like I said, Well, like I said, the big thing is the chain of custody. Where are these ancient paperworks? Where have they been housed? Where have they been held?
Right.
And like obviously, even if your great grandparent was, given the state of Rhode Island, how did it slip out of his hands? How did he lose it? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Did he lose it was he on a riverboat gambling and he just said, hey, I'll put it all in, and he put it all in? Like I said, there might be a lot more to this. So like I said, I usually don't worry too much about this kind of stuff unless you could show the chain of custody and how the possession transferred, the possession of property transferred from one to another. If it was based on forgery or, like you said, duress or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll send you an email and I'll address it Onondaga Nation of Indians then on the subject line.
Yeah. Just like I said too, because even if that happened to your great grandparent, what are you going to claim as damages to you? What are you going to say that how has it infected your life? How has it impacted your life? You see what I'm saying? Then it's all conjecturing. Yeah. Like, well, I'd be as rich as Donald Trump. I'd be a billionaire. I'd own half the world. It's like, okay, well, what happened to the guy, who owned Virginia?
We would never know. I mean, that's how would you possibly ever know? But on something like that, that's the same thing I've heard on NPR just the other day. The lawyer that takes care of all the claims or all the money issues that having to do with 9/11 and the oil thing and all these different big things are now with the GM thing and the damages and stuff like that and how they settle out, how they determine how they're going to settle for the amounts of damages and that type of stuff and how they come up with that type of thing. But you never know. You never know what that person who passed away, what future,
That's what I say to people all the time. You guys got to be careful. I see people putting in ridiculous dollar amounts for claims. And like I said, when 9/11 hit, even Oklahoma, when that happened, the parents are getting between $5,000 and like $15,000 for each child that they lost. And in world, I think they were getting between 10 and 25 for each child that was lost. So when people are putting in, $1 million claims because they got a parking ticket, I just laugh.
I do too.
Yeah, so
I'm going to let you go so somebody else can get on. And besides, I know you want to get that nice juicy burger, that Angus burger.
I already ate it. No, I got a Trimmins burger. Trimmins is better, man. Trimmins is just all the leavings.
But I've been sitting here.
Trims?
I was sitting here picking my banjo on my lap, and all of a sudden I hear you're unmuted. I'm like, oh shit, I got to pick some. All right, we'll let you go.
All right, thank you.
Right, bye, Ann.
Bye. Okay, next in line is East Virginia. Go ahead, East Virginia. You've been unmuted.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, good. I didn't know it was the next one. Hi.
Yes, you were. Hi.
Karl, I have a question about, well, it's family stuff, but right now it's about, I'm in Virginia also, and I heard today on one of your early talk shows that when the thing happened with your son, you really wanted to get your son back to the Commonwealth state, and not just to a state. And I've always wondered, what is the difference of Virginia being Commonwealth state?
Well, honestly, Commonwealth is more, you could say it's, most people wouldn't like that concept of Commonwealth. Like I say to folks years ago when we first came down here, if they do it for the common well-being of the people. So like I said, in states, say it's more like communal. It's more like a communist. It's more, you actually say people don't have as many rights guarded or guaranteed or protected in the Commonwealth. It's like if a cop decided to sit in my bed at 3:17 in the morning, start asking me questions, he basically can. He doesn't really need a warrant. He doesn't need anything. He's basically doing it for the common good. So it's a little more. You better behave in one of these states. You better behave in the Commonwealth, or you're going to wish you didn't live here. So like I said, it's just justice is swift and incredibly quick here. If you have a warrant on a debt, if you have a warrant on a debt, they are going to move against you like lightning.
Okay, well, I have a daughter that's incarcerated there.
Yeah. So this is Darlene here.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that you were telling me, your daughter was incarcerated. And like I said, it's a great state to kind of live in like that if you behave. But if you don't behave, they're going to move on you like lightning. They're going to say they're doing it for your own good. It's kind of weird like that. It's like a mommy kind of state.
So. We've been kind of being batted around for a few years with probation violation, and I was so confused when it started as to I knew nothing about the common law, and I certainly wish I had known. Now she's in it so deep, I don't know. What is your suggestion or opinion about her writing her letter of mistake and me putting in a claim for my property? It's no violence, it's no theft, it's nothing.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
I
mean, I understand that you're trying to get her out, and she was the lady who was in there for drugs.
Well, yeah, but that's 18 years old, and now she's 23, and it's just been a slippery slope of probation violations. It's very difficult there, Carl.
All it is it's like I say, it's the mommy state, the nanny state. That's all it is. If you can't, and that's what I try to tell people all the time. If you don't know how to move through the courts, all it is once you leave home at 18 and mom couldn't control you, mom couldn't tell you to stop doing drugs, and mom couldn't tell you not to drink and drive, well, the mommy state is going to step in and take over where your mom didn't teach you. And since
couldn't she go in there and say she wants her property restored?
Yeah, she can go in there for the restoration of her property. And like I said, once she gets out and then her property goes out and hurts somebody or injures somebody, she's liable, just like if it's a dog and the dog bites somebody.
Well, she's taking responsibility, Carl.
No. I'm saying you claim that it's your property. You claim that's your dog, and your dog comes out, and the dog is rabied and all this other stuff, and the dog is majorly malfunctioning, and you ask if your property be the restoration, and you let it loose back out into society, and it kills somebody, are you going to bear liability?
Well, that's pretty. It's a lot of variables there that you're talking about. We can't control. You get on an airplane, you crash. You could hurt somebody that way too.
That's why court and penitentiaries are a nanny state. That's all they are.
But if she's willing to take the responsibility or the liability, let's say.
A daycare center.
Huh?
You're a daycare center. Ask, why don't you write to the Secretary of State and say that my property is incarcerated. I'd like my property, the immediate release of my property. What kind of bond would you require for me to release my property back into the public at large?
Thank you.
Yeah. And what about her? Should she write a letter of mistake or not even go that route?
Well, if you're claiming your property, you're taking control of the situation. She's now the subordinate or the child in the matter, right, Carl?
Yeah, she's incompetent. Like she's febrile or she's in a wheelchair or medically, whatever, induced into a coma, whatever. She can't function in society without you. But then you're going to bear liability if you let her out into the public at large.
If she does something wrong. I mean, if she doesn't do anything wrong, I mean...
They're going to want somebody, like, just like if you let that kid loose in my house, I'm going to say, oh, you're going to let that kid loose in my house, huh, on my property? You're going to have to put up a hell of a down payment before you let that kid walk around and drive around my property. If she run over a cow, then what happens? Who's going to pay for it?
All right. Well,
That's what I would do. I'd write the Secretary.
So wait a minute. So she has to ask herself. Darlene, you have to sit down and ask yourself, do I want to take, responsibility for my daughter and because you want. Exactly. It sounds like you want to get her out, and so.
Well, I've just seen how crazy. It's like Carl was saying. It is a mommy state there, and once you get in the first slight bit of trouble, and it's for something so minor.
Can I ask you, what did she do?
It was a little bit of marijuana and an ecstasy pill that she took a charge at 18, and it turned into a felony. And then it was probation, and drug messages. It was a nightmare, and so it caused her a lot of stress to the point that she felt already stigmatized and demoralized from being a felon at such a young age, and she felt there's just hardly any chance for her anyway, and it just went from bad to worse. And we've
It's
just
a felony? Marijuana
Yeah.
and ecstasy?
Well, one ecstasy pill is a felony.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
have
do
mandatory sentencing for no matter what amount you have on you.
Really? Wow. So Karl, what do you think about that? Is that like, I mean, as long as your daughter doesn't go out and do any more ecstasy, I suppose. What do you think?
Well,
Is that big a liability?
She's accepted into a 2-year rehab in North Carolina that is self-funded, and where they learn to work and to be in society. They're not learning life skills where she's at. She's in Goochland, Karl. She's near your farm. And when I go to visit her, I wanted to barge into your farm and sit down and talk to you face to face. Because this goes pretty deep for me into what I see as a society problem and epidemic with the way these young ones are being labeled so young, they don't feel like they have a chance in life.
What I'm saying, if you release, what I'm saying, if you just let them loose into society, who's going to pay a liability?
Well, yes, I understand that. Well, that goes deep for me. I mean, I think that we, as creators, born under the Creator, we all pretty much set our own destiny. So if it's not someone's destiny to be in hit by a car by a drunk driver, they're not going to be hit by a car by a drunk driver. That's the way I believe.
Yeah, so maybe she'll learn a lesson from all this and come out, on top and stronger and better.
She's going to go for a 2-year program that she's already been accepted in.
Okay. So how much longer is she going? Is she in jail?
She's in prison.
For how long?
3 years and 9 months.
For an ecstasy pill?
In the beginning, that's what it was, Angela, and then it just escalated. You do one little thing wrong. Like, they came to our house one day.
They violated her probation. For what reason did she? What was the violation?
She didn't show up for a probation meeting, and they put a warrant out for your arrest when you don't go for your meeting. And it's you jump through so many hoops when you're so young, and you don't have a license anymore, and you got to rely on your mommy to drive you around. I mean, it's crazy. I had no family there to help us. No father was helping. I mean, it was just really difficult time, and I've stood right beside her this whole time, knowing that I could see her going into a stressed, depressed state.
You know what you need to do is you need to come to terms with the whole thing, and if you want to take responsibility for your daughter, go ahead and do what Karl said, and write to the who did you say, Karl? The
Secretary of State.
Yeah, and go ahead and tell them your daughter's been kidnapped and you want your property restored and go that route. Otherwise, you know what? 3 years goes by really quick. She might learn something from it. I don't know. I hate to think of anybody cooling their heels in the slammer. But why didn't she show up? I mean, there's a reason why she didn't show up for her.
You?
Well, not so much.
Go ahead, Karl.
I'm saying not so much that her property was kidnapped. It's like it's not so much that. It's not so much that her property was kidnapped. It's her her property didn't know how to conduct itself properly. Within in a
we didn't understand. It was a system we did not understand. It was basically what it was, Karl. It was so confusing, and we didn't know legalese, and we didn't know, and it was crazy. It was putting me under intense stress. And, financial...
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is when you go to the Secretary of State, you're just saying to the Secretary of State, it's like, I'd like the restoration of my property. I want to bear full liability of the release of my property. What is going to be requirement of me? What kind of bond do you need? What do you need of me to get the restoration of my property, immediately in my possession? Yeah. What are you going to require me to do?
That's what you should do. Otherwise, unfortunately,
it's say like you said, that she got accepted into a 2-year program. It's a victimless crime. There's been no harm or injury to man. She is self-inflicted. Blah blah blah. you know.
There you go. Sounds like a winner to me, Karl.
Yeah, just something simple. Just make it simple.
I just wonder if you've ever done a brief on that or talked about allocution, because basically, once you say that that's what that man did, he was claiming allocution. Who's got joinder? Who is the party that he's looking? Where basically boils it down. Who's the injured party?
That's it. That's exactly what he did. It was at the end of the trial, and he just stood up, and that's it. And that's basically what most people, I tell people to say. Don't say a damn thing at all. Then you get elocution at the end if you don't say anything. That's the rules. Even Crown Court has those same rules. And that's what I do sometimes. If there's more than like what I did with Bali and the other Punjabis, what I did is I had Bali act during the trial, and I didn't have the other two acts, so that way they could do, like you said, the elocution at the end. And the closing statement I presented to the court was unbelievable. I mean, I'm good when I want to make a hell of a closing statement that makes everybody just shake their head and think, like, So it's always nice to be the last one talking. But that's always good to have two defendants or whatever, like two going. That way you could split it up. One guy could stand mute the whole time, and the other guy could actually present their case. So, yeah. Is that what you're talking about? How I just like a great closing statement. Like the men in federal prison. I want to know what their closing statement was. I want to know what they said. And it's like, it's like, look, you sent me the federal charges against you. I read it. I read the federal case. I want to know what you did before the trial, during the trial, and most importantly, what did you do at the time of sentencing? Sentencing is a huge thing. I want to know what you said at the end, at the closing. Well, you use a fancy word like elocution, if you want to. But I just want to know how the end of the show, the closing act, the final scene. It's very important. You just don't stand there and just say, just take it. You better put on a final act. You better put on a final scene. That it's noteworthy. Well, you're gone.
Right, and I actually didn't understand. I didn't know about the term allocution when I was in front of the judge, and they asked me, and they said, "You got anything to say?" And I just said, "No."
It's a pretty boring final act. That's one more stage. Right, you got where you do the plea, you got where you actually are on trial, and then you actually got the final scene, the elocution. You want to use the elocution, you just confuse the shit out of everybody by saying that word. Just say the final scene. When it's your last time to say forever hold the peace, you got anything else to say before the court passes sentence. There you go. Then do it. Lay it out.
Well, I want to read you something real quick. This was on NPR the other day where a congressman was talking about suing. It's actually on the internet right now. The congressman in Texas and stuff talk about suing the federal government, suing the president. And right here, even on NPR, the host and stuff, it says here, Congress don't even have the right to sue. They don't have standing because they haven't been harmed by the president's actions.
Within an administration.
If they say it right there in NPR, it's right there for everybody.
Everything they do is for show.
They can. I do believe that the United States Supreme Court was absolutely 100% correct with that, because that's the purpose of the United States Supreme Court, is only to dispute challenges between, say, the executive branch and the legislative branch. That's their job. That's the number one job of the United States Supreme Court. Not in who can have an abortion, who can't have an abortion. That's not their job. Their job was to determine whether or not the president was stepping outside of his bounds or the legislative branch was getting too big for their britches. That was their first job, and then to settle disputes amongst the states. Or the other one that I love that everybody forgets, one of the number one things that the Supreme Court is supposed to do is if a citizen of California is sued or is being made a claim that's done wrong by the state of California, the first court of jurisdiction is the Supreme Court. So if California is coming after a California citizen, all a California citizen has to say is like, well, when the state is coming after me, aren't we supposed to bring this before the United States Supreme Court? And if you read the Constitution, it clearly says yes. Because obviously, how could you have a fair trial in the state of California, if you're a California resident, a California citizen, how could you possibly have a fair trial when the state is coming after you? How can you have it in your own state? It can't be done.
No.
So like I said, if somebody's reading the Constitution right now, it's like, wow, let's read the judicial, portion of the Constitution right now real quick. It's really short. It's like 3/4 of a page. Let's see what Paul's talking about. The court of original jurisdiction, where the citizen of a state against the state is to be the United States Supreme Court. So why doesn't everybody in the state of California, it's like the state of California versus Bob Jones, why don't they have it transferred to the court of original jurisdiction, which would be the United States Supreme Court? Pretty funny.
God, I thought we lost you there for a second.
Yeah.
It's hysterical. So did anybody find that the court of original jurisdiction, when it's a citizen of a state against the state, is the United States Supreme Court? Anybody Googling that real quick or looking it up in the Constitution real quick and saying, holy shit, Paul's right? Pretty funny.
Well, I just couldn't believe it. This is on NPR. This is about Obama requesting $2 billion for to deal with the border issues, and they're talking. And I couldn't believe I heard this right out of the one of the. There's two of the NPR people talking, and she says that this one congressman was going to file a lawsuit against the president, and then the other lady says, well, they can't file a lawsuit because they don't have standing because they haven't been harmed by the president's actions. A
congressman could sue the president. It's like the fork suing the spoon. It's not a man on a man.
But I just think
it's just a character, and within the Constitution, it clearly says that if there's a dispute between the executive and legislative branch, they're to meet up in the United States Supreme Court and let the United States Supreme Court determine the outcome. All you are arguing characters. You're not arguing about a man named Barack Obama who's the president of the United States. They're not suing the man. They're suing the president.
Right.
They're suing the person.
And it's all for show anyway. Nothing's going to come of it.
But I think you're missing what I'm saying is that they're stating the whole manner of judicial jurisdiction right here. They just said it. If nobody has standing, they don't have standing because nobody's been harmed. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's a president or who. If there's no injured party, then how could somebody take a claim against somebody? Unless it's a contract. It's
a contract dispute. The Constitution, a charter, is a contract.
Yes.
And it's saying there's certain guidelines or bylaws written within this Constitution or this contract in which the executive branch is not living up to. So we, the legislative branch, is going to move the judicial branch because it is our duty to do such an act, because this is what we subscribed ourselves to perform. This is what they were told to do. This is what they swore they would do. If we catch the executive branch stepping out of the bounds, we're going to bring it to the Supreme Court's attention, and they are supposed to advise the executive branch. The judicial branch cannot force the executive branch to do anything. They can just say, well, the opinion is of the United States Supreme Court is the legislative branch is correct. So since it's correct, the president should take the opinion of this court, and they should do what the legislative branch tells them to do. And he'll be like, that's right, should, could, would. It's all an opinion. You know what? I'm still going to do what I'm going to do because I feel it's necessary and proper to carry out the function of this government to execute it. He's just going to rely upon the Constitution, Article 1, Section 18. All he's going to say is whatever he feels is necessary and proper for the execution of the Constitution, him or his agencies or his officers have the right to carry it out. And that's all he's going to rely upon.
I just wanted to hit you with that term, allocution, and I'll let Angela mute me out. So I thought that was an important thing when you're talking about this guy that...
You just confused the shit out of 99% of the people listening to it, but yeah, I understood what you're saying.
Well, I found out about allocution because it's actually... Custard, when he was in West Point, he was brought up on charges because he swatted one of the officers, and that was supposed to be one of the things that you're not supposed to do. And he said he's supposed to sign something when he went to West Point. And he said, I never signed anything, and he went scrambling. And basically, it was his allocution. Basically, it was an allocution action. Said, hey, wait a minute. You're bringing charges against me for something I apparently supposed to have signed or done. Well, they made sure he signed it afterwards. And that's how I found out about elocution through.
Well, like I said, it's just a famous final scene. I mean, you could use a fancy word like elocution. You could use it if you wish to. But I just say to people, like, you show at the very end that there has been no jurisdiction established this whole entire time. There has been no man who's come forth to claim any wrong, any harm, any injury, any irreparable loss. Nobody has brought forth any damages in which anybody could prove that I've been the cause of. There you go. That's your famous final scene, or at least say elocution, whatever you want to say. That's fine.
Well, good. Well, listen, I'm in the process of dealing with the prosecutor for the case that I'm involved with because they have still not ruled on the violation of the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure that allows them, that requires them to dismiss the case. You remember we went to court and filed a declaration that I was a man and that I was going to needed to know if there was any man who was going to make a claim against me. You remember we did that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you have did you do it in writing yet? Did you actually put anything in the form of writing?
Yes, I put it in the form of writing, and I went to court and picked up the copy. And what I wanted to know is I'm sending a notice to the chief judge requiring that they dismiss and discharge the case because they failed to respond in a timely manner.
It's their case still. You don't have your case going yet. You can't tell me what to do with my case, my kid, my child, my toothbrush, my cat, my dog. You have to move your own case and saying that they are moving a false claim into the court. They are committing barratry. It's fictitious litigation. It's whatever, frivolous prosecution. It's malicious. It's, fraud. It's whatever you wish it to be. You have to move your claim, and at the same time, you can't tell somebody what they can and cannot do with their case. It's their case. They can do whatever they wish with it. You have to make your own claim, your own case. You have to put your own case and your own claim before the court. Just because you don't like what I'm doing with my cat or my dog or my case, you have no right to tell me what I can and cannot do with it. You have no right to tell anybody what they can and cannot do with my case. It's mine. Like you said it was their case. It's not yours. You didn't say, I ordered the court judge to dismiss and discharge our case because I'm a defendant, I'm a party to this, and I wish to defend our case. You have to bear liability then of the case. You have to take on the role of the defendant. You have to presume and assume the role. If you don't want to assume and presume the role of the defendant, well, then you can't possibly be a party to the case, and you can't tell anybody what they can and cannot do with the case. If you at one point you're saying, I'm not a party to this case, and then the next breath you're saying, well, I want you to do this with the case, well, then you better have some sort of joinder there. There better be some sort of an interest that you have in the case. It's like me just coming in and saying that Susie's case, the IRS case against Susie, should be discharged. Why? Because no man is going to come forth. Well, who am I to tell what should happen between Susie and the IRS? It's like you're just all skipping over a bunch of steps. You're just going right for the kill. You're going right for the kill. You're going right for the death. You're going right for the end, and you're missing a whole bunch of steps in between. That's all you're doing. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. You're just moving too fast. You're just trying to get everything. You're trying to get results now. You want it, and you want it now. No big deal.
Okay, Carl, the main question I had for you was, you remember that the judge said that we had the opportunity to do discovery.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I was wanting to ask you, should I try to get this thing dismissed because they've violated the rules, or should I continue the march doing discovery?
No, you get all the discovery. You get every question. I told you, you're the only one in the United States history that's ever going to have the opportunity to get discovery from the IRS. Everybody else comes into IRS as a petitioner, as a defendant that has to speak. Now the IRS is coming in as a plaintiff against you in a civil action. You have the right to discovery. Go do it.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you very much.
You finally got the opportunity, and you could hold them in contempt of their own court if they don't provide discovery.
Very good.
All right, you can have the judge. Yeah, you can have the judge sanction. And what's the discovery? Is the sanction is like what? Rule 26 in the federal rules, and the discovery is like what? Rule 31 to 37, something like that. I mean, I'm not up on my federal rules anymore, but boy, I used to be great at them. But what a waste of time. But no, it's nice to be able to have them to use against them. You know, since they want to call the tune, they want to play under the federal rules of civil procedure. Well, lovely. There's always to sanction them, and there's always to get them to have to actually compensate you monetarily if they fail in discovery and disclosure, and they make you waste more time because you have the right to fair and speedy trial, and they're interfering with that right. Lots of fun you're going to have with
one of the things that the prosecutor has moved me on, is trying to move me on, is trying to get me to enter my contentions with him so that I commit joinder and become part of their system.
Well, what's fine is, like I said, you could watch this. You could, like I say to people, all the time, here, watch this. I'm a U.S. citizen. Guess what? Now I'm not. Now watch, I am. Now guess what? I'm not. You could say, you know what? Guess what? Yes, I'm a defendant in this case. Oh, guess what? Now I changed my mind. I'm not. Oh, now. Oh, wait a second. Now I am. Oh, wait. Now I'm not. You could change your beliefs as fast as you could change your socks, and nobody could hold you to it. Especially not a fiction. This magical they can't hold you to anything. You're a man. If you believe that, just like God, if God wants to be a frog, he's a frog. If he wants to be a unicorn, now watch this, he's a unicorn. Guess what? Now he's a defendant, he's a defendant. Guess what? Now he's a giraffe, he's a giraffe. He's whatever he wishes to be. He's in control. He's the creator. The man is the creator of these courts. The man is the creator of this IRS. You could be whatever the hell you wish to be to the IRS. You're not rigid. You're fluid and dynamic. You could be whatever you wish you to be. And there's nothing they can do to tell you you can't believe and you can't be whatever you wish to be. Because it's not man on man. It's not two gods on two gods. It's the creator against its creation. You could be whatever you want to with your creation. Your creation has no right to say anything about it except for complain, like file criminal complaints against you. They can't file criminal claims against you. They could file criminal complaints. You can complain about God. You can complain all you want. You can make a claim against God. That'd be ridiculous. He got to answer to you. He created you. You can't make a claim to your mom. You can't, take your mom to court and claim she did, she put you to bed too early. You can complain, but you can't make a claim against her. It's ridiculous.
Very good.
All right. I seen it said that Gnostic one. You're talking through, what's his name? You're talking through Mark's phone?
Yes, I'm talking to Mark. I called Mark tonight, and he put me on with you. I had listened to the show earlier, but I wasn't able to get on. So I called Mark, and he helped me get on tonight.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool how he does that. Yeah, we did his claim a little bit, on my show. It was funny the other day. Yeah, if somebody takes that's a good point to bring up on Angela's show. If somebody takes $50 worth of your property, you don't make a claim for $1 a second. You don't make a claim for $80,400 a day. No matter how much you believe this $50 object is worth to you, you can only claim what's due. You can only claim $50. You can't claim $80,400 a day. And when you're moving your court, and the court clerk says, I hope you're going to be responsible for this court that you're moving into this venue, you got to understand that if he's making a claim for $80,400 a day, and he loses, he owes the other side $80,400 a day. So if they only took $50 worth of your property, you better make a claim for $50. Because the worst that happens if you lose, you just got to come up with $50 or $150. Sometimes they can be triple damage to teach you not to do it again. To waste the court's valuable resources and the community's time. on something frivolous. So that's what the court clerk was basically trying to tell him. I hope you're going to be responsible for your case. I hope you're going to be responsible for this court. You want to move a court and a case into this venue, I hope you're going to act responsibly. Which means that if you lose this case and you're charging the other side $80,000 a day, you do know you're going to be bear that burden of $80,000. They're going to flip the charges on you. They're going to reverse the charges. You're going to bear the burden. You're going to be liable. So you better prove that those charges and those claims against the other side is true. Or you better set your sights a lot lower and just get the win and just be happy you got the win for $50 or your property, the restoration of your property. So I try to tell people, stop this ridiculous $1 million claims. If you lose and it's your court, you're the one who's going to bear the burden of this, like say the reverse charges. And sometimes they could triple them if they wish to. So you got to act responsible.
We grew a completely legal state, completely under the statutes of California and the county we were in. Medical marijuana collective with 10 people were in the collective, but they indicted my son and I, and right now they have my son in custody. But we are facing up to 40 years apiece in prison because the feds say that they don't recognize medical marijuana on any level. And last Thursday, we were supposed to go to trial on the 28th, and last Thursday they vacated the trial date because my attorney and the DA the DA wants to put me in a prison mental ward for minimum of 45 days now. He's upped it from 30, and it could be indefinite. And I did call, and I believe that they're trying to shut me up because I did call them out on all the illegal things that they've been doing. I probably didn't do it right. I don't know anything about this. I was hesitant to come on because I am a novice at this completely, but I know.
You have to start somewhere.
Yep.
Better late than never.
Yeah, well, it's funny. You said 4 times. You said something that doesn't exist. You said they 4 times. And then one of the very first things that you said is the federal government doesn't recognize marijuana. Is that what you said?
Well, yeah, no one's ever gone to trial on a medical marijuana case in a legal state and won because in a federal courtroom you cannot use the words medical marijuana or put up a medical marijuana defense at all.
Yeah, well, I guess if you're in a federal court, I guess you better be in Susie's court.
Okay.
I guess you better not be if you want to be in federal court, that's fine. They're going to summons you to appear in federal court. You summons them to appear in Susie's court.
All right.
I don't think she understands you being your facetious reference to Susie's court.
In other words, it's not a federal court, it's just a court. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is you're going to have something called, you said the United States government, right?
Yes.
Doesn't recognize, right? The United States, you've got to learn to understand that the United States government doesn't have arms or legs or ears or eyes.
Right.
You're going to have to understand these simple concepts.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is why I don't understand how this is the control that a man has over you by just saying there's a United States government versus you versus, okay?
Right.
Why didn't you say, and when am I going to get to meet this United States government?
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Right.
Did you ever just ask?
When am I going to get to meet this United States government? Though I know
he said,
that's me. We're the feds. We do what we want. That's what they say to me.
No, there's no such thing as they. They don't say anything. You say, Bob, are you talking to me, Bob? Because they doesn't. Is it Mr. They or Mrs. They?
Okay.
You're going to have to start learning how to call them out as a man and stop talking to their person.
Well, I did. I did call the DA, Mike Beckwith, out for what he's been doing. I wrote a letter to judge about it, and they and Mike Beckwith is the one that has now gotten the judge to agree that I'm incompetent because of that, and the judge has ordered that I have a psych evaluation. And this
who Mike Beck?
Mike Beckwith.
Who's Mike?
He's a federal prosecutor.
Okay, so what did you say to Mike? Did you just say something simply to him, Mike? Are you making a claim I've done something wrong to Mike?
No, I did not say that to him. I actually wrote it to the judge, the different things that he's done that are illegal and harmful to the claims that, making a claim that of the different things that he's done, a list of things that he's done. And I also included my attorney, my public defender, and my son's public defender.
Okay, is this the reason why you just ask the court a simple question in saying, who's making a claim I've done something wrong? Did you just ever write a little simple question like that?
No,
who's making a claim I've done something wrong? Who believes that I've done something wrong? And why don't you see what that answer is? Because that answer will surprise you. You'll say nobody's believes you've done anything wrong, ma'am. That's what they'll tell you.
Well, I go to court next Thursday, so.
Why don't you write them a nice little letter in between there and just say to them, really simple question. Obviously, it's kind of not it's a shame for you that you got to me, a week before this. But is there some reason why you can't just ask them a simple question, write a simple letter, you go to court and say, who's the man or woman who believes I've done wrong? Is they going to come forth before this court and make that claim known to this court? How come you can't do something very simple like that?
Well, I can. I just didn't know. I didn't know that I could. It's.
What do you mean? What do you mean? See, this is what I'm saying. A 3-year-old knows this. Everybody knows this since they're a little child. Who it's like, well, they said you did wrong. What do you mean they? They who? Who's this they? Well, they said. Oh, no. A 3-year-old knows to say no. I want to know who's saying I did something wrong. Well, Bobby said you did something wrong. Oh, Bobby said I did something. Okay. Where's Bobby? Bring Bobby forward. Bobby's bullshit. I ain't done a damn thing wrong. Bobby, where's Bobby? Get this Bobby out here. Bobby, what did I do?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows they have the right to meet their accuser since they're a little child.
Mm-hmm.
You have the right to know who's making the accusation that you've done something wrong.
Well, their answer is the federal government.
Then please bring Mr. or Mrs. Federal Government on the witness stand. How tough is that?
Then what happens when Michael Beckwith says, well, I'm a representative of the federal government?
Michael Beck won't take the witness stand.
Okay.
Nobody's going to appear.
Okay.
It's that simple.
They can't. There's no body. It's a corporate fiction.
It's right. It's a person. It's not a body. It's nothing. It's a corporate body. It's not a corporeal. It's not tangible. It's not.
Right.
Well, you can physically touch it. It's a belief. It's a theory. Just like I say to people all the time. What happened back in 87, 88? What was one of the most amazing things that happened in human history? The second greatest empire on planet Earth, the Soviet Union, disappeared overnight. All of a sudden, everybody was a Soviet Union citizen. You couldn't leave the country. You tried to leave the border. You were shot. Everybody's trying to get out of that country, jump over fences. Everybody's trying to, get political asylum out of Russia. The Soviet Union, they couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But the next day, everybody wakes up, and the Soviet Union is gone. So now, wait a second. We all swore to the day that we died, we'd be Soviet citizens. It's like you talking to me on the phone right now. Everybody listening to this freaking call right now is swearing to the day they die, that they are going to be a United States citizen. What if the United States decides to not exist anymore? The charter was pulled. The contract is revoked. And all of a sudden we're called America now. Now we're going to all be American citizens? But what happened to us as U.S. citizens? Oh, we all swore loyalty and oath and allegiance. So many people are freaking sitting in jail because the United States of America versus Bob or versus Irwin is sitting in jail now. What happened to the United States of America? They never really truly existed other than paper. So your body's sitting in prison because this piece of paper, you went up against this piece of paper, your person went up against this person, this fiction went up against this fiction. Now your body is being held in a prison, in a cage, because the pieces of paper went to war with each other, and your piece of paper lost. That's ridiculous.
You're right.
It's ridiculous.
Are these a few of the 3 sentences that you mentioned a few minutes ago?
It's like it depends on what you're going for. Is it for a debt? Is it for an accusation of doing something wrong? Is it because
doing something wrong?
I'm pretty sure and everybody's going to say you've done a damn thing wrong. What they're going to say is what you did was illegal.
Right.
Illegal. It's not, ma'am. There's no synonyms. If you got more than a second, third grade education, it's going to be almost impossible for me to get through to you. Because when you went to school, when you did creative writing, you got an A+. And your synonyms and your creative thinking and your creative thoughts process is going to draw you in court. It's black and it's white. It's yes and it's no. It's on or it's off. It's illegal or it's wrong. They're two separate. You know how you can tell that difference? They're not spelled the same. That's usually the first indication that they're not the same. There's no such thing as synonym. There's no such thing as synonyms in good law. Oh. It has to be expressed, not implied. It must be expressed, not implied. So they can say the federal government. Okay, the federal government. Do you mean the federal government of China, the federal government of Mexico? Because you know what, we got Canadian people listening right now, and they'll tell you they will tell you right. You know, you're from the United States. Do you know there's federal courts in Canada?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know there's federal courts in Cuba? Do you know there's federal courts in Mexico? Okay. Do you know there's the United States courts here? You know, are there United States courts in Canada? Right. No, they're different. It's different. So when you say federal court, really, federal court, which federal court? You mean the United States court? You mean the District Court of the United States? Right. You mean the United States of America? Those are just 4 different entities I just said to you. They're not the same. They can't say, well, you know what we mean. No, you better have it expressed. It better not be implied. It better be in black and white, because you want to stick my body in a cage. You want to stick my body in a dark box. No, you better be deadly accurate. The other side better be deadly accurate. You better not say, well, okay, United States, U.S. government, what's the difference? There's a huge difference. It's not the same. You got to be expressed, not implied. It has to be literal. That's why people say, Carl, you're such an asshole. Yeah, everything is totally this way. It has to be this way, no other way. That's right. Good law is expressed, not implied. That's right. No lazy, no sloppy, no creative. No, it's black and white.
Makes sense.
It's a deadly game. You're either dead or you're alive. There's no in between. It's funny when people say, "Oh, he's a sovereign." It's like, well, are you a government official? Yeah. Do you represent centralized government? Yeah. Are you like an officer of the court? Yeah. Then you know I'm a man, right? It's like, yeah, you know I'm not an officer of this court. I'm not subordinate to this court. You do know that, right? And it's like, well, you're a defendant. I said, no, I wish to, maintain the status and position that of a man. I don't wish to be a defendant. The only time we're sovereign is when we're over a centralized government or officers of a court or public servants. Then we're sovereign because we created them. They exist for our benefit. And anytime we do no longer feel that they're a benefit, we don't have to exercise, our capacity to use them. We could just say, you know what, at this time it's causing me more harm than good. And at this time I do not wish to accept your benefits. So if somebody wants to say sovereign, that's why on this Malaysian website, it's like, okay, that's good. They pulled out one of my old quotes about sovereign. Sovereign over something I create? Oh, absolutely. Just like with any of your property, like when somebody says, like, your children, it's like, yeah, you always heard that old expression, I put you in this world, I'll take you out of this world. It's the same thing it has always had over, like, some sort of centralized government that, tries to, if it gets out of its status and its position and tries to go above that of the status of man, then obviously we, as man, created these centralized governments. And obviously, we have a capacity to stand above them. No centralized government ever created a man. mankind has created centralized governments.
Right.
But we don't have to be under its jurisdiction, which means control, if it's no longer a benefit to us. But you always opt out. But then, like I said, that society then also has the right to tell you, well, then if you don't want to play according to our societal rules, leave. You're no longer welcome at the Boy Scout Club or the Golf Club or, the United States of America Club. Leave. And that's it. Leave doesn't actually mean like when you're out of the Boy Scout Club or the Golf Club or the United States of America Club. That actually doesn't mean you got to leave your home. It just means you're not an active member of that society any longer. Oh, well, and you're not going to get the benefits. That's why I say to people, that's the number one problem is that, 100% of the time, these public buildings are being occupied by a society, not the Boy Scout Society, Girl Scout Society, but a legal society or golf club society. They're occupying these public buildings. They did not build these. It's like the Boy Scouts did not build these public parks. But if the Boy Scouts decide that they're going to hold a Boy Scout Jamboree 365, 24/7 in a park, and once people start going past the park, they're going to say, oh, that's the Boy Scout Park. It's not a Boy Scout Park. It's a park. It's a public park. Well, the Boy Scouts, it's the Boy Scout Park. See, they got the Boy Scout, all the Boy Scouts running around. It's a Boy Scout Park. No, it's public. And then when you try to drive in, the Boy Scouts are going to say, how can we help you? And it's like, no, we just want to do our own thing here today. It's like, oh, no. The Boy Scouts, we've got this park occupied, so no, there's no grills for you, no swings, no slides for your kids, no access to the pool, no, we pretty well have it all well under control. No, here you're going to need an appointment. And it's like, no, we're not going to need an appointment to come in here. This is a public building. This is a public park. So that's what I'm trying to get these people to understand.
This is what you're trying to get these people what?
To understand. I'm trying to get everybody in this freaking country in Australia and people in Croatia listening to me in Malaysia now. I'm trying to get you people to understand these are public buildings.
Okay, but if you did that here in the United States or in California or in Virginia or wherever, you wouldn't be treated the same way as you are there, would you? There's no Queen's Bench here.
Sure you would. It's a public building. There is no Queen. Okay, Queen's Bench is not an actual object, okay? It's not an actual thing. You guys are looking for a thing. There is no thing called Queen's Bench.
Well, you just told me you go through a breezeway and there's the Queen's Court. What's that?
Building. Queen's building. Queen's Bench is wherever the Queen decides to be, wherever the King decides to be. You're the King, you're the Queen. Act like it. You don't know how the rules how to act like a king or queen. It's not my problem. It's not the court's problem. It's not the public officials' problems. It's not the court staff personnel's problem. If you don't know how to walk in and act like a man, act like a king, and own that place, if you don't know how to own it, there's nobody's problem but yours. Right. And I love it. When I went over there with Bali said there was some guy who said to him during one of the shows that 150 people filed claims in Queen's Bench, and every single one of them rejected. I said, oh, that's great. And Bali's like, great. I said, yes, that's great. That every single person who put a claim in before Queen's Bench, they were rejected. Why is that great?
Why?
Because I'm trying to teach people you have to learn how to act like a man. All right?
Okay.
Every man knows how to handle rejection. If you're not a man, you don't. If you're not a man, how do you handle rejection? You cry, you whine, you kick your feet, you yell up and down, you start getting violent and angry.
Well, you act like a child, is what you're saying.
You know how to act like a man. Just because they reject you, you say, excuse me, who's the man or woman who would reject such a claim? Who is making the statement that my claim is not true? It's like, oh, no, we didn't say it was not true. We said we rejected this. Oh, that's lovely. Who? Bob, Sue, Bill, what's your name? Are you a fellow man? Yes. Are you trying to say that a man, am making a false claim? Well, no. Well, what gives you the capacity to reject my claim then? Who are you? Did you create me? And you believe I'm subordinate to you? See, that's why I said it was great that 150 people all got rejected. I love it because everybody just tried to cut, copy, and paste my 8 words and tried to run into the courts and try to say, we wanted to. No, only a man's going to get it.
Yeah,
If
you
you
have
don't
to
have-
know who you are. You have to really know who you are. Everybody says they know who they are, but
well, it's
they have
almost
to
every
act
single person who's listening to the show just wants a cookie cutter form. They want to be a legally society because that's what the legal society tells you. They said, here's your form, fill it out. They want to keep you constricted within certain boundaries, a certain set of rules, uniform, so it's easy for everybody to understand. Well, okay, great. You know what? I don't wish to conform. I don't wish to be in that form. Why would I want to conform? Why? Why would I want to go with the form? Why don't I act like a man? I'm not part of your legal society where everything's structured, everything's rigid. Because there was some guru guy who was on the radio show not too long ago. I don't remember what his name was, but he has his own little crowd of following over there. And what was funny is he
Are you home now?
Yeah, it was so funny that on his show, on his little YouTube video, he was squealing. I don't know, some guy in Canada. I don't remember his name off the top of my head. But he was up there in Canada a week before I was, out in Kelowna, and he did a seminar like in the same room I did it. And I said, oh, man, I wish I was here at the same time he was here. Because in his show, he starts squealing, saying, oh, the Crown prosecutors, like the state prosecutor, attorney generals, whatever, up in Canada, they're called Crown prosecutors. Oh, I put my paperwork into the court, and he said to the judge, oh, we don't recognize these words, and we can't even utter these phrases, and we don't even recognize, we can't even say, these words that he's using, we can't, we can't answer to. So the judge said, okay, that's fine, and then he starts squealing. See, they won't even let me put my claims in. They won't even let me file a lawsuit. They keep stopping me. It's like, no, dude, that's not what the judge said. The judge said that the attorneys and the Crown prosecutors cannot use certain words, like they can't use man, they can't use the word claim, they can't use the word require. And the barrister was just telling the judge, I can't answer this. Why? Because I can't use these words. Well, there's phrases I'm not even permitted to use. Mm-hmm. So the judge said, okay, that's fine. And then the guy starts going nutty. This is the guy, I think he was trying to deal with Canadian taxes, and he wound up going to jail for like 18 months. And he was like, see, I just was railroaded. And it's like, no, you weren't, dude. Do you understand? You didn't understand what the attorney said, the barrister said. He didn't say you couldn't use them. He said he couldn't use them. He said that the attorney for the barrister said the attorney said we can't use it. He didn't say you couldn't use it. He couldn't say man can't use it. He said we can't use it. It's like, oh, we can't use these words. We can't answer this. How can we answer this? Look at the words. We can't even utter them. We can't even say them in an open court. So it's funny that, like I said, the guy didn't even realize, what he had going on, and he didn't realize to say to the judge, that's fine. I'm not we. He was going after a cop for trespass. So the county, they call it a council over there, wanted to be named as a defendant in the case. So Bolly starts going nuts, saying, no, this is my case, and only man can appear, blah, blah, blah. So then he called me up after it was all over, and I said to him, what happened? And he said, well, an attorney, they call them barristers, wanted to have the county appear as a defendant. And I went bananas saying, no, only man appears as claim, blah, blah, blah. And I said to him, wait a second, somebody wanted to be a defendant? I said, a defendant just sits there and just takes a beating, right? A defendant is not a prosecutor. A defendant just goes backwards or stands still, but it doesn't come forward. And you wouldn't accept a defendant? I said, are you kidding? Somebody who also, accepts that they've done wrong? Somebody who's admitting that they're a defendant? I said, and you wouldn't accept them into your case? What, are you crazy? And he says, what? I said, look, he says they're not a man. I said, well, let me see. If Santa Claus wanted to say that he's a defendant because he trespassed on my property on Christmas Eve, I'd allow him and I'd entertain his claim that he's a defendant and he's done me wrong. If the Tooth Fairy came and said, well, I trespassed on your property 32 times by leaving money under there for your kids, I'll accept that the Tooth Fairy wants to be also named as a defendant of the wrong, of a trespass. Why in God's name would you not allow somebody to claim to be a defendant? I said, are you kidding me? I said, everybody's always trying to avoid being a defendant. So they wanted to be added in as a defendant? Lovely. I said, there's just not much more to go after. I said, but obviously if it comes down to like 5, 10, 50, 50,000 defendants, obviously you could only take one on at a time. And you could tell the court, well, look, honestly, I don't have the resources at the time to battle 50 defendants, but I will entertain one at a time. I said, that you could have done instead of making a big deal out of it. I said, you could have accepted them as a defendant into your case. Lovely. Anybody wants to join the party? Who wants to join the party? Oh, okay. A county? Oh, great. A county has deep pockets. Definitely let them come in as a party. They got money to blow and you could sue and claim. God bless them. Accept them.
Are they're admitting to being subordinate to you?
Well, the defendant, yeah, they're willing to become a party to the court to make it. Mm-hmm. He made a claim of trespass. And if they're saying, well, we're also trespassers, if this cop's a trespasser, we're a trespasser. Well, good. Anybody else wants to make a claim they're a trespasser? Does Gandhi want to claim it? Does Buddha want to claim it? Does Santa Claus want to claim it? Tooth Fairy, anybody else wants to say that they trespassed upon my property? I'll entertain all fucking defendants' claims that they've done me wrong. There's just not more pockets you could go after. I said, well, what are you kidding? He's like, oh, well, I just wanted man to appear. I was like, so what? I said, what if Santa Claus wanted to appear? Just accept them all. If a man wants to say that his name is Santa Claus or Tooth Fairy or San Bernardino County, God bless him if that's what he wants to call himself. I don't give a damn. I said to him, you're just not getting into the game. I said, it's just a game. And I said, you're getting very upset. And he says, I filed it on my dad's behalf because it was my dad's farm. I said, okay. I said, then he said he tried to talk in court. And the court asked him, who are you? And he's like, he's a Balaraj man. It's like, well, that's not the name. Bashim is the name on a claim. Who are you to Bashim? He's like, I'm his son, and I'm going to speak for him. And the judge was like, no, you're not. And I said to Bala, I said, what did you do? He said, well, then I threw a hissy fit. I walked out of the courtroom. I went to the court clerk. I told them that they were, trespassing on my case, that they were not doing as I wished. And the court clerk actually walked into the courtroom and said, this man said that you trespassed on his case. So Bali made a 3-ring circus out of it. I said to Bali, when the judge said that you're not recognized as a claimant that Bashim is, all you had to do is, what did the other side do? The other side wanted to be recognized as a defendant, bring another defendant on board. Bashim, I said, Bali, all you had to do was tell the court that you want the court to take notice that there's another claimant on board, that you've also been affected by the trespass, that you want to be a claimant as well. That's all you had to do. He said, Bali, I could have went to court and said, I wish to be known by the court as a claimant as well, instead of trespass. I said, what's the big deal? Why didn't you say that you wish to be recognized by the court as a claimant as well? He said, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. I said, no. I said, what you guys are doing, you guys have one-track minds. If it doesn't work this way, in the exact way that you wanted it to work or expected it to work, you guys go crazy. It's like if a girl rejects you, and because you was like, wait a second, Carl, I bought her cards, I bought her candy, I bought her flowers, I wrote her a poem. I took her out to dinner and I took her to a movie, and she still don't love me. It's like, yeah, try this. But it's like, oh, Carl, this is too much. I was like, okay, anything that's worth, winning or doing is worth, keep pursuing it. Mm-hmm. I said, that's what they're going to do. They're going to make a man out of you. They're going to see if you I'm just going to say, you know what? That's all I can do. Cards, candy, flower, poem. That's all I can do. Is that it? Yes. What more does she want from me? How about taking her to a dinner theater? How about taking her to a play? How about taking her to an opera? It's like, oh, hell no, I'm not going through all that. Well, then good. Don't. just stop and just say, okay, she's not worth pursuing. I said, or you're going to learn how to be a man. They're not going to make this easy, that every schmo coming off the street is going to win the first time out of the box. They're not going to do this. Well, all you people are going to line up by the millions, and all you guys are going to say, oh, I want money for my birth certificate or something like that. Oh, yeah, we all want $1 million. Okay, let's all write everybody out $1 million check. Oh, why? Because we funneled in this form. We did exactly what this guru told us to do. And now we're all millionaires. You know, that's like that 1099 OID crowd. You know, people calling me up from federal prison saying that we did everything that they wanted us to. We filled out all the forms, and now we're all going to jail.
Yeah.
Oh, imagine that. You filled out all the forms, and now you're all going to jail. You know, you just laugh.
So did Bali? Well, that was today that Bali did that.
Yes. So I said to Bali, "What do you do? What do you do now?" He's like, "Oh, I'm not sure." I said, "You file an amended claim, and you add your dad. You and your dad now are co-claimants. That's all." Now there's another claimant on board. Yay! I said, "Bali." I said, "Okay, you and I, are working on the same piece of ground on planet Earth. You're digging a tunnel one side, I'm digging a tunnel on the other side. We meet in the middle. You find gold, I find gold. We're both going to go in court and make a claim that we both found gold, and we're going to cooperate. You know, we're not going to say, I found it before you did. We both touched it at the same time. We all laugh. Ha-ha. We're co-claimants. What's the problem, Bali, being a co-claimant?" He's like, "Oh, I never thought about it." I said, "Right. So all you're going to do is go back to court tomorrow, apologize for being a punk, for being a spoiled little brat, instead of acting like a man, and just saying, oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to have the court take notice that there's another claimant here as well? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I fail to give proper notice to the court?" I said, "Bali, all you had to do is when the judge was saying, I don't see you as a claimant." It's like, "Oh, really? You don't? Can I see that paper that you have in front of you?" "Yes." "Then write your name down on it and hand it back. Now do you see me as a claimant on there?" And then the judge will say, "Oh, now I see you. Okay, thank you." That's all you had to do on a lawsuit. Say to the judge, "What's the lawsuit you got in front of your hand?" "Here it is, Bashim Man versus Barry Rose." "Oh, okay. Here, let me see that. Can I see that?" "Yeah."
Would they let you see it? Would the judge hand it over and let you see it?
Of course you would. You say, "Let me see the lawsuit that you got. Maybe it doesn't match mine. Let me see." Okay, here. Well, I'm going to add myself as a claimant. Here you go. I'm going to modify the claim. Here's Bashim Man. Here's my dad. "Dad, do you mind me object me to modifying your claim?" He'd be like, "Nope, I like you being a co-claimant." I said, "Okay." And there you go. I said, "Bali, would have taken you 2 seconds." I said, "Bali, see, that's what I would have said. Why didn't you just call me up when you were getting stumped in court? I would have told you, just go in there, ask him, can I see the claim that's filed before the court?" And I said, "Okay." And I said, "Oh, yeah, now I see the problem. Oh, here, Dad, this is your claim right here. You object to me adding myself as a co-claimant?" "Oh, no, I don't mind." "Okay, good." And then the court would have just recognized you as a co-claimant, and then you would have had standing, and you would have been a party, and you would have had a voice in the matter. How tough is this, Bali? Instead of running around like a little, rejected little boy and squealing that this isn't fair, they won't let me talk, I'm getting railroaded again, this is my case, they won't let me do what I want. I said, this is what I hear from 100% of the people when it doesn't go their way. It's like, well, wait a second, Bali, whose name was on there as the claimant? Well, it's my dad, Bashim. I said, okay, well, what makes you think that Bali should be able to talk? Well, it's Bashim's case, and did Bashim say, did your dad say he wants you to talk? No, you said you're going to talk to your dad. How do they know it's not like a husband and wife, and a wife is, or just say some man goes to court, and all of a sudden you start talking to me, Bali. The court has a duty not to recognize you, Bali, because maybe the reason why I'm moving this claim into the court is because you're holding my children at knife point, and you're forcing me to move a claim into the court. And you're forcing me to accept you as a co-claimant. Maybe I don't want to make a claim. Maybe I don't want a co-claimant. Maybe I don't want to be here. The court doesn't know why you're talking for your dad, why you're putting words in his mouth. Is he being forced? Is he being coerced? Is he not competent? Is he has Alzheimer's disease? Why are you speaking for him? You better have a damn good reason. And you just started squealing, well, that's what my dad wants. Oh, really? I didn't hear him say that.
So what's the plan? Is he going to go back in there tomorrow or what? Where are you? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just feeding some of the animals over here. No, but what I'm trying to say to people is when it doesn't go exactly the way you guys want it the first time, you guys will, like I said, even Polly, he's a good little guy, and he's trying really hard, and he's been studying stuff like crazy. And I said, then why don't you just give the court notice that now a co-claimant is now before the court? Why don't you just introduce yourself in a proper manner, just like I did on Friday the 13th back in December? They didn't know who I was. There was no paperwork before the court introducing me. So I've seen that you will refuse to appear in person as a defendant. You only want to appear as a man, and they only have control and jurisdiction over a person. So I had to introduce myself to the court, and I had to stand up and say, may I aid and assist this court? And they said, and who are you? I said, may I introduce myself? And they said, yes, you may. And then I introduced myself. I said, I'm a friend of the defendants who refuse to appear in person. And I believe they will appear in person if this will aid and assist you, if you will also recognize their capacity to stand in this court as a man. You do see that there's a claim before this court at this time, do you not? And they said, yes. And the man files the claim. This is the man. But he will appear in person as a defendant if you recognize that he is a man. And then the court clerk lady, the lady who was introducing everybody, said, I'll ask the judge. And she talked to the judge. And the judge said to her, fine, we'll accept his appearance before the court. Then the judge spoke up to me. He says, yes, now introduce yourself properly to this court. I said to Polly, why don't you just introduce yourself properly to the court? I said, why don't you talk to this judge and this magistrate? Why didn't you, when you went to court today, why didn't you just talk to them like you were introducing yourself to your girlfriend's mom or your girlfriend's grandma for the first time? Would you be all Nancy boy and say, you must recognize me, you have to see me, I am her girlfriend? They'll say, well, why are you talking for her? Can't she talk for herself? No. This is my kid. What's her grandma going to think of you? What's her mama going to think of you? They said, you're going to have to introduce yourself to court in a proper manner, respectful, polite, cordial, courteously. I tell people all the time, make believe what they're sending to you is written in Chinese. Now, would it help you if every single document that you get from the government, you send it to me, Karl Lentz, and I'll send it back to you in Chinese? So that way you'll know. You have no idea what this has to do with you because you have no idea what's on this paper. That's why they make everybody go to at least the 8th grade, and they will hunt you down. They will hunt the parents down and make sure those children are going to school. So that way you believe that you're trapped in that piece of paper somehow. Somehow that piece of paper with your name on it has some sort of power and effect over you. If you had no idea, like my dad, he used German, he did not know what was written on an American piece of paper in English. He'd look at it and say, this has absolutely nothing to do with me. This does not control me. I'm not trapped here. I'm not bound by this piece of paper. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. But all you people, like I said, it's self-40, man. Somebody called me up during the week. I don't remember if it was Gus. I don't remember who it was. But somebody said to me, they started reading something to me. I said, you really believe that that's what that says? Yes, then they got you. They got you exactly where they want you. Believing. Did you read the Bible? Well, yeah, then you believe what you're reading. You believe what you're reading there is the Word of God. Yes, good. Then they got you. You have a conviction, right? You have a belief. Yes. You're reading that piece of paper. Yes, you believe you see your name on that paper. Yes, you believe that piece of paper has some sort of power and control over you. Well, did your heart race when you saw it? Well, yes. Did you get stressed out? Yes. Did you start crying and whining? Yes. Did you want to commit suicide and jump off a bridge? Yes. Why? Because that piece of paper had control over you. Why? Because it was written in something called English at this period of time, and 10,000 years from now, nobody's going to know what that silly scribble is, just like we don't know what that silly scribble the Egyptians were doing 3,500 years ago. It's like, what is that scribble? I don't know. But you better believe it used to control millions and millions of people. You better believe when they tacked this up in the village square, people trembled. They tack it up on a village square now, and Pretty says, oh, that's a pretty picture. Yeah, it's hieroglyphics, yeah. Well, at one time that was a death sentence if you didn't abide by what that piece of paper said. Oh, really? That's ridiculous. That paper doesn't say anything. It doesn't have vocal cords. What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Well, we believe it has power, control, and authority over us. Oh, really? Why? Because somebody created it. Who created it? A fellow man? or a sovereign or a God? Who created it? My sovereign, my God, or my fellow man? My fellow man created it, that he has no jurisdiction and control or power over me. Not unless I contracted with him. Not unless I voluntarily consented. So show me. Show me where I voluntarily consented. Show me. You can? Oh, what? That's where I did? Oh, I did voluntarily consent. Well, guess what? Now I don't voluntarily consent. Now you have no longer jurisdiction control of me. Thank you. You can't bind your fellow man. You can't create and make a slave. You can't do it. So it's all voluntary. Just like what's the man from the senator from Nevada said? He's the House majority, not the House, the Senate majority leader. He said that all income taxes are voluntary, and he's absolutely right. The government can't force man to do anything. They can't force you to pick up a hand and testify against yourself. They can't do it. It's all voluntary. Harry Reid. That's the man's name. He's absolutely right. And I love that kid on YouTube video who keeps asking Harry Reid over and over. Well, you said IRS taxes are voluntary. Oh, yes, all taxes are voluntary. But if I don't pay my taxes, I go to jail. He says, absolutely. He said, but the kid says, but wait a second, it's all voluntary. How could I go to jail if I don't pay my taxes? Well, you might not go to jail if you don't pay your taxes. Well, you just told me that taxes are voluntary. Absolutely. Well, if I don't pay my taxes, I go to jail. Absolutely. The kid asked them two completely different questions. One had nothing to do with the other. And it's so funny. I tell people all the time, I'm not going to tell you what Harry Reid meant. You're going to have to figure it out for yourself. And when you figure out what the kid was asking him and what Harry Reid said, you're going to laugh your ass off. When you finally realize one question has nothing to do with the other question. Absolutely nothing. Totally 180 degrees. One has absolutely nothing to do with the other. But you think it does. Because it sounds like it does. Mm-hmm. IRS tax is voluntary. Yes. If I don't pay my taxes, I go to jail. Yes. Well,
why would you say my taxes? Yeah, based on self-assessment and all that horse stuff.
Based on self-assessment. So, who's going to force you to self-testify? Who's going to force you to do it? Nobody.
If you don't let them. Yeah.
No. See, no. If you don't let that man or woman, how are you going to force? You think a man or woman is actually going to stand in court and put a gun to your head and say, "Now testify against yourself"? Have you ever seen that in American history?
Cops do it.
Have you ever seen that in the court? Have you ever seen that in the courtroom in American history? No, it will never happen. So you tell me what I owe, and they can't. They don't have the capacity to know what the hell you made 365, 24/7. They weren't with you. They're not first-hand witnesses. They're not competent to testify what you made last year or not.
That's right.
They have no effing clue. Do I know what I made? You're absolutely crazy. I wouldn't have the slightest idea what I created over the last 365 days, starting from August 28th of last year. I have no effing clue. There's no law that requires a man to keep such a precise accounting of every minute second that he created something in his life or disposed of something. I don't have. There's no law that requires a man to do anything. That's the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. I'm not a corporation in the sense in which I'm bound by any sort of central government, by some sort of a contract, or by any kind of authority that I've granted to him. It doesn't exist.
Unless you agree to it.
And even if I did agree, now watch, I'm a man, I'm God, I'm a godlike quality. It's just like I say to people, it's the hierarchy. When you no longer want to be a Boy Scout, you can leave the legal Boy Scout society. You don't have to be a Boy Scout. You say, you know what, I no longer wish to be active member of your society. Goodbye. And they can't force you to stay in. The United States of America government can't force you to stay in and be an active citizen if you don't wish to be.
Right.
Right, but everybody's like, oh, my God, did you just say you're not a U.S. citizen? Let's see, I'm not. Oh, now guess what I am? Oh, now guess what I'm not? Oh, guess what I am? It depends when it's a benefit for me to exercise. If it's a benefit for me to exercise and do jumping jacks right now, I'm going to exercise and do jumping jacks right now. But if this was a combat situation, Viet Cong were coming at me, obviously I should not exercise and jump up and down, or I'm going to attract by my movements. No, I'm going to exercise when I wish to exercise, and I'm not going to exercise when I don't want to exercise. It's up to me. I'll determine what's best for me. Don't tell me when to move and how to move. I'll self-determination. Like I said, that's the greatest thing Barack Obama ever did. And like I say to people all the time, I've never, in my whole entire life, I've read all kinds of political speeches. I've heard all kinds of, famous quotes from Thomas Jefferson and and also George Washington. And when I heard Barack Obama say, on a radio, I was like, holy cow, that is the greatest speech, or whoever the speechwriters were, that is the best quote I've ever heard any United States president, senator, judge, Supreme Court ever say. It says, that's not what the founders of this nation envisioned when they gave us the gift of self-government. So Barack Obama said, that is not what the founders of this nation envisioned when they gave us the gift of self-government. See, this is what I'm trying to say. That is the greatest speech I've ever heard, the best line I ever heard a United States president ever admit. Within this nation, within this land, upon this land, man self-governs. Man is not a republic. Man is not part of a democracy. Man self-governs. And that's what I walked into one of the seminars in England. This is what must have made me a great, wonderful hit over there. I walked into the seminar, and one of the first things I said was, it's amazing. I walked across the parking lot today, and I saw a bird, and I saw a fly, and I saw a bumblebee, and I saw a moth, and I saw a worm. And you know what? And of course, I said to them, it was amazing to me. They were all self-governing. You know what? It was amazing to me that I all saw them. They had their own purpose in life. They had their own structures, their own beliefs. The bee knew what the bee knows how to do. A bird knows how to make a nest. It doesn't need a government permit. It doesn't need building codes. The bee knows how to create a honey and hive and produce. A worm, a lowly worm, knows how to self-sustain. It doesn't need an act of parliament, and whether or not it should tunnel under the ground, how far, how deep, or how long. I said it's amazing when a worm here in the UK, in England, has more self-determination and can govern itself more accordingly than any Englishman. I said, I'm looking at all you Englishmen in the room. You're worms upon this land that how to govern themselves better than you do. You all are waiting for an act of parliament. You're all waiting for permission to do something, to move from point A to point B with your property. You're all begging. You're all waiting for somebody to grant you, to allow you, to permit you to function. I said, you think it's funny? I said, like I give people that example all the time. I said, if the government, you say yourself, you woke up this morning, Englishman, and you said, I'll have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. And you're like, well, no, that makes me jittery and it affects my, blood pressure. And you know what? I better not. I already had, a half a cup. Let's do a half a cup this morning instead of 2 cups. Let's do a half a cup. I said, eventually, if you believe that there's a government that controls you, why don't you call up, whatever his name was, Tony Blair, Margaret Thatcher, whoever. They laughed. I didn't know what the prime minister's name was. I said, whatever. I said, Margaret Thatcher, Tony Blair. I said, no, that's 20 years ago. I said, yeah, whatever. Whoever the prime minister, why don't you call him up and ask him, hey, should I have a half a cup of coffee today? You know how it affects my blood pressure and I get the jitters. Can I have 2 cups? And he's like, well, I'm your governor, and tell me how you're going to govern today. And they all started laughing. I said, oh, but wait a second. Why don't they put a computer chip in your arm? And it determines this chip broadcasts out a signal that you got too much caffeine in your system. And you get a phone call from the government, from a government medical agency, like a Barack Obamacare or whatever medical care you guys get over here in England. And you say, if you do not stop taking the intake of caffeine, we're going to not allow you to, seek medical benefits. We're going to cut you off from medical benefits. Or we're going to charge you a $500 fine for having your caffeine levels higher than the recommended daily allowance. I said, one day you're going to get that phone call, and they're going to tell you that you have to govern yourself in a more proper manner. Or they're going to assess fine and penalties on you. Or they're going to incarcerate you for your own good. They're going to put you in some sort of holding facility until you get your cholesterol levels down, your blood pressure under control before they let you back out. I said, you think it's funny? You think it's cute? I said, it's funny. You're going to be looking at a bumblebee outside of this window or a fly or a bird, and they're all self-governing, but an Englishman is going to be totally under control of some sort of mommy state. I said, that's exactly where you people are going. I said, and all I'm trying to tell you people is to be able to bring yourself into the public as a man and say to the central government, thank you for your benefits. Thank you for all your consideration. Thank you for providing all these wonderful, benefits on me. But I'm a man. I self-govern. I don't need it at this time. And they're going to mock you, and they're going to say, oh, yes, you need that chip. Oh, yes, you need these vaccines. Oh, yes, you need this public education. You need this. If you don't get it, you're going to have a horrible, miserable life, just like what they said to me when I was a kid. Like, Carl, if you don't stop your nonsense, you're not going to be successful. I was third from the bottom of my class. I had 1,407 kids. I was 1,405. I was at the third from the bottom. And they said, you'll never be anything in life. You know, you better conform. You better start, you know, being a team player and getting on board and doing what we tell you to do. And like I say to people, the problem is now I'm all over the world. People, there's hundreds of thousands of people that listen to me on YouTube in Malaysia, Croatia, Canada, Australia, India. I'm getting people from all over the world talking to me now. But wait a second. I didn't do what the government recommended that I do. And by me not doing it, I was supposed to be an abject failure. How did it work out this way that I'm not? Because I said, no, I'm going to self-govern. I'm going to do what I believe is the right thing to do. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for providing me this public education. Thank you for providing me all this. But you know what? Some stuff that you're telling me just doesn't hit home. It doesn't jive right. I think you're zooming me. I think you're trying to get one over on me. And I'm glad I took the sniff test, and it don't smell kosher. And I'm going to have to respectfully decline any more of your assistance. And I'm going to do this on my own. But if so many people are willing to not deal with peer pressure, like somebody said that to me, they said, well, Carl, that's because you never drank in your life. You've never been drunk. You've never done drugs. Your brain still functions at 50. You still got full capacity. And I said, yes. And I said, you don't think the government been doing that to us since we were children to get us to drink, to smoke, to do drugs, to be with our friends who drink and smoke and do drugs, because they understand the capacity of the human mind. They understand the capacity, if we have the free expression to develop our capacities to the ultimate limit, that we are incredibly creative creatures or incredibly destructive creatures. So, you know what, maybe we better tone people down, tell them that smoking pot's okay, doing cracks, you know, is cool, doing cocaine is cool, drinking is cool, you know, smoking, you know, whatever, to be one of the crowd. That way they can slow us down. And that's what we said, you know what, it just doesn't make any sense, because when I was a kid growing up in the late 60s and the 70s, I saw people who were on drugs. I was like, wow, that guy's whacked out of his mind. And my dad was explaining that to me as we were walking across a bridge one day. He said to me and my brother, hey, grab that guy's wallet. And we went to go grab it. And my dad said, what are you doing? He said, we're one of the good guys. He said, but you told us to grab his wallet. You know, you told us to, you know, take from him. We were like 9, 10 years old. He's like, no, but we could, right? It's like, well, yeah. He said, well, we're one of the good guys. He said, well, why could we take that man's wallet? Why could we take all his property? And he's like, I was like, because he's drunk. He's like, he's on drugs. My dad said, he's drunk. We don't know. But we could steal from him, can't we? We could take everything away from him. That's the same thing the government can do. Mm-hmm. You're drunk. You're sloppy. You're lazy. You're on drugs. They could take everything away from you so much easier than if you were competent and alert and aware and acting like a man. So it's so funny. He said to me, I said, oh, okay, we get it. He says, why don't we just take the guy and throw him over the bridge and watch him, you know, splash in the East River? And me and her brother started laughing. My dad said, no, I'm just joking. We're never going to do something like that. But 3 bad guys, we could just walk upon a man like him, throw him over the river and watch him go to splash. And we'd all get a big laugh and keep walking over this, you know, Manhattan Bridge, Williamsburg Bridge, Brooklyn Bridge, whatever bridge we were walking over. He said, we just get a big laugh. I said, oh, okay, I get it. So never let your guard down. That's right. When you're in the public, never let your guard down. Always
and
be aware.
And if you're drunk or stoned or whatever, your guard's automatically going to be down, and you're going to be easy pickings to take advantage of.
It's not only by your fellow man, but by the government.
By the government.
Right. While you're busy doing disco or getting drunk or doing cocaine, these bookworms, these word nerds, are staying up morning, noon, and night to learn how to figure out how to take every dime from you. So that they're not going to take it when you're 20, 30, 40 years old. They're going to take it from you when you're 50, 60, 70, 80, after you've amassed accumulated wealth. Then they're going to come after you. Then you were the world's greatest plumber. Great. You're the world's greatest doctor. Wonderful. You're the world's greatest carpenter. Lovely. Did you ever learn how to protect yourself from these word nerds, from this legal society? Did you ever learn how to protect yourself? No. So then how easy is it for them to take it all away from you? It's very easy.
Right. Do you want to take some questions, Karl?
Yeah, I guess so. But that's all I'm trying to say is I'm just trying to get people to understand that all I'm trying to do is get you folks to understand when this legal society is coming after you with legalese, Chinese, Cantonese, they're talking to you for the foreign language, and there is nothing in law that requires a man to understand or be competent in legalese, Chinese, Cantonese. There's nothing that could hold me liable for failing to, answer in a proper manner in a form of legalese, and I don't have to accept a member of their legal society to act on my behalf or my benefit. I just don't wish it at the time, so I don't have to accept it at this time. Mm-hmm. And that's all I'm trying to get people to understand, because the legal society's got such a huge hold and such a huge grasp of the common man's beliefs that we have to do what the legal society orders us to do, or commands us to do. And I'm just laughing at you guys, and I say, stop. I said, it's just like the Boy Scout Society, or the Girl Scout Society, the legal society. It has nothing to do with the society of man. What are you people going on about with your daffy nonsense? Well, the legal society said we have to accept their counsel. Well, the Girl Scouts could stand outside the store and say you have to accept our cookies. But if I believe I have to pay for their cookies and I can't get into the store because these Girl Scouts made a line across the entrance of Walmart and I can't get in until I buy their cookies, well then, you know what? 99, almost 100% of the people entering Walmart is going to buy a box of Girl Scout cookies instead of trying to run through a line of Girl Scouts and saying no. We're not going to put up with this nonsense. This is blackmail, or this is extortion, or this is communicating threats. I'm a man, and I'm going to access this public building. I'm going to walk in, or I'm going to walk out. I'm going to maintain the property. I'm not giving it away to anybody, including the Girl Scouts, including the legal society. I'm not giving it away. I'm going to hold on and maintain it. And there's nothing you can do about it. But like I said, everybody else will start saying, you know what, Carl, why don't you just be an active member? Why don't you just go along with the crowd? Everybody else is donating to the Girl Scouts. It's for a lovely cause. It's like, yeah, great, wonderful. You know what? I just don't want to. I'm not going for the peer pressure baloney. Just like when I was working for ConAgra. It's a huge food processing company. I think it's based in Australia, but they're all over the world. And I was working a fusion line for them. You know, just basically they were injecting liquids by a high compression and creating like a heat with them. So it was cooking like almost instantly. But the big thing was we had a big Red Cross meeting. There had thousands of people in this huge hall, and the Red Cross said we're going to take 1% out of everybody's paycheck who worked for ConAgra. I said, you ain't going to touch my property. And I was the only one out of like 1,000 people sitting in that conference saying, what, excuse me, who doesn't want it out? And like everybody's trying to like, oh, Carl, you're so bad, you know, like, oh, you won't give 1% to this lovely organization? It's like, no, I used to work for them out in Vegas. They used to have a place right down on Las Vegas Boulevard. They had the JCs. There was a couple other ones that worked out of this one building, and they used to peddle silver a lot of times too. I said, these people could keep up to 85% of every dime that they collect, every dollar they collect for administrative costs? I said, ask them. And I said that to the guy on the stage. Can you keep 85% of all the money that you take in from us as administrative costs? And most of the people understand had no idea what administrative costs was. I said administrative costs is to pay for that guy, his salary, to pay for his yacht, to pay for his plane, to pay for his house. Can you keep 85% in administrative costs? And he's like, well, yes. And then I said to the people in front, oh, well, you want to know how they did the other, like 10%, like 95% altogether? The people who are in need of an emergency assistance were the telephone solicitors. The telephone solicitors who are calling you, asking you for money, that they would put in a claim for immediate assistance and need for their children to be fed or housed, and the bosses would write them out $1,000 checks depending on how much they were collecting for Red Cross that week. So they were paying their salaries, but these are the women and children or dads that you're actually helping is actually the phone solicitors. Is that not true? And the guy wouldn't say another word. And then like the guy who ran the company says, what are you doing, start trouble? I said, no, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you what I witnessed. I'm telling you what's going on here. They're taking your money, and 5% of it might go to somebody in need. The other 95% is going straight in their pockets. I said, ask the lady who runs the Red Cross. She's got a helicopter pad on top of her house. I said, this is not the Salvation Army. You want to donate to the Catholic Church. You want to donate to the Salvation Army. But the Red Cross, the JCs, the United Way, it's all horse shit.
Even the ASPCA.
But what I'm trying to say, I was that odd duck out of 1,000 people in the crowd to stand up and say, "You are not taking my 1%." I could have just said, "Well, Carl, come on, you could do fine with 99%. Don't be a troublemaker, Carl. Don't be the guy who's got. Look, Carl, you just started working here a month or two ago. Don't be the ugly American. Don't be the ugly employee. Just go along with everybody. Just give the United Way your damn 1%." And just shut the hell up. I was making so much money than anybody else. It wasn't even funny anyway. Because I was running the fusion line. Everybody else was basically just a line worker. So I was making 3 times the amount anybody around me was making. I could have definitely afforded 1%, but I said, no, not to these bastards. I said, if you want to give it to the Catholic Church or you want to give it to the Salvation Army, I'm right on board. Not a problem. I'll give 2%. But I ain't giving a freaking dime to these people. They're crooks.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm trying to do is I try to show you people that this is a legal society. These are people who just want to spend their whole lives wearing 3-piece suit and ties, have perfect fingernails, perfect hair, drive perfect cars, have perfect homes, look perfect. They intimidate you just by being so freaking perfect. It's all a mask. It's all acting in person. It's all a show. It's all a game. It's all based on fraud. There's nothing there. They're speaking legalese. You don't speak legalese. Don't accept their wonderful legalese counselors. Don't. It's not. You don't. It's not. There's no requirement of man to, accept that wonderful, lovely gift.
I filed a claim approximately a year ago, and I kind of made a mess of the whole thing, and I thought I'd somewhat cleaned it up. What I did was I made a claim for my property that was taken approximately 3 years ago, my children, and I tried straightening out my paperwork. I tried straightening out my claim, and just a short while ago, I tried to get a court date to make my claim in court. At court, sorry about that. And in the meantime, the Attorney General filed a court date in my case.
Yes, a man. There's no Attorney General. There's a man.
Exactly, a man.
There's a man. Came forward,
right.
Acted as Attorney General, and did what?
He got a court date set for September 2nd.
What court date? Only a man can set a court date.
Okay.
Obviously, it's not under your jurisdiction. Obviously, it's not a court in which you wish to appear in, because you're a woman or a man.
Right.
You don't have to. It's fine. So you want me to accept as, appear in your court? You're going to have to appear in my court, Bob Smith, who acts as an Attorney General. I'll act, and I'll appear in your court. The only problem is when I appear and act in your court, I'm going to throw a claim down on top of your case. My claim is going to trump your case. Because I'm acting and appearing as a man. You have to act and appear as a man as well. Simple.
When he filed the motion to have my claim dismissed, he used my case number. So is he in my court or am I in his court?
No. It's not your case number. Did you create that number?
With my claim, yes.
No. It's the court clerks filed that case number. She created that case number. That's for their ease of filing and their ease of being able to find it and locate it. It's their location number. Big deal.
Okay.
Just like your address. Where are you located on planet Earth? Zip code 1174. Well, there you go. It's just the ease of communicating with you. Big deal. It's not some nefarious thing. It's like, now I'm property of the United States government because I got a zip code. Oh, my God. I don't have any freaking zip code. I don't control them. I don't create them. They have no capacity to move me or control me. They say, well, the United States government. Okay, Mr. United States government, that's a funny name for a kid. Mrs. United States government, well, that's a funny name for a lady. Well, the United States government does what? No. A man or a woman who acts in the capacity of the United States, whether it's a person or is it a living, breathing man or woman. Now, which one is it? I believe the United States government is a person, not a man. And only another man can make a claim that I've done him wrong or harm, and only a man or a woman can compel me to perform, and only a man or woman can compel me to perform, then I'm going to ask for fair and just compensation after I produce upon them a product or deliver them a service. They're going to compensate me fair and justly. So, like I said, what's the big deal if this man filed it to dismiss your case? Then you just answer back and say, is Bob trying to dismiss my case. I don't wish my case to be, I don't wish my case to be opened until it comes before a jury. Don't anybody, he might wish for my case to be dismissed. This man might wish that it just goes away, but it's not going to go away. My case is going to be, like in accordance to the common law, going to be brought forth before the jury and let the jury make a ruling. It's nice that he wishes it to be dismissed. So what? He could also wish he wins the lottery. So what? If you have a winning lottery ticket, he could wish that the court dismiss your claim that you have the winning lottery ticket. He's like, wait a second, I got the lottery ticket in my hand. I got the winning numbers. I see it right here. Well, he wishes for us to dismiss it. It's like, well, you know what? That's lovely that he wishes me not to collect that money. Does he have a claim that this is his ticket? No. Okay. Then how does he, well, the court's going to dismiss it. Oh, really? The only problem is that we act in accordance to the common law. And the only person that's going to dismiss my claim that I have the winning ticket, that I have the winning lottery numbers, is going to be a member of my jury. It's going to be the jury who's going to determine whether or not this is a bona fide lottery ticket. Not a members of the legal society, my fellow man. And I have that right to move my claim before my fellow man. Not a legal society, not the Boy Scout Society, not the Girl Scout Society.
Right.
And that's all. You got to get this concept in your head. So what? Then he wants to dismiss it. Who cares?
Okay. I guess then my second question would be: Do I appear on September 2nd and put my claim before the court, or do I go into the courthouse and try to get my own court date?
I don't know what your case is. What do you mean? He wants to dismiss your case, right?
Right.
Why does he want to dismiss it? When or why?
He wants to dismiss it either through a summary judgment or abuse of the process is what he had put on there.
Okay, abuse of whose process? The legal society? You say I have no knowledge of what, where. Okay, you gotta have to start to understand that you do not speak legalese.
Right.
Say this, and okay. You're looking at something written by this guy, this man, but he's not acting as a man. He's acting as an attorney general. For some reason, you're still reading this stuff, and you're still allowing it to impact you and affect you. You just have to say to the court, if anybody trespasses on my case, I'm going to hold them liable. If any man or woman tampers on my case, opens my case, reviews my case, makes a judgment on my case, alters my case, amends my case, makes any kind of determination whatsoever before my case gets opened before the jury, is going to be held liable for the trespass on the case. You wish to have your case remain sealed, shut, closed, not open, not examined. It's like taking it through customs. I don't want anybody opening up my case. I want it to be left intact. It's a Fabergé egg. It's got certain things a certain way. I don't want these customs clowns to open it up and crack the damn eggs open to see if there's any yellow cake or uranium coming through here. Just leave the damn case, leave the damn egg alone. Don't crack it, don't open it, don't do nothing. I'm going to hold you liable. Anybody who trespasses, anybody who cracks that freaking egg, I'm going to hold you liable. It's that freaking simple. Just tell them to make it perfectly clear. Did you wish for a trial by jury? Yes. Then say it's to remain sealed until the jury is convened, until the jury is, sequestered, and the jury determines whether or not there's merit to my case. That is the only, man or woman on planet Earth that has any control or capacity to move my case other than myself. I'm always surrendering my case to the jury. I'm not surrendering it to a legal society or a crown prosecutor. I'm not surrendering it to a crown judge or a crown nobody. I'm surrendering my case to my fellow man. That's it. This is so simple, it's scary.
Let me ask you a question here, Karl. So that woman that was in Arizona, or was it New Mexico, that went into court and asked for her property to be returned to her, was there a jury present when she did that?
Nope, absolutely not. Because you know what was great about her? She spoke no English. She only spoke what I told her to speak, nothing more, nothing less. And that's what gets you women in so much freaking trouble. You'll start to be reasonable about this. You'll start to want to explain your side of the story. You'll want to answer their questions because you think, well, that's nice, or I'm going to show them strong and determined. I'm going to show them something. No. This Mexican woman only knew how to say, that's my property, property return property, return my property now, property now, return property. That's
okay,
all she
so
knew how to say.
shouldn't this young lady do the same thing?
No, because she won't be able to handle it. She won't do it. She will not do it.
Well, it sounds like she's already put in a claim.
Okay, and she still believes that there's something called some sort of prosecutor, attorney general, or crown barrister or something that has some sort of a power and authority and control over her case. Only her fellow man has the capacity to have fingertips and eyeballs to read it and see this. A prosecutor doesn't have that capacity. It's a claim from a man. It's a godlike image. It's something created by God. You better turn your eyes. You're going to be blinded. You don't have the capacity to stand and talk to God face to face. It ain't going to happen. Like the story with like Moses, whatever. He tried to look at God or turned away, and he still was like his hair turned white and whatever happened to him. You can't look. You can't look into the face of your Creator. You can't do it. So that's what I'm saying. He's not going to come after you as a man saying that what you're saying is not true. He's going to come to you in person, behind a mask, behind a wig, behind a big black gown. He's going to come into court dressed as a woman, not as a man. He's going to be wearing a wig and a gown. He's not going to appear in court as a man. He's going to appear in court as like anything but a man. He's not going to appear in court man to man. He's going to become cloaked under color. He's going to be disguised under a mask in person. He is not going to appear in court as a man. You could ask him a simple question, are we talking man to man? They'll say, absolutely not. He will never hold himself out liable to talking man to man. They're like, let's just talk man to man. No, I'm going to talk legalese. No, I'm not going to hold myself out liable. No, I'm going to hide. I'm going to hide behind this mask. I'm going to only appear in person. And you're going to appear in person too. Oh, no, I'm not. I don't wish to. I'm going to appear as a man. And the only person that's going to come forth, man, better take his mask off, and he better appear as a man as well. I want to know who's I'm fighting against. You better drop that mask.
So she can't go into court and say, I demand you return my property? Or
she could say that. I don't know why she hasn't said it the first time she walked in there.
Because I didn't really have your process down till after my family court was already done.
There is no process. You see, I return my property. She robbed me of my property. I order you to return it. How hard is that? Look, lady, this is what I've been doing since I've been little. Because your 3-year-old has been doing this.
It is a process, Carl. It is a process.
Well, no, I'm telling you, a 3-year-old kid knows how to walk to mom and say, that boy or that girl or my sister, my brother took my dolly. Mommy, return my property. Order them to return my property. And mom would say, return her property immediately. Return her dolly immediately. This is not some sort of process that Carl all of a sudden discovered. This is what a 3-year-old knows. That's my dolly. Mommy, order her to return it. Mommy will say, return it. It's that simple. There's nothing to this.
You do have a way of making it sound very easy, and I know it is. But the thing is that I've been trying since January to try and get a new claim put in. I have into the courthouse. I haven't been successful at all, and that's part of my problem is that I haven't been successful trying to get a claim into the courthouse and trying to stand my ground and stand as a woman. So that's one half of the problem right there. And then finally, when this man acting as the Attorney General came along and got a court date, I thought, well, at least there's half my battle, because then I can appear in court as a woman and bring my claim forth and try and get my property restored to me that way.
Well, you better have your claim into the court way before you walk into the court.
Yeah, everything has already been filed. I do have one other question for you about my claim.
Now, if you have a claim before the court, all you have to do is say, at the time of my appearance, I'm going to require the court to hear my claim at the same time that it's hearing this attorney, whatever this man known as Attorney General.
Okay.
See, this is what I'm saying. You've got to hold these people. You see, you said that somebody called an Attorney General?
Right.
Okay.
Peter.
Okay, Peter. The guy's name is, okay, so he's saying the Attorney General. And so you got to call him Peter.
Right.
You know, and he says, I'm the Attorney General. It's like, is that your first name, middle name, the Attorney General's? What is that the name you go by? Is that your name, Attorney General? What's your name, Peter? And he says, well, no, I'm the Attorney General. I said, no, I'm here to talk to my fellow man. That woman's got my property. Or this man over here has got my property. And I order the immediate return of my property. Somebody in this room's got my property, and I order this court to return my property now. Who knows the whereabouts? Who knows the location of our property? Bring it forth and return it upon I now. Simple.
Okay.
Jesse did it. There's a million times that you guys listen to Jesse doing it in New Brunswick. For 10 days, I had the... Man, it was funny. She said she got all our personal recordings between me and her, and I talked to her like a truck driver. I cursed her, and you have no idea, because she couldn't stop. All I kept saying to her is, can you point out to the woman who took your property, your child? Yes, your children. Yes. Point to that woman and say she robbed me. Point to the judge, order the return of my property. That's it. Me and her went around for 10 days to get her to just say those two little phrases. 10 days just to say that. I cursed. I said, man, I'll come through that to Canada, I'll throw you through once, and I'll snap your husband in half. I said, what the hell's wrong with you people? Can you just not say this? Because I was tricking. I was like trying to play court scenario with them. Okay, the judge might say this. She might stand up. She might sit down. He might say this. And we just going over courtroom scenarios. Now what would you say? And she answered. I said, oh, damn, how dumb can you be? You're supposed to say, return property, I order property, return property, that's it. Robbed of property, return property, order property, that's it. Can you not just say like those simple words? It took me 10 days before I said to myself, now she's got this. Now, no matter what this judge does, no matter what he says or how he tries to trick her, I don't care if he yells at her, curses at her, screams at her, smiles at her, gives her lemonade, hits her with a baseball bat, she's going to do it exactly the way I said. Because I just beat it into her. But I don't have the energy to beat it into every single person who calls me. That's why I made these calls. That's why there's all recordings. That's why Jesse's on the earlier calls, and she explains exactly what me and her went through and made it super simple. And everybody sees her claim. And it's great. We finally found the claim that she put before the court, and it was so funny. The court clerk actually crossed out words that I wrote for her, and the court clerk put in legalese words. It was amazing to see that the court clerk actually trespassed upon the case that flagrantly. It was hysterical. It was called suggested revisions. That's what the court clerk said. These are my suggested revisions. And I actually got them. And it's hysterical. The lady just totally crossed out the whole entire claim, and she wrote the claim for Jesse. It's funny as hell. That, like I said, the very first thing the judge, she wrote, I can accept files only in court of Queen's Bench, jurisdictional district of St. John's only, not in any other court. So, because what Jessie did is she made it the Jacente court, that's Jacente Arsenal, it was the Arsenal court at the court of Queen's Bench of New Brunswick. So the lady crossed out the Jacente, the Arsenal court. She crossed out Jesse's court. Like Jesse's court's going to appear at Queen's Bench. The court clerk, I actually had the piece of paper from the court clerk scribbling everything out. It's hysterical that the court clerk would trespass so flagrantly on a case, and now we got absolute proof beyond proof that the lady was just wrote what this is how you have to file your claim. Because she got rid of the saying wrongdoers, and the court clerk wrote defendants. It's funny. She crossed out the word prosecutor and said that Jessie has to be considered a plaintiff and not a prosecutor. That she's not a prosecutor, she's a plaintiff. It's funny, all the revisions and all the redactions that a court clerk did to Jessie's case. It's like she crossed out the claim of trespass and wrote statement of claim. See, that's what a lawyer would write. A lawyer would make a statement of claim.
Right.
Jessie wrote a claim of trespass. It's just simple. It's like, I, a woman aggrieved, claim the wrongdoers trespass against my property. See Exhibit A, B, C, and D. Number 2, no law exists which binds I to the wrongdoers. 3, I require the delivery of all said property be under my jurisdiction no later than May 7th, 2013. 4, I will place a charge, that's what it was, to place a charge of $1,000 a day per said trespasser for any failure in the restoration of property on said date. And then the last one was, if the placement of all said property does occur on or before May 7th, 2013, I will forgive those who trespass of their debt as I would wish others to forgive me of my trespass, of my debts. And that was her whole entire claim. That was it. And the court clerk, she just started scribbling things out like crazy and saying, no, you can't write this, you got to write this. But what was great is that there's actual court clerk's handwriting on the claim with all these scribbles and writing her words and how Jesse should recommend it. It's called suggested revisions. That's how the court clerk wrote it. She said, these are my suggested revisions of your claim. Right, that way you're talking legalese. That way we can answer you. That way we could have a trial. That way we can move in accordance to our legal codes and our legal society. But the words you used, we can't answer to them. There's nothing for us to say. If you want to have a fight, well, it's going to be one-sided. You're going to win. And we like to have a battle. We like to see a good fight. So you put up your legalese mind against our legalese mind, and let's have a go. And I'm like, no, you're going to get slaughtered. You can't speak to them with legal code. Look what happened to Andrew's friend, Erwin Schiff. He's the best legalese code decipherer IRS in the history of planet Earth. There will never be anybody as smart as him when it comes to that. And he got clobbered. Because it's not his court, it's not his code, it's not his rules, he did not write it, he's not the creator, he has no right to interpret it. And they made him be on a clear as a bell. And hopefully he's got it through his head by now. I have no capacity to interpret or tell anybody what it reads. I'm not the creator. I'm not the sovereign. I could be a defendant. I could be a willing participant. I could voluntarily, consent to be under his control of jurisdiction, but I'm certainly not in the capacity to tell somebody in a hierarchy, like a judge or a code enforcement officer, his job. That's not my job. I'm a private down here. That's a corporal, that's a lieutenant, that's a captain, that's a general. I'm not within their hierarchy. No matter how smart I am as Aaron Schiff, I'm still a private. I'm still way down at the bottom. And they were never going to respect my authority. It doesn't matter. It's like, General, it would be so much simpler if we just walked around the tree. Why are we going through the tree? Well, I'm the general, and I say this is the way we... Oh, dude, come on, let's just walk around. No, we got to take that tree down. Oh, dude, come on, can we just... No. And that's what they're going to teach you. You walk into their code, their world, you are nobody. No matter how brilliant you think you are, how to go around everything, it's not going to allow it to happen. Like my cousin, he's a motorcycle cop out of my webpage who I had on for the longest time. He might still be on that. He was a state trooper, and he got killed on his motorcycle, his own personal motorcycle. And but what was funny is when we went to high school, he was the kid, blonde hair, blue-eyed German kid, and he stood up straight, had his, his books in his arms, and he would never say hi to me in the hallway. My cousin, the female, she would say hi, but he was my cousin. He would never say hello to me because he was like, oh, you're riffraff. So he went into the Air Force, and when I saw him at his brother's child's communion, confirmation of baptism, this was baptism, he came over to me and hugged me. And I said, whoa, what's with the hug? You wouldn't say hi to me in high school for 4 years. Now all of a sudden, you're my best friend? He says, Carl, I joined the Air Force. He says, there's like 10 things you have to do. He says, you know what, I could cut out 7 of 10 steps, and I can make this so much more efficient and so much quicker, my job. But no, I have to do all 10 steps. He says, this is like, the military service is like for complete morons. He said, there's no reason why we have to keep adding more and more of these steps when we can get it done in 3 steps. But if we try to bring it up to our supervisors or our superiors, why are we doing these 7 steps that are no longer necessary or required? This is ridiculous. We're wasting resources and time. Can't we just make it more efficient and just skip through all this nonsense and get right to the point? And he was like, no, they will not allow it. And that's what I try to say to the legal society. They will not allow it. no matter how smart you think you are in their code, they are going to say, no, we are the general here. We are the captains. We are going to tell you what this code reads, and you are going to comply. Or else, don't volunteer for the Army. Don't volunteer for the IRS. There's never been a conscription army in the United States history. There's never been a time in the United States where you were forced to join the military. There's never been a time in the United States where you were forced to pay an income tax. Never. But you just believe that you are. Okay. Whatever you believe. You believe that piece of paper has control over you. You believe the Bible says everything is true. Okay. Lovely. I'm not going to argue with you. Yes, it is true. Everything on that IRS piece of paper is true. Everything on the Bible is true. What do you believe? What makes you happy? What does your Quran read to you? Okay. What does your Book of Mormon read to you? Okay. What do you believe? And that's all I try to do is tell people, look at what you're looking at and see if it's impacting you emotionally. A lot of people, like a Gus or a Mark or a Bali that's doing this stuff with me, they all say to me, Carl, it's so much easier to help other people than it is to help ourselves. Because we get emotionally impacted by seeing our own names on these documents. It scares the bejesus out of us. But helping somebody else is so much easier because we have no skin in the game.
Right.
So that's what I try to tell folks, thank God one black guy was on Angela's show and said Carl's been in more court one time than the judges have been. It makes it a lot easier for me. Right. It makes it a lot easier for me to not be intimidated or be afraid. And that one guy came on, the Trust and All Law guy, said that he spent days on end just sitting in courtrooms watching. And I said, these are 10 words you should be listening for. And he listened to those 10 words. And then once he said, holy cow, Carl, he used these 10 words like over and over. Like clockwork.
10 words?
I said, yes. Well, 10 words. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm just saying, when I told him on your show a while ago, about a year ago, listen for these words. And he went and he listened to them. And he said, holy cow, Carl, they pop up all the time. I said, that's right. Like a big word, it's like person. One of the very first things is like, is the person known as blah, blah, blah in this court. Because you're hiding behind a mask. That's what person means in Greek. Is somebody dressed or disguised as this person known as Coca-Cola? Is Coca-Cola versus Pepsi in this courthouse today? Yes. Who's going to represent Coca-Cola? I will. Who's going to represent Pepsi? She will. Nothing personal. It's just they're not attacking the man. It's so funny. They're going after the person. What is like I said, the big thing is that you got to get these people to understand. Is that when you file a claim, you put it before the court, you give it to the court clerk. You say, look, I filed your simple form for the ease of court filing purposes only. She's going to say, well, I can't accept this paperwork unless you fill this form out. Then I always tell people, make a cover letter that goes on top of their form and say, page 1, JS-44 form, is for the ease of the filing the court clerk personnel only. It has no impact on the contents of this case. That's it. It just helps the court clerk put it in the outgoing box instead of the ingoing box, or the ingoing box to the outgoing box, or the civil box instead of the bankruptcy box, or instead of the divorce box, and she assigns it to certain magistrates or judges. That's all she needs to know. Is this civil? Is this criminal? Is this going to be under the bankruptcy? Which judge do I give this to? Some judges, some court systems is lottery, that the judge just gets cases depending on luck of the draw, or some courthouses, the court clerk realizes, hey, this judge is really good in family law. I'm going to assign all the cases to him because he can move these like lightning. This other guy is great in bankruptcy court. When I toss in family law cases, holy cow, it takes him a year to decide. So the court clerk is the one who is supposed to be writing the paychecks, issuing the checks, and issuing out the cases to the judges. That's her job. So make it easy for her. Say, oh, what is this? Oh, it's a claim. Oh, what do you mean? A claim of a trespass, claim of wrong. Oh, okay. And but okay, we don't have that here. We have these forms. Okay, well then there you go, ma'am. This is your form filled out, but this is just for your ease of filing purposes only. What this is, yes, this is going to be what you would call a civil matter. Yes, so put it in a civil box and get it before a judge who kind of is competent in man versus man. That this has to do with something with restoration of property or a money matter. Put it in that box. This has nothing to do with bankruptcy. This has nothing to do with divorce. It has to do with civil matters, property, money, compensation, breach of contract, whatever. And then you tell her, look, I made a delivery upon the defendants, the wrongdoers. I made 2 copies to you. Do not have anybody else in this court. Don't have any magistrate. Don't have any judge. Don't have anybody open the contents of this case. Don't have anybody trespass or judge it or review it until it gets before the jury. I wish for this case to remain sealed until it gets open in front of the jury. Just like they do with these grand juries. They said the case is to remain sealed until it comes before the grand jury. This case is to remain sealed until it becomes before the jury. That's all. It's that simple. And then if you say, whoa, Judge, are you a magistrate? Are you trying to give an opinion about my case? Yeah, wait a second. This case was to remain sealed. And it was not supposed to be brought forth into the public until the jury was seated. What's going on? Why are you trespassing? Why are you tampering my case? Are you touching my case? Are you giving an opinion on my case? It's like, Judge, how would you like it if the United States government or the Canadian government was filing criminal charges on me, and I told you, Judge, hey, you know what, dismiss that case against me. I didn't do anything wrong. Judge, go ahead and tell the United States government to back off and back off now. You'd laugh at me. You'd say, no, we're not going to back off. We're going to let the United States government bring that case into the public before the jury. You would never tell the United States government, Judge, would you, to stop prosecuting me. You would never tell the United States government or the Canadian government, don't pursue this. You would never tell the United States or Canadian governments to stop. Why are you telling me to stop pursuing this? Why are you telling me to stop prosecuting? Why? What I think is that they're doing is unethical and wrong and not following the procedures. So you think I'm not following procedures. That's your opinion. Just let it go before the jury. Let it ride. It's that simple. Like I said, it's so simple that you just have to make it in 1 or 2 sentences. Don't use any of these citations or precedents or case law or constitutions or charters or great covenants or Bible. Just talk like a man. Say, hey, how would you like it if somebody did to you, sir? Ma'am, how would you like it? Leave it alone. It's my case. It's my suitcase. It's my suit inside of that case. Everything that's attached to that suit is for a particular reason. I put those buttons and that collar and a lapel on just in a certain manner. Don't you open up my case and rearrange my suit. I think the jury's going to love my suit once I put it on before I try it on before the jury. I think they're going to love my suit. Leave it alone. Well, you know, we think you got to change this suit and we got to take him out and add him and you can't use this word. No, you don't tell me I can't use silver thread, gold thread, or platinum thread. You leave it alone. I'm going to put in my suit and I want to put it in my case and I want you to leave my case sealed until the jury gets seated so I can present it to the jury. And they'll determine the merits of my suit. Not you. Not somebody who's paid by the legal society. It's ridiculous. Not somebody who's been sworn member to uphold the rules of the legal society. This is a public courthouse. You know, I don't want a legal society judge here. I want a judge, just a judge of the public, from the public. I just want the judges are going to be my jury. They're the members of the public. Those are my judges. A guy in a black robe is not my judge. I'm not his private. I'm not a corporal. I'm not a captain. He's not the general. He's not the 800-pound gorilla, and I'm the little lamb. I'm not pleading. I'm not playing this little silly game with you people. I'm not doing this. I'm a man. This is my status. This is a public building. Bring the public, allow the world to view it. Take the roof off this building, make it an open forum. Let the whole world witness what's going on. Don't try to take this case and bury it. Don't try to take this case and not let it be exposed to the public. Nobody in the public is going to be caused any harm is going to befall any member of the public because I opened this case before the public. It's not Pandora's case. It's going to be okay. And if you don't believe me, you want me to put up a bond for any liability when you open up my case, it's going to cause a man or woman harm? Tell me, what do you wish for the bond? You want me to reappear? Do like that guy in Canada did. It was hysterical in British Columbia when he said that to the judge. The judge said, oh, we're not ready to prosecute today. Come back in 30 days. The guy said to the judge, can you put that in a form of an order and sign it? And the judge said, absolutely. So that's what the guy said on my show. It was funny. The guy called up and said, that they had an emergency meeting of all the judiciary in British Columbia, Canada, on Mother's Day weekend. And like I said, I must be hated by mothers all over BC because they said that do not issue any more orders from the bench or you're going to be held liable to pay, because that's what the guy did. He showed up in 30 days. He handed the judge a bill when it started. He says, what's this? It was like a bill for $500 for reappearing. He said, well, I had to rearrange my work schedule. I had to take the day off. I had to put the kids in daycare. I had a lot of, here's my bill for reappearing. Just like Elvis Presley just goes to Hilton, the International where he used to perform in Vegas. Now it's the Hilton. If they want him to reappear, he's going to ask him for $1 million reappearance. You love my performance. Yes, you love my performance today? Yeah. Well, we'd like another performance in a month now. Okay, well, here's a contract between me and you. You want me to reappear? Yeah, sure. Did the judge forget to put down how much he's going to compensate Elvis for reappearing in his court from 30 days from now? Well, that's the judge's problem. So that's what's funny.
Did the judge pay him?
Yeah, he was ordered to pay. They had a hearing over it, and the judge was ordered. The man was ordered to pay, not the judge. The man was ordered to pay, who acted as the judge. One man tells another man what to do. Right. That man is going to pay fair just compensation for the performance. So it's just like I said. What happened if the man who acts as a judge ordered 37 pepperoni pizzas with extra cheese for everybody in the court, and to deliver it in 30 days? When the guy comes to deliver the pizza, he's going to say, "Hey, judge, here's the bill." What? Yeah. You told me to appear in 30 days with 37 pepperoni pizzas with extra cheese, right? Yeah. Did you make this order? Yeah. Did you sign it? Yeah. Now pay me. It's that simple. It's all business. It's all based on commerce.
The state came against me, so it's their case, but now I have filed my own claim, but I actually have an attorney that I hired during this process prior to learning about filing my own claim. So I'm trying to see what would be best to move forward.
So Texas is filed a criminal complaint against you? What are you saying? You're from Texas?
Yes. Texas is filing a criminal complaint against me.
So what kind of complaint did they file against you?
It's called secure deception of documents.
Okay, so it's a criminal complaint?
Yes.
Okay, and what was it actually? What was the actual charge?
Secure deception of execution of documents or something of that nature.
Yeah, like I said, the big thing is, like I say to people all the time, is when they make a charge against you that's incredibly long. The judge taught me this years ago when I was charged with adding an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage without a federal permit. That was the actual charge I was charged with. And the judge told me, he says, it's pretty funny. He says, actually, these people who create these codes and create these charges, when it's a serious charge like murder, rape, robbery, that's what they charge you with: murder, rape, robbery. When it's basically like a victimless crime like that, they will say it's adding an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage without procuring a federal permit. He said, I said, okay, what does that mean? He says, okay, is there a word? It's a statute. It's rigid. He says, is there a word in there that you can manipulate, that you could say it's not expressed but maybe it's implied? He's like, what? He says, okay, so, the trial's over today. It's already done. Would you like to be found not guilty, and would you like me to have another trial for you in a week from now? He says, what do you mean? He says, why don't you come into court next time and said that you added a natural heat source. You used a natural heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcohol beverage, not an artificial, because he says if you could get rid of one word, make it ambiguous, make it where it could be looked at more than one way. Instead of what kind of heat source did you use, it says you can't use an artificial. Why don't you destroy the word artificial and the whole statute will crumble? Why don't you do that? He says, and the other side won't have a leg to stand on. So why don't you say it was a natural heat source? And they can't argue that. You could just say you painted the kettle black, you put it out in the sunshine, and it did it all on its own. It naturally fermented. You used no artificial heat source to speed the fermentation. He says, and he told me, kid, you'll win. I'll take the charges off you and you'll be free to go. I said, no, I like being charged with something like that, and I actually, like having that on my permanent record of making moonshine. So that's what I'm saying. When you were telling me this ridiculously long charge, actually, if you could just show one of the words, I did that with Bali too, one of the charges he was charged with, all his people were charged with, there's 3 of them, was putting forged commercial paper into the public from a trust. So, I mean, the judge told, I was told these charges the day of the trial. I mean, Bali didn't give me no heads up. Nobody told me that this was one of the 5 charges. One of them was also terrorism. Nobody told me about these charges. They just told me I was coming over to help them with a harassment case. They didn't tell me all these other cases, that all these other charges they were facing. So I just said to myself, okay, when they get to putting forged commercial paper into the public from a trust, I'm going to attack a word in there. Which word am I going to attack? I'm going to attack the word trust. And I'm going to explain to the judge, wait a second, a public trust has to be recorded through the county recorder's office, correct? Yes. How about a private trust? If I had a trust between you and me, Your Honor, would we, and I told you, do not disclose, what this paperwork pertains to or what the meaning of this paperwork pertains to, do not disclose to the public what this document means. You would be held, sworn to secrecy not to disclose what's in a private trust, kind of like a birth certificate. If you have a birth certificate, we create birth certificates, we're going to create a trust. Now, do we have to disclose to the public what this birth certificate means? No. Do we have to explain to the public what the impact of a birth certificate has on a person? No. Why? Because we created a private trust amongst ourselves, and we're going to create these birth certificates, or we're going to create whatever, and we're going to put them out, issue them out into the public. Now, unless the public, some member of the public comes forth with actual claim of harm, injury, or loss, too bad. We're going to keep issuing these birth certificates. We're going to keep issuing these documents. Now, they might think they're forged. The public might think that they're not legitimate, but you and I know, Judge, exactly what we use them for, and it's none of their damn business because it's held in private, not in public. So you see what I'm saying? I mean, I just did that off the seat of my pants in front of the judge, and, it was a lot of fun because this other judge taught me back in 1993, I believe, was the moonshine charge. Just all you have to do is attack a word, find the word, and go after it. And I'm just saying that's one way to go about it. And the other way that somebody like you could go about it is that you can move a claim into the court and put it on top of their criminal complaint. It's like, I will be more than glad to compensate any man or any woman who has a claim of injury or harm or a loss by doing whatever this man known as the Attorney General for the state of Texas is claiming that I've done. Just bring forth, at this time, I've yet to see the bill of particulars. I still yet to see a bill for the damages. There is no actual tangible damages. This is all just speculation. Did you actually hurt somebody by doing this? Did anybody actually accrue a loss?
No.
Well, there you go. That's the kind of letter that you have to write to them. Give them notice. They'd be more than glad. You're just waiting for a bill to be tendered to you with the billing, the itemized statement of the bill, the billing particulars of the man or the woman or those of mankind that you've caused harm, injury, or loss to, and you'd be more than glad to compensate them for any damages that they could actually show. I don't want to talk about somebody's feelings or that somebody is, are you telling me that there's some sort of statute in which I might be in violation of, because I did not create that statute. I'm not part of a legal society. I'm not a code decipherer, especially if they're coming after Texas Criminal Code, Section 1234. It's a codification of the public law. So I'm not even in non-compliance with the public law. I'm in non-compliance with a code which might reflect part of the public law, but is not public law. It's a codification of what somebody believes is the public law.
If I'm adding the claim, you mentioned adding a claim, what's the best way to connect it with the complaint?
You just basically giving the notice to the court clerk, and you just make the court clerk aware that there is going to be a criminal complaint appearing in this court on this day at this time. And to save the county or save the state valuable resources, that you wish to have this claim presented to the court at the same time that this case number is being presented to the court, that you would wish that both, and you wish and you require that the court clerk has both cases before the court at that time. That's all.
Okay.
You just say for judicial expediency. That's all. That's all he's trying to do is to save the valuable, limited. We have very limited, finite court resources. So for the expediency of justice, let's get it on next Tuesday while we're all here together.
I had some issues with a health unit, a local district health unit. A couple guys from there giving me a hard time, giving me a couple orders. I complied with the orders. They gave me a letter saying that everything was honky-dory, that I complied and I was good to go. And the following day they gave me a summons to appear in court and hit me with three charges.
What charges?
One was obstruct a public health inspector. The other one was disobeying an order dated on July 11th, and then which was to install a water system, and the other one was the charge for disobeying an order July 25th to shut down your business.
Okay, what business was it? Was it a business that's registered in the public domain?
Yes, it was.
You got a license?
Yes, and I shut it down.
You were LCC, you're limited liability?
Yeah, incorporated, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So they have total jurisdiction control over you. You do know that. That's why you always see these legal Zooms and these, whatever this man is who promotes his LegalZoom.com, hitting it so hard, telling every single little man and woman you've got to get incorporated, you've got to become a LLC, so your assets can be. It's so that once you become an LLC incorporated, the town, the county, the parish, the state, the federal government, the UN can control you.
Yeah. So I complied with their orders.
Right.
And I put in a water system and shut the business down. But the day I shut the incorporated business down, I opened up in my own private capacity.
Oh, that's great. So what day did you unincorporate? What day did you shut it? Did you take it back into the
25th of July it was shut down, and the 26th of July I opened up in my own private capacity in my own name.
That's great. And what kind of business is it? Can the public actually walk into it, or what?
Yeah, it's like a butcher shop delicatessen.
Oh, that's great. Oh, this is going to be fun. So they're going to just try to say that you're filing all kinds of FDA and all kinds of EPA and all kinds of, they're going to violate all kinds of health codes now.
Yeah, I'm concerned that might be coming down the pipes.
Oh, and that's it's coming down. But like I said, you'd be more than glad to entertain any claim. But when somebody wants to file a complaint against you, obviously a man or woman is going to have to come forth with actual harm, actual loss, actual damages. They're going to have to produce a damage, not what conjecture, what might happen in the future if you don't comply. They're going to actually have to show, by your failing to comply, that this has been the cause of harm, injury, or loss to a man or a woman. And they're going to actually have to bring that man or woman to come forth with a claim.
In the statutory provincial?
No. Who knows what? Nobody knows. The only person who can come forth with a statutory complaint is the man who wrote the statute. If a state prosecutor comes forth and says that, we have a complaint according to this statute, okay, dude, the prosecutor, did you write that statute? No. Are you trying to interpret that statute? Well, yes. Why don't you get the guy who actually created that statute to come forth, point across the courtroom, and say that I violated that statute, and show me how by me violating that statute, and show me how there's joined between me and that statute. Show me. Are you going to be able to produce that man or woman that created that statute? Well, no, I'm just going to interpret it. Oh, really? Like I tell people a billion times. Like when I went to Chicago and I saw that Picasso in front of the Daily Plaza, the Picasso could just say, you know what? I just was hard up for money, and I decided to make this crazy contraption, and I sold it for $1 billion. And the city of Chicago bought this crap. But like I said, you could have professors and curators all over the world come over and explain how Picasso was trying to explain man's insignificance on planet Earth and the immenseness of the universe. And Picasso's like, look, I was just swindling a few bucks from the stupid, the mayor of Chicago back then. You know what? I got away with it, and I'm a rich man. So who created it is the only person who has the right to interpret it. You see what I'm trying to say about when this hand coming at you with a statue?
So when Her Majesty has commanded me to appear on September 11th, what's the best way to handle that issue then?
You say that then. You said I would like, when it says Her Majesty. Her Majesty was it Her Royal Majesty or Her Majesty the Queen?
Oh, you are commanded in Her Majesty's name to appear at the courthouse on 11th of September and to appear thereafter as required by the court to be dealt with according to law.
Just say that you would like to get in contact with Her Majesty so that way you could settle this matter on a private matter between you and Her Majesty, because at this time you have yet to have a bill or the bill of particulars of what she's making a claim that you have done to cause her damage. See?
Yep, I gotcha.
Just like with you and me. If I was telling you to appear in court, what would you write to me? You say, obviously, I've never met Karl Lentz in my life. But obviously, Karl Lentz, you know what? I'd like to settle this in private call, man to man. Karl, is there some reason why you still haven't sent me the bill or the bill of particulars of how I might have damaged you, or my business might have damaged you, or my food, or can you please send me the bill? Can you please send me an itemized statement of the bill, Karl, so I can compensate you for any wrong that I may have done? God bless and Godspeed. That's exactly what you should write back.
Yeah,
obviously not write back Karl Lentz, write more like a Majesty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've sent that letter to them back in July, and they haven't responded.
What did the letter read?
That I'm willing to compensate any man or woman that I've caused harm.
No man or woman is making a claim has caused harm. Her Majesty is claiming.
Her Majesty.
Look, I named my second daughter Her Majesty. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
So when Her Majesty is making a claim against you, buddy, you better answer her.
Answer her. Gotcha.
Yeah, you better answer her. Because that's her name, is Her Majesty. Oh, you think it's funny? It was funny. There was some guy called on my show, Malcolm. He actually called his kid Drizzle, Raindrop, Bucket. And another kid is named Amicus Curie.
Really?
So he's got Raindrop, Drizzle, Bucket, and Amicus Curie as four of his kids' names. So don't tell me he couldn't call his kid Her Majesty, because this guy would.
Yeah.
So just because Her Majesty is some you to appear, or Bucket, or Raindrop, or Drizzle, or Amicus Curie, you better believe you better appear. Because those names are very real, and they are attached to a man or a woman. So you're just going to play it off that there's a man or a woman that's making a claim that you've done something wrong. And obviously, when you send that letter, obviously you're going to send a very simple letter. You're going to something simple like that. And when you don't say, I hope to hear back with her within 72 hours. And when you don't hear something back within 72 hours, you're going to send it again. You're going to send it registered. And then when they still don't answer, then you're going to have them properly served. You're going to get a process server to have them properly served. It's like what I say all the time. It's like, say I go to a restaurant, and I hate spaghetti. Say, linguine or some bullshit like that. And some waiter comes by and throws some linguine in front of me. I say, what is this? He says, you've been served. No, I haven't. I haven't been properly served. I didn't order this. Where did this come from? It's like, well, it came from over there. It's like, well, who ordered it? I don't know, but it's yours now. No, it's not. I haven't been properly served. You've got to be served properly. You've got to have them. The process server is going to be able to come forward into the court on your behalf and say that this is the letter that we got from this address. This is the person who signed it. This is the man or the woman. I made a presentment of this wonderful letter, whatever you're sending over to them. Answer, notice, whatever you're going to present to them.
Yep.
And I delivered it, I properly served it upon this person, and this person chose to disregard it or chose not to answer it.
So you have to do 3 steps, or can you go? You have to do 3 steps, or can you go right?
Right. You say, I've tried to get in touch with Her Majesty, but she refuses to communicate with me. What more do you want me to do?
And you have to go through all 3 steps, so regular mail, registered mail.
You just go right to the service. You go right to the process server.
Yeah.
You want to spend $100? Go right to the process server.
Yeah, we're short on time too.
Yeah. That's what Bali did, man. Bali does it all the time. He goes right to the process server.
Gotcha.
Anytime he's going after somebody, he just goes right to the process server. Make sure that the process server fills out an affidavit. The affidavit just says, upon this date, August 28, 2014, I duly officer of this court, give this court notice that I placed upon in this hands of this, whatever, the party known as Her Majesty, this document from this man, and in accordance to the, accordance to Canadian whatever.
Yeah. So to identify Her Majesty is how? Is it the prosecutor or is it the court?
It's something just that funny. You could just say that to them. It's too funny. It's like, look, I need to know the address of Her Majesty so I could serve her in a proper manner. I need to have a process server deliver my documents upon Her Majesty so I can communicate with her, because obviously the location or this office that supposedly represents Her Majesty is not moving this document forward to her, because I know she's an honorable Majesty, and I'm sure that she would answer me by now.
Very good.
Yeah, some crazy shit like that, man. It drives me totally loopy. Yeah. And I'm doing this, man, just laying down laughing my ass off. Yeah, somebody was just asking me a question. It says, Karl admits he's an idiot. And it says, Karl, can you expand on that? And I just did. It said an idiot is someone outside of a society who is not knowledgeable of that society's common laws. So somebody was asking earlier about tax courts or common law courts. Well, it's common to those within the tax courts society, within their group, within their society, their club. It's common to them how they proceed. It's common knowledge that, what income means to them. They have certain definitions and terms that don't apply to I, man. You could call that an income. I call it wages. So it's common to me. If they want to call it income, good for them. I call it wages.
I do agree that whenever you use the word common law, you need to define it at the base of the page, because it's defined in many different ways.
Well, I just basically said law that's common to that within that society, that group, that location, that time, where they happen to exist at that period of time. Eskimos have their common beliefs. Aborigines have their common law, common beliefs. Tax courts have their common beliefs. Everybody moves under, what comes common to them, their day-to-day, existence. To me, it's not a like a one-size-fits-all. It's not like, common law. That everybody's just looking for a book that says common law. And like I said, the only problem with that, I say to people all the time, with the Eskimos, where are you going to find their common law written down on an ice cube or on a snowball? Where are you going to find it?
Yeah.
It's in their lifestyle. It's their lifestyle. It's in their hearts. It's in their minds. It's in their everyday actions or inactions. That's their common beliefs, their common law. It's not written anywhere.
I believe that the most important thing is that you give a fair trial. That you give a fair trial, not only to match your needs, but to match the opposing party's needs. You just provide a fair trial opportunity for everyone to have a fair trial, and you will do well.
Well, like I said, it depends whether you are, if you're on equal standing, and most times you're not on equal standing. You don't have the same status. It's a hierarchy. And if you're in breach of a contract, or if you're a citizen and member of a family, obviously you're not the dad. You're one of the children. And obviously it's not going to be fair. You're going to scream up and down, Mommy, Daddy, this isn't fair. And a citizen just means a member of a family. So if you're part of the United States of America family, Barack Obama's your daddy, and you're a child, and he's not going to treat you what you would say is fair at times. And he doesn't have to treat you fair because he's the dad. And if you don't like what he's doing, well, that's what you got for being a member of his family.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the number, I should not use the word fair, I should say just, and when I refer to the word just, that every outcome of every court should be justly in line with God's will. Does that make sense?
Well, the big thing to me is you make a claim, because only a man can make a claim. The government can't only make a complaint. So if I'm going to go into a claims court, only man appears. Government can't come in. Agents can't come in. Everybody's stripped of their masks. Nobody's in person. Everybody comes in the flesh. Everybody comes in as a man or a woman. So I just go to a court of claims.
You spoke about the natural state of man. I was curious if we could apply the Article 3 principle to community courts, because I don't think the U.S. system has jurisdiction to say community courts cannot be convened as long as they follow due process. And the reason I say that is because I've studied history, and I found cases in 1909 or something like that. I found one case in Colorado where a district judge and an individual got together, and they basically jumped the guy's claim. And the community came out and just set chairs up under a tree, and they convened a community court, and they made a ruling, and they were proven to follow due process, and they marched it back in and said, "We've made a ruling," and the district court judge says, I accept your ruling. And the guy got his land back.
Yeah, like I said, if you look at any of the history of the United States, especially like Alabama, I studied that a lot. And I think they originally met under the great oak. That was the great oak tree, or it was the great elm, or something like that down there in Alabama. That's where they held court. So people are always looking for these big, fancy marble buildings, and that's not what it's all about. That's what I say to people. Somebody asked me that today. They called me up today, and they said, "Do I go to the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania?" They also have something called King's Court of Pennsylvania. I said, look, you're just going to establish a court of claims in whatever public building where the locals call a courthouse. I don't care what the name of the courthouse is. It could be Bob Spencer's courthouse. It could be Jesus Christ's courthouse. It could be Supreme Court. I don't care. Any place that you guys call your local courthouse, all you're going to do is bring in your court into that public building, and you're going to call it a court of claims. You're just going to bring in a court. You're going to bring in your courtiers, and you're going to call it a claims court. You're going to say, I'm making a claim. I am in, and my court is now in this public building, known as a courthouse. See, because people are getting sloppy, and they say, well, we're going to go to court. It's like, well, you mean you're going to bring your court into a courthouse? Is that what you mean? It's like, no, we're going to court today. Well, you're going to a courthouse today, right? Yes. Well, what form of court are you going to be in within that courthouse? So there's a difference between a word court and courthouse. First of all, it's got 5 extra letters in it, so that should be a given. That it doesn't mean something different. But people are just sloppy, So, and like I said, this Article 3 stuff, all you could do is say, look, I'm coming in to this public courthouse. I'm going to be filing a claim, which if you compare it with an Article 3 court, it is very similar in that, and then you could explain what you believe the similarities are. But to walk in and say it's an Article 3 court, you're not crazy, but you're just going to get a whooping because you have no idea how to interpret an Article 3 court. You didn't create the Article 3 court. You have nobody with any first-hand knowledge of what an actual Article 3 court is. You do not have the person who created the document of what an Article 3 court is. He cannot be sworn in and testify that is what an Article. All you're doing is playing a guessing game with what an Article 3 court is. It's left up to interpretations by the Supreme Courts. But like I said, if Barack Obama had all his Supreme Court appointees, obviously if it was full of Hillary Clintons, she'd say an Article 3 court means this. If you had Ronald Reagan appointees, obviously they'd say Article 3 courts mean that. So I don't care about anybody's freaking opinion is on an Article 3, Article 4, Article 69, Article 70. I don't care. All I'm saying is the Lentz court is now present in this public courthouse, and if you compare that with an Article 3 court, and in that it is similar because, A, the magistrate is independent of the tribunal. be. The tribunal consists of a wrongdoer, prosecutor.
My question is then, once you get a judgment the reason I was going to first bring up, I found in the Nebraska statutes that the courts are to receive any judgment that follows due process. It says any judgment that follows due process. But I thought that was quite interesting. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, there's like somebody was saying before. There's unlimited forms of courts. So as long as they were held in a proper manner, according to the rules of that court, the state. It's like that's. What's the? I can't hear that. What's the scratching, Angela? You have any idea?
I don't know. I don't hear it.
Okay. Well, yeah. Let me just finish. It's based upon like the full faith and credit clause. That's all they're basically trying to say.
Once you get a determination in this court that followed due process, let's say I got a judgment against you for $1,000. How do I exercise that judgment?
You've got to go for a writ of attachment.
Now, which court, which process?
The same court that you were in. Once you get a judgment, now you got to go for the attachment.
Well, let's say this is a community established court.
Okay, then they have to have a writ. Well, you have to say, now I've gotten the judgment against you. So now all I'm going to do is I'm going to say I'm going to file a writ of attachment, and I'm going to go for a writ of attachment. And then you're going to have, which usually here in Virginia, it's like, I think 14 or 21 days to explain why the writ of attachment should not be executed upon you, or certain terms and conditions in which you'll accept the writ of attachment. Like, I'll be glad to take the garnishment or the attachment, but, if you take more than $300 a month, you'll cause me harm. Please only take $300. So sometimes you have a hearing, or sometimes there's hearings for the writ of attachment. Most people don't bother asking when they get a garnishment attached to them, like especially with IRS or something like that. People are like, I say to them, why, when you got the garnishment, did you not ask for a hearing on the garnishment? And they're like, no. It's like, why not? If there was a garnishment, why didn't you immediately ask for a hearing? It's like, well, I didn't know I could. It's like, okay, well, you can. If there's a garnishment, all you have to do is say, I require a hearing upon this garnishment because what the court granted, say to the IRS or something like that, is causing I, a man, great harm. And I require a garnishment hearing. And then you get the garnishment you make a proposal to the court and say, this is what I can afford. Anything else will cause me harm. But people forget that very simple step. And then, like I said, to finish up, say nobody bothers to answer, which nobody ever does. And then the sheriff actually goes, since nobody ever, for the writ of attachment, all you do is have the court clerk. It's basically like a default judgment because the person failed to appear. You go to the court clerk and say, they failed to answer. They failed to, challenge the writ of attachment. Can you witness that the 21-day period is over? Yes. Now can you have the sheriff's department go execute it? And then the sheriff's department, that's their duty. Then she'll pass it along to the sheriff's department, and she'll execute the writ. And he'll execute the writ, not she. She will pass it along. The courts don't execute anything. They don't collect a dime from you. You've got to get the sheriff's department to go help you.
Right. So the sheriff's door, when you go to some counties, the sheriff's door, they usually put this big sign on their door, executioners.
That's right. That's what they are.
Yep.
They execute judgments. That's exactly what they do.
When you have a common law court, for ease of terms, can a U.S. citizen sit on the jury? Now, the reason I say that is because Richard McDonald, he would go in and he would run process papers in demanding a common law court. He did it in such a way that they would grant it to him. And part of his requirement is that no U.S. citizen could be on the jury pool.
Right. So I guess he couldn't have me then, huh?
I guess. Fire away. I'm listening.
Well, like I said, at times I'm a U.S. citizen, at times I'm not. I'm at all times I'm a man. 24 hours, 7 days a week, I am a man. But sometimes I'm a U.S. citizen, sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm a member of that family. 100% of the time, I'm a member of the Lentz family. So at times, when it suits me, when it's a benefit to me, I'll be a U.S. citizen. It's like I tell people all the time: when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1989, what happened to all those Soviet citizens who were told, if you renounce your Soviet citizenship, we'll kill you, or we'll put you on a gulag, or we'll put you in prison for the rest of your life. You couldn't leave the Soviet Union, if you were a Soviet citizen. And then in 1989, then what happened? Anybody who lived over in Russia could come and go as they please. There was no such thing as being a Soviet citizen anymore. So all I care about is it a good man who's on a jury? I don't care if it's a Russian. I don't care if it's a Polak. I don't care if it's Chinese. I just look at the man and there's just, I just want to know there's a man sitting there and that he has no duty or allegiance other than to his fellow man, that he understands that simple concept. I was on earlier, and all I was saying when I heard the man saying the courts merged law with equity, by what authority?
I don't know what scholar was talking about that. The only things that I've seen is that the administrative offices, which operate the commercial courts, merchant courts and things, and admiralty, just simply merged administrations. Instead of operating out of two buildings, they operate out of one.
You say it's a simple question. You're saying in a civil action, the courts merged law with equity. And I'm just trying to say, where does any court get the authority to do any act?
It would get it from the plaintiff.
Okay, so...
Provided he has standing.
So if they get it from the plaintiff, say the government's the plaintiff, why do you bother accepting the title of defendant? You don't have to accept the title.
Hey, I didn't say I was defendant. I make that argument all the time.
If you did, it would be very simple. Say, at this time I can't move forward and act as the defendant. And what do they say?
Well, with all, what kind of case you're talking about, too.
Any kind of case. If I just can't be bothered, I don't care if any government agency tries to come after me. Just say, I can't afford at this time to move forward as a defendant. I can't accept the title at this time. Sorry. And there's no law that requires a man to accept the title.
Right.
Okay, and that's it. And like I said, when you say that, yes, I've seen that plenty of times written where it says the courts have merged law with equity. Yeah, great, but where do they derive their authority to do anything?
Well, this is where, agency comes in, because anything that I can do by agent. Can I?
Well, I'm saying any kind of government agency, if they want to create a law, they have to go through an act of Congress.
Well,
so where do you see it in the statute? Where do you see it anywhere in the statute of law passed or ratified by Congress that the courts can merge law and equity, and that's the only way that you can move a complaint is to a civil action?
Well, it depends on if you're taking a common law action. The question, every legal question is, it depends. What are the circumstances? What are the facts? Who are you? Who is he? What are you doing here? What's your status? Who are you?
What I'm saying, you don't have to be in their courts if you don't wish to be in their courts.
Well, if you get the invitation to summons, but sometimes they'll pull you out of a car, pull you out of a house, and take you down there.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about pulling you out. I'm saying once you go in, they can't force you into anything. They can't make you go into anything. They could tell you to appear. They can invite you. They can summons you. They can invite you. But they can't force you.
All right.
So if they summons you to appear, just say at this time I can't accept such a lovely invitation. I can't come in as the title of defendant. I'm a man, and there's no law that requires me to appear as a defendant.
Well, I agree, because I want to see a valid claim, right? If somebody is coming in, there better be another man.
Well, it could be a government, but like I said, it could be the government.
Sure.
But like I said, if you want to,
if the prosecutor is acting on my behalf, or the state is acting on my behalf as in my capacity as a citizen, not that I am, but as by, anything that, if I can make the arrest, I can hire an agent to do it. Anything that I can do, an agent can do. I can hire an agent.
Well, what I'm saying is this: if the government decides to try, if somebody in the government wishes to define me as a defendant, and if I think I could beat them in their own court, I won't mind accepting the title of the defendant, because as soon as I beat them, I'm going to file a claim against them for wasting my time and bringing a false claim into the public and besmirching my good name.
Well, here's a secret that, or a hint that, or rule of thumb that one could use when they talk about jurisdiction and whether or not the court has it over you, or in personam, in rem, or whatever. When the court, when an entity brings a suit in court, it must have a real party and interest behind it. And what I mean, there must be that real man or woman who has suffered loss, harm or damage or wrong, that is suing in the name of that entity, which they can. For instance, if I have stock and I have invested money into an entity, say a corporation, a lending corporation, and they lent you money, you personally, not your straw man, but you, and you signed for it, yes, I can sue on behalf, in the name of my entity before the losses that have been incurred by your default, if you're the one that's liable on the contract.
The man is liable for the acts of his person.
I think all men are responsible for their actions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Man is responsible for the act of their person. So if your person intercourses with a bank, the man is liable. When they call the person forward, they're going to hold the man liable for the acts of the person.
Yes, unless the man was an agent acting on behalf of a principal, in which case the principal would be liable, correct?
Yeah, right. But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't, but who would be the principal then? When you sign a loan,
well,
who's benefiting it?
After I went through my little dealings with the court and stuff, I know what they told me. I know what the birth certificate is. I know how it was created and why it was created, and why it creates that legal relationship, and why it was ruled invalid.
I'm saying if you borrow money from me,
right.
if I start a little local bank, a little community bank, or I start a little community credit union, and you borrow money from me, and you borrow money from our members, there's 53 people who decided to pull their money together and loan money out to local people. Just like It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart, it was a localized bank. If somebody doesn't come up with a payment, what makes you think the local folks don't have the right to just come and seize your property and auction it off to pay the creditors who gave you the money to begin with? And what does it have to do with birth certificate?
Oh, that's perfectly possible. But the answer is it depends. Do I own absolute perfect title to the land? If I do, that creates a circumstance. Am I a citizen? Do I use the benefits and privileges of the citizenship? That's another circumstance. Am I a foreigner, or am I one of the people? That's another circumstances. And this is why while law is basic in its principles, in its circumstances of cases gets quite complicated, so it's kind of hard to apply the basic principle to certain circumstances when you have all these variables, and we can't say this is for this is the law for everybody, because what's the law for you is not what the law is for me, because I may have entered into contracts which you aren't obligated to, right?
Well, it's a very basic, simple standard that's been around for tens of thousands of years. If you borrow something from the community, you've got to give it back.
Yes.
Yeah, they expect it back. If you don't give it back, you're a dishonorable man. Why don't you just pay off your debt?
Right. I agree.
Why don't you just pay it off?
How about this? How about don't get into debt in the first place?
No, that's a wonderful thing to get into. If you need to get into debt, that's fine. I got no problem with people getting into debt, borrowing something from me. If you need to borrow something from me, you want to borrow my chainsaw? Fine, borrow my chainsaw and come back with half a cord of wood. And you can get to borrow my chainsaw. That's fine. I got no problem. And the guy said, that's great. He's going to go cut 10 cords of wood. Just give me a hand.
Carl, thanks for the offer, buddy. But I actually have a job, but I have my own chainsaw. But thanks for the offer.
What I'm saying is I would benefit because, like me personally, I have 2 chainsaws. My friend is actually borrowing one of mine right now. When he comes back with a chainsaw, I also expect to see a load of firewood in the back of his pickup truck when he brings back my chainsaw because he just cut 10 loads for himself that he sold to other people. No, that's fine. Credit is fine. Loaning to each other's neighbors, that's fine.
I agree.
Just pay back the debt. What's the big deal?
Yep.
If he gets behind and he says, look, the best I can do is 3 pieces of wood. I can't fill the back of the pickup truck. It's like, why not? Well, it was snowing. My baby had a toothache. Okay, whatever. I'm going to take him at his word. But the best he could do is give me 3 pieces of wood. I expected 300 pieces of wood, but you know what? I'm going to take him at his word. Or when he comes up the next time and wants to borrow my chainsaw, it's like, no, I don't think so, because the last time you came and you only gave me 3 pieces of wood instead of 300. You know what? I think I'm going to have to respectfully decline at this time.
Okay.
I'm going to somebody else.
Oh, that's great that you're such a nice guy, Carl.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I'll lend it to the next guy. I'm not going to. No, nice means fool. Literally, nice means fool. I'm not a nice guy. I'm not a fool. If he only bring me 3 pieces of wood when he promised me 300, I'm going to loan it to somebody else. I'm going to just stick the chainsaw on the side and say, you know what? I'm going to wait until somebody else comes by because you know what? You're not a man of your word. You're not going to give me back what you agreed to pay back. You know what? So you know what? I'll just wait for the next man. Thank you anyway.
Right, but what do we do about the gentleman who's such not a forgiving fellow or understanding person or a compassionate fellow? What about the guy who said, well, hold on, man, I have to have heat for my children. You told me you have 300 pieces of wood here, a load of wood here, and we have this contract right here.
That's why this is a Judeo-Christian land. We can go eye for eye, tooth for tooth, like the Jewish Judeo side, or we could do forgive and forget like the Christian side. We have the option in this land. It's a wonderful land.
Yes, and you're right. You can choose to forgive or you can choose to enforce. Now, the problem comes in is when we have 2 hardheads getting together and they don't want to be amenable. You know, they don't want to be nice neighbors or loving neighbors.
That's why they take it into the open public, and that's why you have the jury or the judge decide. If they can't settle it amongst themselves and they're bringing it into the public, somebody's going to step into the public, and they're going to make them settle.
Sometimes you may be the defendant, and you might have to rightfully and rightly so defend against the claim.
Of course, I got no problem with that. If some man wants to say, some little lady says I robbed her a pocketbook, maybe there's a guy who looks exactly like me, because somebody said that there's somebody who looks exactly like me somewhere in England. So if I got accused of robbing a pocketbook while I was over in England, obviously I had to defend myself. I said, ma'am, honestly, I could show the facts and I could prove that I was over here at this time. I don't know who. I might look exactly like this man, but I'm telling you, it wasn't me. I don't mind defending that. I'll say, you know, you made an honest mistake, man.
All right. Well, Carl, you're being accused, theoretically speaking, hypothetically. You're here for operating a motor vehicle upon the highways in a commercial capacity, thus in taxable and commercial activity. There may be, and not to saying that it's right, but there may be some contractual obligations that we are not aware of. Or
I'd say you're damn right. I'd say you're absolutely right. If that's what you believe I was doing, I am not here to dispute with your beliefs. If you believe in Muhammad, if you believe I was operating a commercial vehicle, blah, 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 I totally agree. And
there may be a circumstance when you are actually operating a motor vehicle in
if you believe I am, I am. That's your belief. I'm not going to try to dispel your belief. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to just say to you, prove it.
Right.
Just like that little old lady. You think I stole your pocketbook? Prove it. There's going to be elements that you're going to require, like a third-party impartial witness.
If you was listening to Carl earlier, you know, that I feel the same way. If you're going to make a claim, you better be able to prove it.
Prove it. Just prove it. Prove I was operating a commercial vehicle. Prove I was driving a car. Prove it. If you believe I was driving a car, that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, I was just taking my property from here to there and causing no harm to my fellow man. Where's the law that says I can't do that?
Right. But there's still a way, for instance, that you might want to start a business, and then, or you might become employed by that business, wherein you drive a truck, as an agent for your employer, in which case you are required to have a driver's license.
Okay. If you want to, that's fine. If you want to, that's absolutely that's nice. I mean, if you want to operate outside of out into the public, if you don't want to do it in private, yes. Should you have all these requirements by the government? Absolutely.
Yeah, remember, government itself is just an agency of the people.
Well, if you know anything about trucking right now, it's almost impossible for them to find drivers because of all their stupid, ridiculous regulations and rules. If you ever actually look inside of a tractor trailer lately, it's like a whole bunch of like kids and old ladies driving it. And guys like me don't drive no more. We're like, there's no money to be made here. Yep. So when it's almost impossible for them to find decent drivers to haul the freight, and people like, why are Walmart stores empty? Why are all these stores empty? It's like, because, they made it so ridiculous that guys don't want to drive trucks anymore. Go buy some little old lady because, you know what, we're done.
Yeah, they're beating up the interstate commerce, the people that's engaged in interstate commerce. They do have certain powers under their Constitution in regards to their property and their lands, and that's all cool, fine, and dandy. But, yeah, there is a thing we call capacity, in which we act, and a lot of times we subject ourselves. The main thing is comes from that birth certificate. There's been a record and a presumption made, and that's all fine and dandy that you run around believing it. Like you said, you can believe what you want, But I have a little dispute, and this was just in my case where they did admit. They had the gall to say that I was an infant of unknown parentage and an illegitimate child on the record that the birth certificate comes from, but realizing that the birth certificate is an instrument. And you know what an instrument is, Carl, don't you?
Yeah, but the only problem is you keep using the word they. They doesn't have a vocal cord. A man would have to say. A man would have to be making all these accusations against you. All you have to do is call out the man. Just call out the man. Who's the man who's saying that? Is there a man speaking in this court? Where's that man? Why don't you just call out the man? If you're saying that this is what they make a presumption and assumption in a court, and they're moving a court saying birth certificate, this, just say who's the man who's speaking at this time. I don't think I was properly introduced. Have the man appear, come before the court.
Yep.
He's not going to appear because there is no man that's going to appear.
Right, and that's what I say all the time. There is not going to be no one is going to come in there and attest to the accuracy or the honesty of that instrument. Nobody.
Regardless of the instrument, it's the first time anybody opens up their mouth in court. You say, what man is speaking at this time? Is there a man been sworn in? Is there a man who is given testimony at this time? And it's funny if you ask that question, the judge will say. 9 times out of 10, he says, nobody's giving testimony today.
What if the judge come out and told you the truth? He said, okay, Mr. Lentz, here's the deal, or Carl, whatever you want to be called yourself, call yourself toaster oven. It doesn't make any difference to me. But here's the truth of the situation. I have a state agency over here, which is a third party in relationship to the agency that you operate under the United States. Not saying that you are, but that most people do. But you're over here operating the agency, and even though we don't have jurisdiction over you, technically, we do have jurisdiction over that agency and its estate. And if the agent should act without the scope of authority, we will have jurisdiction over you. Because as far as I'm concerned here in Kentucky, someone that comes from a foreign state, they have to...
Just say the judge, are you willing to testify to that?
Yes, I'm willing to testify to that.
He won't do it. He will not do it. He will not. Tell me the last time you've seen a judge get off the bench, come around the corner, put his hand on the Bible, and testify to that.
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself, and I'm going to be witness because I know personally.
When was the last time you saw that? When was the last time you saw that?
Well, I have the record. I have evidence right here that leads me to believe that yes, you do operate a state agency. There's your signature. Yep. There's the instrument. Yes.
Did he witness it? Was he there? So when you get the chance to cross-examine, if the judge came around the bench and he sat on the witness box, you'd have the opportunity to cross-examine and say, did you witness the signature? Do you have the chain of custody of that document? How do you know that document hasn't been altered? How do you know that's not a forgery? Where's the chain of command? That piece of paper is something.
The first thing I would ask you is, who are you? As a judge, the first thing I would ask you, who are you? And you would say?
The judge would come around the bench. He's a man. Only a man can testify.
I'm asking, I have a case here before me. It's the county of Steal-A-Lot versus Mr. Karl Lentz. You Mr. Karl Lentz?
It depends on who's asking.
The court is asking. I, as the judge.
The court, the court is the plaintiff. The court is the plaintiff. The judge is just there to bear witness for what happens in the court.
Well, before I can move forward or anything, I got to make sure I have the proper parties in front of me. Are you Karl Lentz or aren't you?
It depends on who summons me to appear. Who summons me to appear?
The county of...
I don't recognize the county. I've never been properly introduced. I have no idea who this county is.
You do not recognize the county, that's fine, but the people of this county who formed this government and formed this municipal corporation has authorized this county administration to have the jurisdiction to oversee these matters involving this subject matter of this case.
Is there any of the people here? Is there any of the people here today?
Mr. Lentz, I'll play the role, okay? For fun? I'll play the role. Mr. Lentz, I'm here to deal with the business that is before the court today. And the business before the court today has to do with an accusation and charge against a Mr. Karl Lentz. Are you Mr. Karl Lentz or aren't you?
Have you not received a notice?
Would you please sit down, because this has nothing to do with...
My notice is before the court. My answer is before the court. I have properly answered this court well in advance of today.
All right. And I'm looking at the document here that you entered. I can't understand the name here. What's your name again?
My answer is before the court.
So you don't have a name?
I produced a... My answer is before the court. I've got nothing else to say.
Well, good.
My answer is now before the court. My answer is before the court.
Would you please sit down and let the court handle its business then, please?
No problem. I'm out of here. Have a nice day. Goodbye-bye.
Go ahead.
Have a nice day.
Okay. Mr. Karl Lentz has not showed up today. I'm issuing a warrant for Karl Lentz.
I already told you. The notice is before the court. I already answered it days ago, weeks ago, months ago. I've already answered the court.
That's fine. That's fine. Whoever you are, I don't know. But bailiff interrupts my court again. Would you escort him out of my courtroom, please?
And if the bailiff walked near me, I'd say, sir, if you put one hand, if you touch me, I will own you. I will sue you for everything you've got. You have no right to touch another man.
All right.
I do not give you authority to touch me.
Well, then I'm requesting that you leave or be escorted.
I have as much right to occupy this place on planet Earth as anybody else. As a matter of fact, I was summoned here.
All right.
I was invited here.
Could I see the proof that you have the right to be here?
Yeah, the summons.
You have the evidence.
The summons. The summons is before the court.
And who the summons is the name? What name is the summons in?
Somebody named Mr. County.
So you are Mr. Karl Lentz. Does the person today?
It depends on who's asking. Who's asking?
I'm simply trying to ascertain whether or not you are the person that is being
I only have a duty and obligation to answer to my fellow man. Are you a man? Is that a man speaking to me?
No, actually, Mr. Lentz, I'm going to tell you the truth. Like I said, if you were listening before, this is where a third-party agency of the Commonwealth of Kentucky has charged an agency and an entity and franchise of the United States. And the franchise of that United States entity is called...
I already put an answer. Look, all I would say, the answer is before the court. A man now is before this court.
Okay, well, this case doesn't involve a man, Mr. Lentz.
Well, then why did you summons me to appear?
You are on record as being the registered agent for service of process for the citizen and entity Karl Lentz.
You know what I can say? You know what I can say to him? Say, yes, I am. Oh, but now watch this. No, you know what? I don't wish to accept that title any longer. I don't feel there's a benefit. Now there's a man before you. Now you're just dealing with the man. Yes, the person appeared. The person appeared. Yes, I appeared now as a person. Oh, now watch. Now I'm evoking common law. No, now I only wish for the man to appear. Sorry. But the person appeared? Yes, the person appeared. The person appeared for about a microsecond. I said, yeah, the person known as Karl Lentz is here. Oh, yeah, by the way, I see no benefit in acting as a person any longer. Now I'm a man. Now the man
I'm going to explain to people why I said what I said, because, see, Karl doesn't know who he is in relationship to the person, Karl Lentz, because if we go to the video of the judge bows the sovereign, let's not listen to the guy who's sitting there claiming to be the administrator. Let's listen to the judge and why he got upset. It's because he knows you're a man. The judge knows you're a man. He asked the man, he said, are you Keith Wolford Thompson? And the guy said, no, I'm Keith. I'm the administrator. And the judge said, you're not Keith Wolford Thompson? He said, no. He said, no, that's not me. And the judge tells him to sit down. And the reason he tells him to sit down is because if you're not Keith Wolford Thompson and you're not interested, what are you doing here?
Okay, like I said, the only problem with that is you can't accept to stand in the capacity of a person. You say, yes, I am a person. The only problem is I'm not a person in which you have jurisdiction over. I'm not a person within your legal society.
But the person that you use that is in the name of your house is in the name of your car is and all the property that you got through the system is in the name of a person of the subject to the jurisdiction of which I have jurisdiction over. If we listen to the judge, what the judge says in that situation, he tells the guy, he says, you are either him or you are his agent. And Karl, if you are not him, that person, or his agent, please sit down and quit bothering my court, because this has to do.
That's right, because look, one more time, I would not appear in somebody else's court without my notice before the court that I am also moving my court in this court. At the same time, the other side is occupying this courthouse. In this courtroom, there's two courts going on. There's the county courts going on, and there's called the man's court going on.
Well, we're pressing charges against this entity right here called Karl Lentz.
Like I said, look, when we did this in England, the people I helped, 3 of them, as soon as the judge was done, they said they had 5 counts against them. Count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty. Count 4, guilty. Count 5, guilty. Now, for the common law side of the court, with the claim of the man that had now before this court, all 5 counts are discharged. Have a nice day, folks. Boom. Because they understand the hierarchy of the common law. Yes, I said we are guilty of all those 5 counts. 5 counts, 500, 5,000 counts. We are guilty as charged. No doubt about it. I'm sure this honorable man from the Crown prosecutor, I'm sure he's a diligent man, and I'm sure he knows every single nuance about every single code. I'm sure he got case law precedent under his belt. I'm sure he's the most learned attorney barrister that you people could find. Absolutely. The only problem is we stand upon a common law land. This is England, right? I looked around and said, this is still England. This isn't France, right? Yeah, that's right. This is England. It's still a common law land, correct? Yeah. There's a claim before the court as a man. You have 2 courts proceeding now at this time. You have the code, the civil code going on, and you got the code of common law. You got the court of common law moving.
Right.
So, am I guilty? You better believe I'm guilty. You better believe the person known as Karl Lentz and these other people are guilty as charged through the bar, through the bar association, through the Crown. Absolutely. The only problem is we are not a person, because a person is a man who ascribes to be within a certain society, and according to his rank, that society may impose upon him certain duties and obligations. The only problem is I am a man, correct, but I am not a person within the legal society nor the Crown society. I am just a common law man. I do not have any affiliation to any bar association or any legal society. So if the legal society or the Crown or the bar is filing a claim or a complaint that I'm guilty of something, I'm sure I am. The only problem is they cannot impose upon me because I am not a person within their society.
Well, that works for a lot of the so-called legislative will or legislative acts. I agree with you there. But, what happens when we have somebody who does business, let's say you do business out of Virginia and you do business with somebody in India? What law governs?
You better believe I'm in the public. You better believe whatever the government's involved, any government entity. Once I leave my private property, I'm at the mercy of the United States government or the Indian government or anything in between.
Or whatever you agree to, right?
Well, it doesn't matter whether they agree or not. They got the guns and they're going to protect their borders. They're going to protect their borders.
I'd see that a little bit differently, and only because it makes sense to me. If for instance, take your Skype program. When you install Skype or a computer program on your computer, you agreed to something. Hey, yeah, I didn't read it. I didn't know. I don't understand it. I'm not subject to it. Well, you may or may not be, but that'll be something the courts that will decide, especially if they have jurisdiction over the subject matter and the person. Right?
Skype isn't private. Skype is public.
You're right, Carl. You're not a person, but you can.
Skype is public. You better believe I could be held liable for what I do on Skype. It's not private. Look, if I wanted to go to Cuba and deal with Fidel Castro and put 10,000 kilos of cocaine on my boat, and as soon as I get to the United States, I put it on my truck and I take it home to my house, there's not a damn thing any government entity could do to me because I've not exposed the public. Everything has been done in the private. Everything to this point. Everything to that point has been done in the private. Now, if I take that cocaine and I put it on an LTL, if I put it on a less than low common carrier, and I put it on a freight train, then I expose the public to danger. Then I can be held liable.
Let's take your theory and let's put it into practice. You take a boat down to Cuba. When you get the cocaine on the boat, you call me and tell me what port you're coming in, and I'll call the feds down there, and we'll see.
Yes, you keep it in the private. As long as it's the private, there's nothing they can do. It's the same thing with it's just called the domestic authority doctrine, just like Hillary Clinton said. She said, "Look, sir, Hillary Clinton explained what the domestic authority doctrine means. She's like, we would love to trespass onto somebody else's territory. We would love to go into somebody else's dominion. We would love to cross a border. We would like to break and enter. We would love to do it. But the domestic authority doctrine, which the United States ascribed this, we can't enter into a sovereign land. We can't do it."
I got a question. Can I build a nuclear weapon here in my room in private and not be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States?
Absolutely. If you know how to move it. If you know how to hold yourself in court. If you know how to hold
I'm telling you, listen to me. I'm going to come over and arrest you, Carl. I'm going to bust down your door. I'm going to snatch you up.
Come on, Bob. Come on over, Bob. You could threaten me all you wish. You could trespass, and then I'm going to file a claim of trespass, and I'm going to require you to return my property.
It's not you personally. I'm just saying, if there's somebody over here endangering someone's life, I have the power. See, that's why the government is going to arrest you. It's because
endangering. How am I endangering somebody's life? Whatever I do in my privacy in my home, how am I endangering you?
If you're over there building a nuclear weapon, Carl.
That's right. I could be doing all kinds of things over here that the government could say might endanger somebody. So what? They understand property. They understand the concept of property. Look, we don't live in Nazi Germany. You can't just come kicking indoors.
Look,
I had a phone call. There's a phone call up on YouTube, and it says Karl Lentz and Deanna lady. And there's cops knocking on her door. There's a captain of the sheriff's department. They have social workers out there. They got 3 squad cars out there. They got a warrant for her arrest and the pickup order of the baby. They could not get through her door because I kept telling her, throw notes out to these people. Keep talking to them through the door. And then they finally left. Yes, they had a pickup order for the baby. Yes, they had a warrant for her arrest.
Yeah, but that's not a nuclear weapon, Carl.
It doesn't matter. I am telling you. You could say that they're going to do it. Fine, but you could also make a claim that you want your property back. It's your property. It's just like, okay, you have the mind. Say you have the mind that has the ability to create a nuclear weapon. What are they going to do? Take your mind from you? Brainwash you? Dumb you down?
It's like this. The only reason the government agencies have any power at all is because it comes from us, because we have that power. You right now, if I witness a felony cognizable under the laws of the United States, I'll arrest you. I'm indemnified.
Okay. Look at all the knowledge that you have in your brain right now. Look at all the knowledge you have in your brain right now, and you're a very severe threat to the government as they exist. You're a very threatening man to the judicial system. You are threatening to them at every level because you are so smart. What are they going to do? Come in and erase your brain?
Well, no, but being so smart doesn't endanger people.
Oh yeah, it endangers their whole way of life. It's going to be chaos. You're going to overthrow the entire judicial system. The legal bar association is going to fall down to ruins. The IRS is going to be dissolved because you are so smart, and you're going to teach these people so much knowledge that you're going to knock the government down to the core. What are they going to do? Erase your brain?
I'm telling them to use it. I'm telling them to use the government. See, because I can distinguish the difference between government and government agents.
Okay. Well, like I said, just because somebody believes that what you're doing is dangerous, if you're doing it in the private, there's nothing they can do about it.
I agree. That's why I stay private.
That's right. It's just private. There's nothing they can do. They can't trespass. They got to go. They got to go try to get warrants. They got to try to get all this ridiculous nonsense. Search warrants. They got to try to get everything before they come into your home.
Sure.
And then once they come in, there's a warrant. You say, "Oh, lovely! I love warrants. Come into my home. Come into my home and take my nuclear device. I've got no problem with that." Oh, and you did remember to attach that bond to the warrant, right? Because that nuclear bomb cost me $1 million to make. So you got $1 million bond attached to that, right? And you can take everything you want, but you're not stealing. You're going to compensate me.
Right.
Yeah. So just make a claim for compensation.
I'll have that big fat check ready for you when you get out of prison.
Why would I go to prison?
Well, a lot of people go to prison, Paul.
Because they don't know how to get in and out of court.
Well, I agree.
They might know how to make a nuclear bomb, but that doesn't mean they know how to get out of court. They might know how to every little nuance about the IRS, like earn shift, but he has no clue how to get in and out of court.
I agree. Just
because you're a master at bankruptcy or mortgages or credit card or anything, can you get in and out of court? That's the trick. Just because you guys are so freaking smart with these birth certificates, can you get in and out of court? Can you hold your own in court?
Listen, Carl, I've settled my issues. I no longer have issues with the birth certificate. It's fixed. It doesn't make me smart. It just so happens I ran across a little nice piece of gold nugget information that told me what the birth certificate is, and I pursued it, and I won. All right? That means I went all the way straight from the state court to the federal court, back to the administrative. No disputes is my claim. I'm waiting for settlement. Why? Because I know what this birth certificate is, and I know this is the matrix that they tie all their legal bullshit on.
So you got a speeding ticket. So you got a speeding ticket, and you used a birth certificate?
No.
So what was the case?
Because, see, this is what I'm saying, Carl. I was having some issues, like a lot of people do, deciding what was going on. And yes, I've listened to you quite a bit, and I agree with a lot of stuff you say. But the thing is that I have an instrument here.
Okay, what case were you involved with? That you had to use a birth certificate, or you had to dispel the belief of the birth certificate? What case were you involved with? Traffic ticket, parking,
My case. I brought a declaratory judgment. See,
you wanted the court to give you a DJ, and that proves what?
Well, it gives me evidence. And then once I had my declaratory judgment telling me what the birth certificate is, and when they told me that I was operating a state agency, then
a DJ is just an opinion of a judge prior to a lawsuit.
And
that's all. It's just an opinion, dude. A DJ is just an opinion. It doesn't mean that when you actually pursue it through an actual court, that DJ can even be used in a court opinion.
Oh, yes, it can. Well, I don't know what DJ you've been reading, but here, all law, statutes, and ordinances in conflict with the declaratory judgment is hereby repealed. Here in Kentucky, my declaratory judgment repealed all their statutes.
Just because you get a DJ, say you and Sue and me, and just because you got a DJ in your favor by some judge who gives you an opinion, doesn't mean that once I actually get before trial by jury that your DJ is going to hold any weight whatsoever with the jury.
Oh, yes, it was.
You got a DJ from a judge. Did you get a DJ from a jury? Did you get it from a jury? Did you get the DJ from the jury?
Newly constituted court, having authority over the subject matter.
Did you get it over? Did you get the DJ from a judge, or do you get DJs from juries?
Well, there was no dispute as to the facts, so there was no need for
you get DJ from judges. You could take your DJ from the judge, and I say, you know what? Show it to the jury. I'll see it in a real court.
What I need it for is the evidence to bring my case.
That's fine. Bring your case, and I'm going to tell you, bring it before the jury. Take your DJ and bring it before the jury.
I don't have to. Listen, Carl. I don't have to take it in front of the jury when the defendant doesn't dispute the facts.
What I'm trying to say is, if I just made a simple example, if you were suing me and you wanted to say, I want to get a declaratory judgment to see if my line of defense should be on my property or should it be on your property, and you could take it to the judge, and the judge gives you a DJ in your favor, I'd say, you know what? That's a lovely opinion from that judge. He's just one judge. You know what? I'm still going to take me into court. I'm going to still take your ass into court, and we're going to see what the jury has to say about this. I don't give a damn about a DJ.
Okay.
That's just the opinion of one judge.
It is binding upon the parties to declaratory judgment. So you're thinking
it's not fine. It's not fine. Look, it has no impact. You can't enforce a DJ. It's just a declaratory judgment of what will happen if you take this into a full-blown trial by jury, a full-blown court.
No. See, this is where your presumption is wrong. No, I have an instrument, and under the Declaratory Judgments Act, I am entitled to a declaration of my rights and duties concerning this instrument. If I'm unsure or uncertain as to my status, which I was,
that's fine. Dude, you could get all that you want, and I'm still going to drag your ass into a full-blown court.
Right.
That's fine. You could still take your DJ and now show it to the jury and prove it. Because you know what? Just because you got it from a judge, one 80-year-old guy or a 16-year-old girl, I don't care who this judge was who made this DJ, gave you this DJ, I don't really give a rat's behind. I'm still going to invoke the right to take you before trial by jury. And you can show them all the DJs you want. And if I can convince the jury that I'm correct, oh well, the jury is going to award me. And then I could get that judgment from the jury executed. You're not going to get a DJ executed to take property from me. That ain't going to happen.
Well, it would depend on the legal relationship between us and what was being declared.
What I'm trying to say is you're not going to get a DJ. I'm not going, like I said, if I wanted the DJ, it's just to get an opinion of what would happen when there's a full-blown trial, before a full-blown trial gets commenced.
Well, yeah,
it saves the party's expenses. It's supposed to save society, the court system, money. You're supposed to go get a DJ when you guys are like, you know what, we're really not sure if we're really going to take this into an open court or not. We really don't know where we stand. So, Judge, can you give us your learned opinion? And you know what? With your opinion, maybe we'll not take this into a full-blown trial. Maybe we will settle it. Maybe we will take a DJ and say, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was right. Thank you very much. I was like, you know what, Judge? I don't give a damn what you say. You know what? I'm still
You're approaching one aspect of the declaratory judgment. There's other purposes for a declaratory judgment.
Like what?
I have an instrument, and I went and got my rights declared, and it's binding upon the parties. Yes, it can be reviewed. It can be appealed just like any other court case. But as far as it concerns the parties, it's binding upon the parties. Now, that doesn't mean a contract. I'm talking about this instrument here, and I'm talking about my status.
Okay, like I said, a DJ is just an opinion. Now, like I said, it's like going to an arbitrator. Just because the arbitrator says this is how I rule.
I can go down and get an opinion from a butcher concerning my brain tumor, but I'd rather have it from a medical professional, wouldn't you?
Well, all I'm saying is that a DJ is just an opinion of one judge. Now, if you want to make it so that the decision of the arbitrator is binding to the parties, you guys could enter into arbitration and say, just like when people have contracts when they sign up for a job, if you're an employee, and when you read the contract, it says, if you want to sue me, I'm your employer, I'm Coca-Cola. If you want to sue me, you can't take me into a full-blown court. You can't take me to your local district court. If you want to sue me, you have to go through some employment mediating arbitrator that the state of California provides for employees disputes, and you sign that contract. And then you'd have to go through mediation arbitration. Just saying that with a DJ, you say, okay, we go through a DJ. If you and I look, we'll go through a DJ and we'll allow the judgment of that that judgment of that judge, that DJ, to be binding on us, fine. Or if you say, look, you go get your DJ all you want, dude. I don't give a damn. I don't want no part of your DJ. You want to sue me? Sue me. Well, I'm going to take a DJ against you. Dude, you get all the effing opinions you want.
Carl,
you're going to have no impact on me.
Carl, this has nothing to do with you. It has to do with me and this instrument.
What instrument?
Why don't you go listen to the beginning of the show and listen to my call?
You're talking about a birth certificate just because the judge gives one judge gives you an opinion of any instrument, a bond, certificate, a birth certificate, land certificate, whatever certificate. Just because one judge gives you an opinion of a certificate, I'm still going to move against you. If I still think I'm in the right, I don't give a damn what one judge says. I'm going to still drag you into a court and have a full-blown jury.
Well, come on.
That's right.
I got a legal opinion and a declaratory judgment by court. What do you got?
I don't need anything. I'm going to go into the jury. I'm going to present my case to the jury.
Ooh.
That you are in the wrong and that I have done no wrong, that you have done wrong. And I don't give a damn.
Unfortunately, Carl, this is not in common law jurisdiction. You're not entitled to a jury trial. This is an administrative hearing under federal admiralty jurisdiction. That's
lovely. Then you've got my notice before the court that I am not a person bound in admiralty. I'm not a person bound
great.
in administrative.
You go sit down, and I'll just rape your person.
That's right. No, the person did appear, and the person gave you a notice that he's a man. He is not a person. The person did appear. The person known as Karl Lentz did appear, and he gave you notice that he's not appearing in admiralty. He's not appearing in an administrative court. He's not appearing in any kind of legal statute. He's appearing in your court as a man. Yes, he is a person.
No,
but he is a man.
No, you're missing the whole point, brother. The charge isn't against you.
So let them get the guilty verdict against the person, because I also put my claim before the court that I am a man, and I'm also going to put the claim before the court that you have no jurisdiction or authority to bind my person under your jurisdiction. So you're going to find Karl Lentz guilty in your world. The only problem is I don't exist in your world.
Of course you're a man, Mr. Lynch. Who else would be the agent for the person before the court? What do you mean you're a man? Yes, I'm a living man. Yes.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dead man. Why would I put an adjective? I'm a man.
You're a living man. So what does that have to do with it?
Because only another man has the capacity to move me. Only another man has power over me.
Listen, they're not moving you in the court. They're moving the organization in the court.
They can move any person they wish. They could.
Wait a minute. Carl, take a breath. Take a deep breath. In and out. Calm down. Okay, one at a time, gentlemen. Otherwise, I can't understand either one of you.
And I'm going to be done. Look, Carl, if you're not the person on the docket and you're not the agent of the person on the docket, what are you doing there?
I am a person. Like I said to you a billion times if you listen to my show. When I went there with the Punjabis, I said, we are persons. But persons not of your society, so you have no jurisdiction. And no matter what your society says about us, that we're ugly, we're fat, we're guilty, we're not guilty, we're rich, we're poor, we're tall, we're short, we don't effing care. Because you can't hold what you believe is a person under your jurisdiction and control. You can't hold us liable. Because we are a man. You see man here. On this side is man. And we have jurisdiction, we have responsibilities to those of our society. We are not of your society. So we're clearing this up beyond any shadow of a doubt. We are not members of your society. We are outside of your society. We are idiots. You can't move somebody who's incompetent.
Listen. I have a record here, a deed that tells me an organization was organized. This organization is being charged. Now, what are you doing here again?
I have no clue because I speak no legalese. And there's no law that requires me to answer in legalese. Now, I have a duty and obligation to speak. No, dude, you let me answer. Dude, you asked me the question. I'm going to answer you. Dude, I'm answering the question. I have no duty or responsibility or liability to speak a language in which I'm not competent in. I told you I was an idiot in legalese. This is a legal matter. I do not speak in legalese. I have a duty and obligation to speak to my fellow man. Now, is there a man before this court that claims I've done wrong? Yes or no? If there is no man who's claiming I've done anything wrong, there is no point in me to move anything further through this court. And you can't move anything against me. I'm a man.
You're free to leave whenever you want.
And I'm free to stay as long as I want.
This has nothing to do with a man. I have a state agency charging this organization here. You said you're not an organization.
That's lovely. Then why did you?
You quit, please, disturbing my court. Go. I don't
why did you? Then why did you summons me to appear? Then why did you summons me to appear?
I did not summons you to appear. I summoned the organization. But what I did do is I served the registered agent for service of process. But the man who acts as agent for service of process is an idiot and don't know what the fuck to do with it.
That's fine. Like I said, they have no jurisdiction over the man. I don't want to be competent in their legalese. And there's no law that requires me to be competent in legalese. There's nothing for me to answer to the other side because the other side is not speaking to me because it's speaking to me in a foreign language.
All I'm saying, Carl, is why are you here disturbing my court if this organization is not you and you have no interest in it? Why are you here bugging me in my court?
Why am I here? Is because you had some cops drag my ass in here at the end of a gun.
Oh, I did I?
Yeah.
Get some evidence of this?
Yeah, these two clowns standing right here with a gun pointing to my head.
Because there's different circumstances. Now, what goes on, Carl, is when they serve the service of process, the reason they bring it to the people, and you might want to think about this when you talk about your angle, the person that is being served is an organization. It's an agency. And the reason they're bringing it to the man.
They're handing it to the man. Dude, they're handing it to the man.
Yeah,
they're handing it to me physically.
Because he's the registered agent for service of process for the
They're handing it to the man.
All entities must have a registered.
And I gave them a notice that they handed it to a man. See, when they handed me that summons, I immediately answered within 3 minutes, I'm already writing a letter to the other side. I said, do you realize you just summons the man? Do you realize you have no jurisdiction and control authority over a man? Can you show me where this jurisdiction authority derives?
This has nothing to do with the man.
Yes, it does, because I wrote dude, when you summons me to appear to your costume party, when you summons me to appear to your court, when you summons me to appear, I'm going to RSVP you so effing fast your head's going to spin. You summons me to appear, I want to know exactly who do you believe I am, and by what authority do you think that you have control over me?
Please.
I'm not going to wait 3 months, 6 months, or a year when you get me into a courtroom and start asking these ridiculous questions. As soon as I get a summons, I'm writing back to you immediately, and I'm saying, just who the fuck do you think I am?
Okay, Carl, let KW respond now.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say one more thing, and it's the most important thing. Because, see, when we have people like Carl show up to court and he doesn't know what's going on, it causes a big ruckus and things happen. Not to say that Carl doesn't have principle law. He's got good stuff. But one thing he doesn't understand is what is an entity, a person, and who the registered agent for that entity is. They're not serving the man. They're bringing the service of process to the man.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me explain a little simpler. They delivered to me something in a letter, right? They deliver something to me in a package, a letter. They deliver me anthrax. Okay, they put anthrax in an envelope. Okay, it caused me harm. Okay, they put summons in there. Look, dude, I'm answering the question. You served me something.
I didn't ask a question.
You served. Look,
listen to what I'm saying. Let me say what I got to say.
You're saying somebody like me is going to start a disturbance in the courtroom. I am not. The minute that I get something handed to me, and there's a letter in there, and it's threatening, or it's saying you're going to go to jail, or it's saying that you're going to get fined, or it's got anthrax in there, it's going to cause me harm, I'm going to immediately write back and say, just who is responsible for threatening me? Who is committing this act against the man?
I want everybody who's listening in my group to take no note of Carl's position, because once we understand why they're bringing you the service of process, you'll get it. All right, Carl doesn't get it, and I hope everybody in my group does get it, that when some man shows up in the court hollering why the judge gets upset. Because
I don't have to, dude, I'm writing it all. Dude, they don't summons me to appear and then I have to appear in 1 minute. When they serve you the summons to appear, it's like 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. I am telling you, as soon as they serve me, I'm going to say, who is this clown who's dragging my body and who's interrupting my life? I have the right to be let alone. I've only got so many minutes and so many seconds left on planet Earth. Who the hell is the fool that's crazy enough to summons my body to appear under threat? Who's going to threaten me with a gun? Who's threatening me with jail time? No, I want to know the name of this man who thinks that he can control my body.
Address my issue, please. See, you're under the presumption that when they bring that service of process to you and hand it to you in your hand, you think it's you.
I know if they're going to come at me with a gun. If I don't take it seriously, dude, if I don't take it seriously, they're going to come at me with a gun, right?
Brother, listen to me.
If I don't answer, dude, if I don't show up, they're coming at me with a gun, right?
Hey, you know God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, and you should probably listen twice as much as you speak. Now, if you let me say what I'm going to say here, you can have the floor. What I'm saying is when they bring the service of process to you, the reason they are bringing it to you is because you are on file as being the registered agent for that entity. Now, if you go into court and say, yes, I'm the agent for that entity, you don't have to claim only a man can be the agent. An entity can do no thing. Of course they're going to bring it to the man because an entity could do no thing. It must be done by agent. So when they are you trying to tell me an attorney can't be an agent? I said nothing like that. What are you talking about?
Can an attorney be an agent for the principal?
God, man. Listen to me.
Yeah, he can. The attorney can be an agent for the principal. Yes, and the attorney bears no liability for the acts of the principal. I am just telling you something very simple. If somebody summons me to appear in court, I understand that if I don't comply with their service to appear, whether it's man on man or government on man, or if you're serving me a summons to appear, and I don't appear, you could have them drag me into court by gunpoint.
Okay, well, what if you're just a dumbass and presuming that they're summoning you to court, but they're really not summoning you to court, they're summoning the organization to court, and you just show up making a big scene?
Okay, well, like I said, if you're mentally retarded, you want me to play the role of a mentally retarded. What do you want me to do?
Well, what I'm saying is, don't presume when you can serve that process that is for you. The reason they're giving it to you, Carl, is because you're the registered agent for that person.
And how would somebody who's super simple, who's like a third grade education, has any clue that they're a registered agent for anything?
Well, they go down and sign papers all the time. They get
whatever if they can't read or write? Like my dad. My dad couldn't read or write English. He didn't sign any damn thing. Okay, so you tell me I'm super stupid. I can't read or write. I can't sign a damn thing.
Okay.
So you summons me to appear, and every man on planet Earth knows how to say who. Every man on planet Earth knows how to say.
To appear, I summoned an organization to appear. And when I summoned this organization, I got some crazy madman showing up telling me he's a man and that he's not. I don't even know what he's doing here.
Can you show me any summons? Can you show me any summons that ever existed? Can you show me any summons that you ever seen on planet Earth that says we summons the organization to appear?
No, it says we summons a name. It's got a name.
That's what I'm saying. But no, you keep saying, like a broken record, that they're serving a summons for the organization to appear. I've never seen a summons that say the organization to appear.
It's the organization's name. An organization is a person, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is, but it doesn't say that on the summons. It says Karl Lentz.
That's right, and that's the legal name.
It doesn't say, it doesn't, but you keep saying the summons says for the organization to appear. It doesn't say the organization to appear.
Listen, that's the legal name of the person, the legal name of the registered
dude, an organization. Dude, I am a corporate. Dude, I am a corporate. Dude, if you actually look, if you looked up the word organization or corporation, it's the joining of two parties. My mom and my dad created this corporation, this corpse known as Karl Lentz. I am a corporate.
On this birth certificate instrument, there's a third party called the state.
No, it's not. It's not a third party in the same. It's not a third party within a third dimension. It's a second dimensional. It's not. That has no bearing over the man. A piece of paper can't bind a man. A piece of paper can't control man. It's not the same. It's the birth certificate.
Every day, a piece of paper puts men in jail every day. You sign that paper, you take a contract with your.
Bruce, okay, why would you be stupid enough to sign a piece of paper if you don't know what it is?
I wouldn't, but a lot of people have.
So then that's their dumbass. If they sign their soul over to the devil and they go to hell, well, gee, what did they expect?
All right, well, what do you expect when you go into court and you think you're somebody you're not and hollering all that crazy stuff when all you have to do is go in there as the agent? Yes, Your Honor, I am here. I am the authorized representative for that person. The defendant neither admits nor denies any wrongdoing, but is authorized me to settle the charges. Here's the authorization papers, and here's the authorized signature. Take care of it, Judge.
This is the creditors in commerce spiel that you're doing.
It's not creditors in commerce.
It's exactly what it is. You're accepting all the liability, responsibility for the principal. Yeah, no. This is exactly what creditors in commerce promoted.
Am I the principal or the agent? Who's liable, the principal or the agent? Well, the answer is it depends on the circumstances. But you would know that if you knew about the law of agency. So
you're telling me if you blew through a stop sign and you were drunk, or you blew a bullet through some kid's head, you think that spiel is going to work in court?
No.
So where's that going to work?
It's going to work any time that there's presentments against this organization. I am not an organization. Do you agree?
No, I am an organization. My parents assembled me by joining.
Reason and logic just went out the window later, folks.
What I'm saying is if you actually look up corps or corporation, it's when two entities get together and merge. My mom and dad merged together and they created this corps, this corporation. By incorporating, they created me. And this creditors in commerce stuff, where's it going to work? Like this guy, the last creditors in commerce nonsense that was one of the last ones I ever heard was this tugboat captain said, "Oh, I gave this promissory note to a site draft to a judge to pay off all the debt for having kiddie porn on my computer." And then the judge said, "Okay, fine. You know what? We're going to see if this promissory note, if this site draft is any good, and we can find you at this location. Yeah, okay, well, you're free to leave." And when I found out that site draft was a joke, obviously the sheriff's department went down there to go get him. And his wife called me up and said, Carl, my husband did his credits in commerce nonsense, accepted full liability of insurance, the agent, the principal, known as blah, 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 blah. He says, and he's out on the ocean now, hiding out in his tugboat. What can we do? I said, look, just ask the prosecuting attorney, is there a debt outstanding to society? What is the cost of what my husband has been charged with? And ask him if he could settle the debt and pay off the debt with green dollars. And if all you got is $2 green a week, just make the offer. They'll accept it. They're easy to work with. As long as they're seeing that you're willing to accept the debt, you're willing to accept the charge, you're willing to accept it and say, fine, you know what? I really don't want to study too much about law. I really don't want to understand what a man is compared to what an entity is, what a corporation is. You know what? I'm willing to play the driver's license game. Fine, I'll keep the driver's license. I'll keep birth certificates. I'll keep credit cards. You know what? But the best I could do on this traffic ticket, sir, like I did back in 1992, he gave me a $300 fine. I said the best I could do is $5 a week for 60 weeks. And he said, can you do $6 for 50 weeks? I said, sir, then I'd be a liar. I'd be going back on my word. I gave you my word. It's 5 for 60. If I could pay it all off in 2 days, believe me, I will pay early. But you're going to cause harm to I and my family if you require me to pay more than $5 a week. I got 2 kids and a wife to take care of. And right now, that was over moonshine. Over this moonshine charge, I lost my job. So I know this honorable court does not want to cause any harm to man. Is that not true? He's like, fine. See the court clerk work out arrangements of payments. I said, thank you, sir. Have a nice day. Just accept the damn charge. That's fine. I got no problem accepting the charges. Just like when I was over in England, I totally accepted the charges. I said, I guarantee this barrister, this crown, so I guarantee this crown prosecutor, I guarantee he's got these 3 Punjabis dead to right. I guarantee in legalese, these Punjabis, the 5 charges they've been charged with, they could have been charged with 50 or 500 charges. You know what? I'm sure this very learned man from the Bar Association, from the Crown, I'm sure he's got all his ducks in a row, and I'm sure he could prove his case beyond a shadow of a doubt. The only problem is there's another case before this court. It's called the common law case. And I require this court to hear this matter at the same time that it's proceeding through this court from the Crown. I put one thing on my website today, which I think is really good. It's a plaque that the Bar Association erected here in Virginia explaining the common law. explaining why the common law is so important upon this land and how the common law protects the liberties of the individuals against the Crown, against the Bar Association. That when an individual goes up against the Crown or the Bar Association, man could always, well, it says individual, the individual could always rely upon the common law to put the Crown or put the Bar in its place. And this plaque was erected in Virginia here, and it says right underneath there, this plaque is dedicated or erected here at this Jamestown Colony site by the Bar Association of Virginia in 1959. So the Bar Association does recognize the existence of the common law. It does recognize that the common law is man's right to protect itself from Crown, which Crown means the Bar Association. When you go against the Crown in Canada, or you're going against the Crown in England, you're going against the Bar Association. You're going against the codes. You're going against the statutes. You're not going after the Queen of England, because there is no Queen of Canada. There is no Queen of Australia. There is no Queen of the Philippines. So when you use going Crown, it just means the legal society, the squires, the Crown. You're not going against man on man. So that's when you can invoke common law. And that's the only thing that protects man's liberties is the common law. So I put that plaque on my website. So somebody finally said, hey, you finally put something different on your website. It doesn't just say word of the month anymore. Now it actually has a different picture on the front page. It says that's at broadmind.org. So whenever you see a judge, you guys could just copy that picture and put it in as an exhibit. If a judge gives you any crap, or the state gives you any crap, or your attorney gives you any crap, say, oh, there's no common law anymore. Oh, really? Then how come the Bar Association recognizes the common law as the way of preserving an individual's rights against the bar? Why does the bar recognize that fact, that we do have common law in this land? And then the other thing I was going to put on my website was that letter that Larry was talking about. I was just going to highlight it in yellow, where it says, we're going to have to deny this motion at this time because, yes, there might be many legal conclusions here, and yes, they're making very many legal presumptions, and but since we do not see that they are registered anywhere with the bar within the state of Ohio, we are going to have to deny their motion at this time. Now, you better give me a damn good reason why you deny my motion. You better say, well, no, Jones versus Bob in 2013 trumps the 2011 case law that you just cited. Or like a Carl Miller, the 1902 stuff. Well, you cited 1902, somebody cited something from 1903. So that's why we're going to have to deny your motion at this time. No, they just said, you know what, we're going to have to deny your motion at this time because we looked and we cannot find that you're a member of the Bar Association. That's ridiculous. Don't deny my motion because I'm not a member of the bar. Deny my motion based upon the merits or the lack of merits. Don't deny it because I don't got a union card. Don't tell me my work sucks. Well, your work's great. That's great work. The only problem is you don't have a union card, so we don't really give a damn how well you can lay a brick or how well you can weld steel together. I'll give you the best welder in the world. You're not working on this job site. You are not coming into this court, and you're not going to operate in this courtroom. It is not going to happen. So it's like, well, then how do I access a public courtroom? Make your own damn claim. Bring your own damn court in. Summons the other side to appear. While you're there, they're there. Oh, this is great. It saves courts times, resources, and everybody, all the parties are here in attendance at the same time. Lovely. And that's what the prosecutor, the barrister, asked me in England. He says, how the hell did you beat me in Crown Court? He says, in the history of England, this has never happened. I said, did you see the claim that I put on top of your criminal complaint at the beginning of the trial? He said, yeah, like your ridiculous 8-word nonsense. I said, yeah. I said, what you should have done is that I didn't serve it upon you in a timely manner, and then you needed 21 days before you can answer that claim. That's what you should have done. But you didn't, because you thought that eight words were a joke. Thank God that judge didn't think it was a joke. Thank God the judge understood that my claim trumped your complaint. I could actually have a bona fide proof of a claim. I could have a man come testify and swear it's true. Your complaint, no man's ever going to appeal. That any of those charges that you alleged against these people are true. You could just show them where Bob versus Jones in 2000 or Susie versus Crown in 2005, where that was ruled. Big deal. Can you bring anything from a man that says what they've done today in 2013 is true? No, that's not going to happen. You're going to base it upon Crown versus Joe or Crown versus Susie. They were cases that appeared in the past that were similar, but they're not identical. So since they're not identical parties, obviously you can have a different outcome. I said because they're not the same parties. They're not the same. They're not the same. Even like I said, every party is the same. Every case is the same, and every case is unique. Every case is the same because you're going to have a defendant and a prosecutor, a wrongdoer and a plaintiff and a respondent. You're going to have two parties. Every case is identical like that. You're going to have a matter in controversy between a minimum of two parties. Every case is the same. But every case is different because the same two parties don't always appear. The situation is different, the time, the place, the location, circumstances are different, mitigating circumstances, facts are different. So every case is unique. Every case is the same, but every case is unique. And the United States Supreme Court judge just used that line like a month or two ago. I was like, hey, somebody's listening to my show. That every case is the same, and every case is every case is the same, but every case is unique. It's really simple stuff. Like I said, and this is all credit and commerce spiel. So like I said, as soon as I said, wait a second, it's credit and commerce spiel, he disappeared. Because that's exactly what it is. Like, holy cow, here we go. So what are you going to do? You're going to pay off the charges with a site draft? Is that where we're going next? And everybody's going to wind up in jail for a site draft. It just means that it's like a check to pay on site, pay upon demand. There's an account that exists out there, and what are you going to teach people? That the account is their birth certificate number, the red number on the back, that's the account number? Or are you going to teach people that their account number is their social security number, so to draw a check, draw a site draft off that social security number or that birth certificate like the credits and commerce people used to do? Oh, yeah, use that certification number on the back of your birth certificate. That's your routing number. That's the account number. So just write that check. That's that crazy tugboat captain wrote out a $2 million site draft check to the court. And he said to the court, like, keep the change. And the judge just smiled and laughed and said, is this thing real? Because I talked to the wife, 2-3 days after the guy went to court. He said, yeah. He's like, yeah, the judge just said, is this thing real? And he laughed. He's like, okay, if it's real, you know what? The county's satisfied. They say $2 million. Yeah, we'll definitely let you get away with kiddie porn on your computer for $2 million. Yeah, that works for us. Have a nice day. We're going to check this thing out. If it's legit, we'll see where we'll go from there. But have a nice day. And then 2 days later, the sheriff's department knocked on his front door, and his wife told me he ran out the back door. And then she called me up. He says, "What do I tell him?" I said, "Tell him you're listening to some crazy guy named Gordon Hall and put all the blame on him, and just say you have no effing clue what you're doing, and beg for mercy, and just say, look, can you actually give me a legitimate, debt that I owe to society? Can you actually, because like I said, the word guilt is a German word that just means debt. It's the same word. Debt, guilt in German is the same word. So it's like, okay, what do you say? I'm guilty of kiddie porn? That's fine. What debt do I owe? What member of society, which man or woman from society is going to come forward and make a claim that I had kiddie porn on my computer causing them harm, injury, or loss? Is that person going to appear? Is that man or woman going to appear? No, well then honestly, I don't owe a debt to society. I don't owe a debt to anybody. I'm not guilty of anything. Guilty means do I owe a debt? Do I owe a debt to anybody? No. Well then, let me be. Now, if you want to try to say, well, are you a resident of North Carolina? You citizen of North Carolina. And he says something stupid like yes. Well, then he owes a debt to the people because he ascribed himself. He became a member of that family. He became a citizen because citizen means a member of a family. So since he decided to become part of my family, part of my organization, part of the Boy Scouts, part of the Legal Society, part of the Kiwanis Club, if he breached one of our bylaws or our codes or violated our practice policies or procedures, yes. If he still wants to be a citizen, if he still wants to be an active member within our society, he has to pay. We may impose upon him. A fine, a penalty, imprisonment, because he didn't tell us that we couldn't. He still wants to be a member of this club. He still wants to be a citizen. He could just say, you know what, being a citizen doesn't, I don't see any benefit at this time, so you know what, I'm going to have to respectfully decline accepting those charges. Who's bringing the charges against me? The county. I'm not a county resident at this time. I'm not a citizen of this county. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm not a citizen of the state. No. And like I always say to people all the time, when it says United States citizens, under, like, say, the 14th Amendment, I say to people, can you people show me a United States birth certificate? Because I've never seen a United States birth certificate. I've seen New York State birth certificates, and I've seen California State birth certificates, and I've seen birth certificates from New Hampshire, but I have never, to this day, seen a United States birth certificate. So when people say, you're a citizen of the United States, it's like, no, I believe I'm a citizen of New York. I believe I'm a member of their family. I believe I have a birth certificate that says New York on it. I don't have a birth certificate that says United States. So when this guy keeps saying, oh, we got a birth certificate and, you're a citizen of the United States, it's like, a birth certificate has to do with the state that I'm from, the land that I'm from. I'm from the land of New York. And like when Dean Clifford used to say, get rid of birth certificates in Canada, I said, Dean, do you realize what you just said? If you revoke or rescind the birth certificate, you understand that you can't, technically own land in Canada. Just like in Mexico. Well, now, I could go down to Mexico and buy land, but for almost my whole entire life, if I wanted to buy land in Mexico, the only thing I could do is lease the land. I could not buy the land because I am not from the land. I am not one with the land because land means people. It's just like, say Canada. If the Canadian land is incredibly cheap, how would they like it if a billion Chinese came over to Canada and bought all their land for $1 an acre, and they got billions of Chinese now living in Canada? Or maybe they don't actually physically move to Canada, they just buy the land and take all the timber off and ship it over to China. They can't do that. They can't own the land. They could lease the land, but they can't own the land. And then when they lease something, like you lease a car, you can't give it a paint job. You can't take the doors off. You can't sell the windshield. You can't sell the trees. You can't buy the coal. You can't take the coal out of the ground. You're leasing it. So you can put all kinds of options of how that, when the lease is done, what must be retained on that land. Like you're renting. You're like a tenant. You can't alter the property. I said, that's why it's great value to have a birth certificate from the state of New York. Because technically, or like from say Canada, like if you're from Canada, to have a birth certificate proves that you are from this land. So if you are from this land, you could pull from this land because your mom and dad pulled from the land for their food and their sustenance and their nutrition. They pulled from the land. By taking from the land, they created you. Your mom just didn't breathe air. Your mom didn't just get stardust falling on her. Your mom didn't just get, food from Mars. She got food from the land where she lived. So technically, you are and the land are the same. You were created just like they could say in the Bible. God created Adam from clay. He pulled man from the land, from the humus. He breathed life into him. Right, we get everything from the land. We are land. And then when people are like, oh, that's gross, or that's silly call, it's like I say to them, oh yeah, guess what? When you die, guess where you're going to go? When you hit that ground, guess where you're going to go? You're going to go right back into the land. How much simpler can I make it? It's like you can't believe you're from the land, but you certainly believe that you're going to go back into the land, right? That you believe. Well, yeah, that I believe. You're not going to escape Earth's atmosphere. You're not going to defy gravity. You're not going to, wind up on the moon somewhere, are you? No, you're going to fall right back into the land where you came from. You're going to be recycled right back where you started from. Like, oh, okay, land, people, the same. I see it now, and I see the circle. That's right. That's why banks can't own land. Banks can't own people. A fiction can't own people. That's why you got a title, and that's why you got a deed to land. You got two separate. The title is the second dimensions. There's titles and there's birth certificates. There's a certificate of titles. That's all second dimension nonsense. They can't actually control the people. They can't bind the people, and they can't own the land. They can't do anything to the land. It's just a certificate. It's just a title. It's a piece of paper. There's no way in the world a piece of paper can dig up land. There's no way in the world a piece of paper can control land. There's no way a piece of paper can control man. It's ridiculous. That's why you got a Judeo-Christian land. This is wonderful. You got split. It's split. One is based on code, and one is based on, what was the situation at the time? Just turn the other cheek and let it go. It was like, what? Oh, but he did this, and this to your family? You know what? Okay. Tear the guy apart. Rip him in half. Protect society. So it's great that we have two ways of looking at things. It depends on the situation.
Hey, Karl, let me ask you something. Someone just asked, how could you handle a case with the court if you're in jail?
It depends, man. Like I said, are you talking about prior to arraignment? I mean, just when you first got arrested, or you mean after sentencing and you've been convicted by a trial by jury, and because jail, usually you go to jail if it's less than like 1 year prison, because if it's a serious charge, a serious crime that you've been convicted of, you go to prison. So jail is usually where you get picked up off the street, they process you, and they put you in a local county jail. When you actually get convicted, they usually ship you off to prison. So if he says, how do you get out of jail, or how do you deal with court when you're in jail, that's prior to an arraignment, prior to the trial. Because people who get convicted after the trial don't go to jail unless it's something silly like jaywalking or, less than 1 year kind of thing. But if it's more than 1 year, 2 years, you're going to go off to the big prison. So I think you wanted to say, how do you deal with it when you're in prison?
Okay.
When you've been convicted of a serious crime and you're sitting in prison now.
Okay, well, they didn't really specify, so I guess you're right on addressing it either way. So, but I would think if you want to expand on either way, whether you're in jail or how would you expand to going to court, or if you want to expand if you are in prison.
Like say, look at Dean Clifford. Look at Dean Clifford. He's in jail, right? He's waiting for trial. He's waiting to come to trial. So the only thing he could do is put massive amount of notices into the court and file his own claim and have his case going at the same time he appears in Crown's case. That's what he could do while he's in jail, waiting for the trial. Once he's already had his trial, if he had a trial by a judge and he said, well, I had the right to be afforded a trial by jury, then he could obviously say, you know what, I want their case against me to be reopened and I want a trial by jury. But like I said, if they're already sitting in prison, it's because they were sloppy and lazy, and at this time that the Crown's case or the government's case was going against them, they didn't bother to say, hey, you know what? I bet the United States, I bet the IRS is never going to freaking appear. Like Aaron Schiff could have done it. Hey, you know what? I bet the IRS is never going to appear. I bet the IRS is never going to swear on a stack of Bibles and testify that anything that they're saying is true, that any of their agents are saying is true. Not a single freaking one of them. So he just played in their case, and obviously their case is just like when you got that letter. It's like, yeah, you know what? That's fine, all the legal conclusions and everything are lovely, but Erwin, yeah, thank you for having this 3-year trial, but you know what? Everything that you said, we don't see that you're a code deciphering officer. We don't see that you have any master's degrees in this. We don't see you're registered as a code decipherer. We don't see that you're registered anywhere in the state of Nevada as having a bar card, a member of the legal society. So everything that you said for the last 2 years, we're going to have to deny. And you're like, holy shit. And just like the letter you sent me, it's like, that's incredible that they actually sent a letter like that, flat out saying, based upon the merits or the lack of it, or lack of the, legal conclusions, or that you didn't follow proper procedure and you didn't, stylize the paper in a proper manner, we're going to have to deny you at this time. No, they said, okay, you made, great legal conclusions, great legal procedure. You did everything according to our rules, but you know what? We're going to have to deny it because, you know what, we don't see that you're a bar card carrying member. So, you know what, we're going to have to deny you at this time. That's just cruel. So if you realize, it's like I say to people all the time, if the government is, if I'm taking the government into the court, if it's me against the fiction, I'm gonna clobber the poor fiction because the fiction will never appear. The fiction can't show up. So like I said, when the Crown brought, the Punjabis, their stack of paperwork was a mountain. You should have seen the mountain of paperwork the Crown had against these people. It was like 10 inches tall. The folder was ridiculous, the folders that they brought in. Mine was 8 words. And that was it, one piece of paper with 8 words on it. Theirs was a mountain. Why? Because they're moving a complaint. I'm not moving a complaint. They need legal case law, precedent, citations, codes. They need statutes. They need everything to support their complaint. I need a couple of words. Where's the plaintiff? Where's the victim? I agree. I'm guilty. I'm guilty of whatever. I'm guilty of anything you wish that I'm saying. It's like I said, guilty means debt in German. It's the same word. That's fine. I owe any debt. If any man comes to this courtroom, I am in debt to him. If he comes on the stand and he testifies that it's true, just have any man on planet Earth testify that I owe a debt. And that's what he says, the same word like I said with guilty. Fine. Do I owe a debt? Fine. Am I guilty? Fine. I'm guilty. Fine. I owe debts. Fine. Who's the man who's making a claim I owe a debt? fine. Who's the man who's making a claim I'm guilty? If that man appears and says I owe the debt, show me the debt. I'll say, oh, yeah, you know what? I do. This man comes and appears and says I'm guilty of doing something wrong. Let me say, oh, yeah, you're right, I did. Okay. And I'll compensate. But until that day, I'm like, you could say I'm guilty, but where is the actual plaintiff? Where is the person who's actually accusing me? Are you accusing me? Well, no, I'm not accusing you. The people are. The Crown is. And that's what we said, man. It's the best case that ever we say is that Al Gore versus George Bush. And that the Supreme Court ran through that case in about 3 minutes and 2 seconds. They said, yeah, great. You got a tractor-trailer load of hanging chaired ballots there, Al. Yeah, we see you got this courtroom full with the most expensive law firms in the United States of America. We see you got 316 lawyers here. Yeah, okay, you're really impressing us, Al. The only problem is, Al, you're saying that these hanging chairs, these ballots things, that they weren't counted. Do you have one single man from Florida that's going to testify that any one of those ballots are his and that his right to vote was not counted? And I was like, well, no. We didn't bring any man who's going to swear that he did not have the right to vote. Well, if he didn't have the right to vote, if you didn't bring a man here, I don't care how much paperwork you have. I don't care how many attorneys you have. You're going to have to take it back to Florida and deal with Florida because we have absolutely the rules in the United States Supreme Court are simple. You need to have a man appear. And do you have a man that's going to appear with you, Al? No. Is any man going to claim that they've been harmed or injured because their vote wasn't counted? No. But there's millions of black people that didn't have their votes counted. Like, Al, baby, we believe you. Al, chill, dude, we agree. But you're still going to have to bring the body here. You're going to have to bring one man. Did you find just one, like, homeless guy wandering around Miami somewhere and say, hey, you know what, my vote wasn't counted? Did you bring one guy up here to swear before us that his vote wasn't counted? Well, no. Well, Al, you don't have a case. So, you know what? We're going to have to deny, you're going to have to dismiss this and, you know what, take it back down to Florida and let them slug it out. I mean, that's the fastest the United States Supreme Court, like, probably ever ruled on a case. It was like lightning. You got the man. No man. Can't help you. Same thing I say to court. You got a man over there. You got a person. You got one of the people of the state. No. You got a case. As soon as you get a people, as soon as you get a man, as soon as you get a person here to testify and swear that I owe the debt, that I'm guilty, that's fine. No problem. That I'm guilty and owe a debt or debt and got it guilty, that's fine. Not a problem. I'll compensate. I'll make it up to them. That's fine. But until that day, dismiss this. Dismissed means that you could bring it up against me for the rest of my life. Bring it up against my great-grandchildren. I don't care. But dismiss it. Let me go for now. You could just let that charge hang out there somewhere. That's okay. But I'm telling you, whoever summons me to appear again, you better prove your case. Because you summons me to appear next time, this time you got it for free. Next time I'm going to require you to pay me $10,000 to appear. Because I ain't got time to play this game. So like I said, if people just know the simple words like guilty means debt. Are you guilty or not guilty? Do you owe a debt or don't you owe a debt? Okay, who's making the claim? Do I owe a debt to society? Is that what you're saying? Then where's the bill? I have not been tendered the bill. And everybody knows that everybody who listens to these shows, everybody knows that, this is all based on commerce. This is all commercial. All courts are commercial courts. That's right. It's all based on a debt. One man owes a debt to another man. One man has done another man wrong. And he owes him compensation. He has to compensate him for the wrong.
Do you want to take a question real quick, Carl?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oregon, I unmuted you. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I sure do. I just waiting quietly here in the wings, enjoying the monologue. Hey, Carl. This is Rich in Oregon. And you have said before, and I just want to, first of all, give this preface that I am entirely sincere, not laying back and trying to trap you or anything. You said something just a few minutes ago that reminded me. You said something about, well, I'm not a citizen today or something like that. Is it true that you comfortably, happily, at need and at will move in and out of, quote, the system and, use it as appropriate and then say, well, I'm a man when it's appropriate?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Like I say, if you know the old myths and legends, the gods used to come down from Olympia and they would take on different forms. and they would take on different forms, and they'd intercourse with the females down here, or with men, and they would breed like somebody like a Hercules or something like that. Right. So then you get right. So like I said, they would transform themselves, their status, and their positions at a certain time when it benefited them. They saw a nice looking broad. They say, hey, you know what? We're coming down to earth, and we're going to take a godly, and we're going to transform ourselves into a man or a bull or a cow or horse or whatever they did. And then when they no longer felt that it was a benefit, they went back to their status and position out of Zeus as a god.
Right. Leda and the swan. Zeus was the swan.
Yeah, at times became as a bull. Yeah. He came. A man is not limited in his capacity in how he may appear, and how he may believe that he exists.
Right.
I'm unlimited in my capacity. I can be whatever the hell I say.
Right. Where I'm going with this is this. Now, I appreciate your candor and, as usual, your straight, simple answer. I'm not coming from a place where I see myself, as I did a few years ago, going full-time and being a Gus or a Larry or you or whoever. Well, and I don't have the skills to get under a car and fix it, so I wouldn't be doing that. But in any case, I'm going to be working in society and probably, at some point giving somebody the old social, which I used to stay away from doing, and I lost jobs because I wouldn't do it and all that. What I'm getting from you is a whole breath of fresh air that's like somebody brings to me and says, well, wait a minute, you say you're not a citizen of whatever, you're not this or that, but I've got this paper here which says it's to my rejoinder would be, well, wait a minute. The entity who gave you that number, that, Richard blah, 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 in all capital letters, well, yeah, that person is a person. That's a citizen, and maybe even a U.S. citizen. What's that got to do with me? I'm a man. And to lawfully and honestly, I won't say disclaim so much as just distinguish between the two. Are we on the same page?
Yeah, kind of. But like I said, that's what's great. I used to have that on the website for the longest time, the actual code under the Social Security Act, where it said that if you do not wish to place a Social Security number on an application and you're denied a job based upon the fact that you refuse or you do not have a Social Security card, you could act, it's actually a criminal act on the part of the employer for not hiring you based upon the lack of a Social Security number. That's actually criminal. You could actually sue them because they didn't hire you but you'd have to try to trap them into saying, are you telling me that you're not going to hire me because I'm not putting a Social Security number in here or that I don't have one? If they say, well, yeah, hopefully you got that on video or you brought a priest with you who could testify that that's exactly what they said, or the employee is stupid enough to say that in open court, saying, yeah, well, that's why we didn't hire him. We didn't hire him because he said he didn't have a Social Security number. That's actually criminal.
Okay. I was not aware of the criminal aspect, but unless it's changed. A few years back, 10 or so, there was a $5,000 fine, and so obviously that's civil, if you will. But still, that's going to bite. Yeah. That's going to hurt. And I use
you
that.
Could sue them civilly, right? You could sue them civilly, and the government could go after them criminally. Right, you can't go after them criminally. The government goes after them criminally. You go after them civilly.
Sure. Well, but I would have to be the one to make the complaint. I'd have to go to the government, and say, hey, this guy, denied me the job, blah, 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 and then the police or whoever would go after them criminally.
Right, whatever government entity would, who charge us and would say, you're in violation of this code, da, 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 da. What are we going to do about it? We're going to, this is your first offense, second offense, They're going to impose.
Having gone toe-to-toe with a corporation about 8 years ago and worked there for just a month, I said, I'm not giving you a social, it's whatever reason I gave. And they talked to their lawyers or whatever they did for a whole month. They didn't pay me a dime. At the end of that month, they said, hey, you know what? See ya. Here's all your money. They didn't withhold anything, but we don't want you working here. So that was not the resolution that I was hoping for.
What we were saying was funny. When people used to, when I had applications that said Social Security number, I'd put a Social Security number down. You know exactly where I'm going.
Well, I can imagine you could do an Irwin ship, all zeros, or you could do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There you go.
Or you could put down.
I saw the application, it said Social Security number. Whatever the thing just said number. It didn't say Social Security number, it just said number. I'd say, lucky number 7, or number 13, lucky 13. They just said Social Security number.
That's where I thought you were going. Yeah, right, exactly.
Social Security number. You want a Social Security number? Okay, 1, 2, 6, 7, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9. Oh, you should have seen I did that one time, and somebody actually typed that number in, and they said, "Is your name Akdet Dinajad Barbadis?" And I said, "Yes." But you understand, it was very hard for me to get a job with that name like that, so I shortened it to Karl Lentz. And they're like, "Oh, okay, now that makes sense." It was ridiculous, the name they pulled out. The Social Security number I put in there. And all I honestly did was change the last 2 numbers of my Social Security from 86 to 68. And it came up with this crazy name. It came up with this crazy Akmupu Dinajab Upatabi Pakistan, whatever. I mean, it was some crazy name. It's like, holy cow, that somebody was born that close to me and their parents gave him such a ridiculous name.
You sure it wasn't Barack Obama?
Yeah, it just made me laugh that that was such a crazy name that, when they actually ran it. And they said, and they actually believed me. I said, now, if you had a name like that, wouldn't you change it to something simple like Karl Lentz? And they're like, yeah, that makes sense. They didn't ask to see, can I see the legal transfer of the name? They didn't ask me that. So I just ran with it. Said, you know what? Yeah, I mean, can you imagine having a name like that?
No.
Yeah. So it's funny, is this guy, Akdu Majinjo, when he's hit 65 or 70, boy, he's going to get a lot of Social Security benefits that he knows he's entitled to.
All right, let's wrap it up, gentlemen.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Angela.
Because, like, again, when somebody says to me, give me a Social Security number, I didn't create the Social Security number. It's not my number to give out. It's not mine.
Right.
I didn't create it. I can't give it away. It's not mine. You want my Social Security number? I didn't make one yet.
Carl, I spoke with earlier regarding going into the court, and what they said is if I go in there and I don't have a entry of appearance from a attorney, they're automatically going to give me a public pretender, or they would proceed with the hearing right then and there. If they have their way, they could probably go remand it right to jail for a traffic ticket.
Yeah, but I told you. What did I tell you before to do?
I am looking that up right now. Basically, what you said is, do you use the word Your Honor?
No.
You ever call a judge Your Honor?
I asked him how is he. Like I said, if you do this kind of nonsense, you start talking, you're going to jail.
Okay.
You ain't gonna put up with your shit. Now, when here in Virginia, everybody introduces themselves. The judge will introduce the parties. Mm-hmm. And he'll explain who he is, and that's how he'll be addressed. Now, you're in Pennsylvania. I don't know if he's going to waste his time to do that because it's administrative.
Mm-hmm.
So he probably won't even be in a robe.
So basically, I require the court to show I, a man, in the law, where there is a requirement in law for a man to have a license and to take and carry my property where I may wish, or for a man to lawfully comply with any of these charges. Show me the law, and I will comply, and I will admit to you the debt you demand. Furthermore, if there is any man who is an injured party with a claim present today, have him come forward and state so on the record. Further notice, I don't speak or understand, neither am I a contract or applicable to your code. Neither am I in a contract with or applicable to your code, foreign to me. Further, Your Honor, I hereby invite the court to take cognizance and hereby notify the court of the fact that if anybody does anything on my behalf here today or afterwards, since I will not suffer these injuries further, they are acting under full liability. Please be notified, number one, I do not understand even the nature or cause of these allegations. Number two, I positively do not consent to any of these unlawful or even fraudulent proceedings. And number three, jurisdiction was explicitly demanded in a timely manner. The actor failed to timely respond, was provided an extended time on 3 separate court special visits, and therefore has, by the doctrine of tacit procreation, admitted no jurisdiction exists. And since the accuser, admittedly a corporation and not being a man, knew where this living man was in prison for delivery of same proof and failed to do so, therefore he is now in default. Plus, due to the false and misleading statements made to the authorities, this matter requires to be immediately discharged and the injury made right by all wrongdoers, since this man will not suffer this conduct further.
Could anybody possibly imagine that this is what I said to the man a half an hour ago?
No. I ad-libbed a little bit.
I gave you 8 words. I said 8 words. I said, whoever acts on my behalf assumes all liability. So how did you get that? The judge is going to say to you, if you don't come in here with counsel, if you don't come here with an attorney, blah 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 blah. You just say, fine. Whoever acts on my behalf assumes all liability. How hard is that? I mean, that was your original question. If people go back 27 minutes ago when you first started talking, it'll clearly say, I got to, what did I say to you? I said, whoever acts on my behalf assumes all liability. That's all. You say, fine. That's all. How tough is that? I don't know. See, like I said, you just, this is
whoever acts on my behalf will incur full liability.
Yeah. Go ahead. Just keep adding words. Yeah, that sounds lovely. Yeah, just keep doing that. Just, That's what I said to you before. I said the next time you call me, buddy, you better have a recording device, because this gets really frustrating.
That's a good idea.
Well, I said 8 words to you. Somehow you turned it into 8,612. Yeah, I was counting.
Whoever acts on my behalf assumes all liability.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like
whoever wishes to act on my behalf assumes all liability. That's all. How tough is that? But you do that silly, ridiculous nonsense. You just said you're going straight to jail. You think they bounced you once before, they're really going to bounce you. You think they roughed you up last time? Yeah, go ahead and really piss them off. What's great is I have the phone call I had with him on the airplane in L.A. So it's funny, I should upload the answer I gave him. That when I gave him in L.A. and then match it up.
It is very simple.
Yeah, and then match it up with this one. He said, well, Carl, this is what you told me a little while ago. Yeah, 8 words.
No, you didn't. Oh, let me clarify that.
Yeah.
You did not tell me all that stuff that I read. I want to be fair. You did not tell me all that stuff.
Yeah, I think everybody could agree with that.
Basically, I require the court to show I, a man in law, where there is a requirement for a man to have a license to take and carry my property where I may wish. And whoever acts on my behalf is under full liability. That's it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It was different questions. Those are different questions. You can't just make it one long sentence. That's ridiculous. It sounds and you put everything in writing before you walk into the court. You don't open your mouth. The judge said, you got anything to say? I don't want to go back to jail, sir. You threw me on the ground and beat me up last time. I don't want to go back to jail, sir. I said, it's all in the writing, sir. I got it all before the court, sir. I answered the court, sir. I wish to remain silent, sir.
And what will they normally do?
The answer's before the court. So they'll have to react to your answer. They'll say, well, you know what, we don't give a crap. And they'll roll it up in a ball and bounce it off your head and say, take them away. Or they'll say, okay, fine, case discharged. I don't know. Depends how the judge feels that day. You're at their mercy. That's it, buddy. You never should. You should know how to carry yourself. Because, dude, the minute that you got arrested was what day did you get arrested? What day did this all happen?
I believe it was like November 18th.
So on November 19th, you had your answer to the prosecutor. You already had everything written out. You were already talking and negotiating with the other side of the settlement.
No, I was in prison. They brought me right to jail.
Okay, so the minute they let you out, you went right over?
No.
And for some reason you decided to wait till the day before trial to call me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you say about that, Gus? This is your show, Gus.
All right, I have a simple question for him. We're going to see what happens.
Well, Gus, explain it to people. It's your turn, Gus. Explain to people what happens when you wait.
If one would have had the ability to talk to the prosecutor either the next day or, like you say, as soon as you get out of the Crowbar Motel, what would you say to the prosecutor?
How would you talk to him? Vocally or in writing?
Verbal. Well, probably. I don't know. If it was verb, I'd like to do it in writing and make sure I got a copy of a certified mail or a proof of mailing that he received my notice. But what would be in that notice? Either or, verbally or written. What would be in the written notice, and how would you talk to him? Carl said talk to him. What did Carl mean? In writing or in verbally? I don't know.
All right. Here's a letter I just wrote recently to a prosecutor. Exactly what you're talking about. It says, I, a man, write to you, the woman I believe sometimes acts in the capacity of a prosecutor for such and such a county, to inform you that the August 3rd activities of officer so-and-so, the man that sometimes acts as an agent for the such and such police department, did and does continue to be the causal source of harm, injury, and loss to I. Likewise, your pursuit of case number so-and-so does cause harm, injury, and loss to I. I do realize you might not be aware of said causal source of trespass against I, and hope you will now reconsider your pursuit of said case. I hope to soon receive written notice of your intent. Kind regards.
Okay, that's starting to create a dialogue without going to court.
Yeah, you just say, I don't know if you're aware of this, but, government exists to secure rights and protect property. And I don't believe that there's a man on the other side seeking any kind of compensation from me. But if there is, I'm willing to settle out. But meanwhile, this pursuit of yours is causing me harm. And you might not have realized that you were causing me harm, but it is. And now that you do know, and there is no more, you wouldn't say all this stuff, but basically what you're doing is you're eliminating plausible deniability. Okay, they can't come back later and say, I didn't know I was causing them harm, because you sent them a letter. So you do everything in writing. And do you send it, registered mail, certified receipt return, and all that stuff? No, you just send them a letter. You send them a letter, and if they don't answer you 5 days later, you say, Dear Bob, I wrote to you a week ago, 5 days ago, and have yet to receive a response. This is kind of important to me. I hope to hear from you soon. I've included a copy of the first letter for your convenience. Kind regards. And when he doesn't answer you, you write to Bob, and then to Bob's boss, the town manager, and say, Dear Bob, this is the third time I write to you. I've included a copy of my first 2 letters for your convenience. I hope to hear from you soon. Dear Frank, I've written to Bob 3 times now. I haven't heard anything yet. Is Bob still alive? Is there somebody else I should be talking to? You just start writing letters. And if Bob doesn't answer, Frank don't answer, you write to Susie. You just involve more and more and more people. So do you need to have certified letters? No, you're writing a letter to some third or fourth party, and you're including all these letters. One of them is going to call Bob and say, Bob, I just got, this guy just got a hold of me saying he wrote to you 6 times and you haven't answered yet. And, the letter he's writing to me about said, are you the man responsible for dealing with this situation? Do you have authority to deal with this? It was a pretty simple question. How come you didn't write to this guy?
Okay, it sounds like you did a lot of writing and people aren't responding. And but normally you only have like 10 days before you have your time in court. So the first letter, you might get that out.
You don't have to. Whoa. What do you mean 10 days before you have your time in court?
Let's say you get a traffic ticket, and you have 10 days to respond.
But you said you'd have it in November, so that's a big long 10 days. He's on California. He's on California
10 days. I was in the court. I was in the court the first time.
What was the charge in November?
It was false identity. When he asked me my name, I told him my true Christian name, but he didn't like that. He wanted the all capitalized corporate name, and he says, "Well, that's given a false identity, and you could have just been on your way with a traffic ticket, but I'm going to throw you in jail."
Yeah, so it's got nothing to do with a traffic issue. It's got to do with a misdemeanor.
False identity and full house for all traffic charges. Full house. No driver license, no inspection, no registration, open exhaust, everything.
Why did you just tell him that you go by the name of Tater Tot?
No.
You see what I'm saying? Why do you go with the simple thing? Say, they call me Tater. They call me Tater Tot. Tater for short.
Yeah, I like the asshole one myself. Some people call me asshole, right? You call me asshole.
I'll agree with that.
I second the motion.
It carries. It's carried.
Third motion.
But anyway, but that's the 10 days. The 2 letters, you don't get a chance. They're not going to respond to the first one in 5 days, and by the 10th day, they're not even going to get the second letter. And then you're it. You okay? Well, 10 days to respond, and you got some more time before they schedule you.
Why were you in there for 10 days? Was that to enter a plea? Did they want you to come in for a probable cause?
They want you to enter a plea within 10 days. So I never entered a plea. I never signed anything or entered any plea.
So you put a notice into the court. It says, "I, a man, appear solely as a man to settle any debt that I may owe, or to answer any, my accuser, the plaintiff, whatever. And if anyone acts in my behalf, then they assume all liability. I'm here to settle any account. And if anybody acts on my behalf, they assume liability. Just a simple notice. I'm here. Where's the plaintiff? Where's the accuser? Who says I've done harm? Who says I breached a contract? Why am I here? I got this wonderful invitation. I'm here. Your turn.
And if they don't respond?
I'm going home.
A no response is a response.
Yeah, a non-response is a response. Then, you give them an opportunity to answer.
And when you bring it before the court's supposed to take notice that their response was dishonorable.
And then if you never made a plea, you couldn't make a plea because you demanded to know the jurisdiction from the actor to prove that he has jurisdiction or not, and you give him so many days and he fails to respond.
And you put it all in writing?
Yeah.
Can we see it?
Yeah.
Well, he hesitated.
Yeah, I have it notarized. And presented it to the actor, and he handed it back to me. And he says, He said, you know what he says? He says, I'm a corporation.
Well, did you write it to the corporation, or did you give it to the man, Bob?
I gave it to the man.
Okay, was it addressed to the man? Did it say Bob?
I handed it to him directly in court.
I'm required to know. Yeah, but who on the piece of paper were you saying that you require this information from the prosecutor for this particular county?
No, from the accuser. The law says that the Supreme Court at least says that when you're accused of when jurisdiction is challenged, the accuser must respond to that with the proof of the jurisdiction. If not,
you're talking about a contract violation.
I'm talking about with a Supreme Court case law about jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction.
I understand. But your issue had to do with a contract. They're considering you a person under contract with the state to perform very specifically, and you did not perform, so they're assuming that you have violated the contract.
Yeah, and then
so you're not a man with rights.
Yeah. Oh no. But I'm not under their contract because I don't have any of their licenses. Okay. I don't have any of their licenses.
It's called a rebuttal. Try that, Gus. It's a rebuttal, and I'm about to take off. So yeah, work with rebuttal, and that's the way you should be going with this man. That he never rebutted that he was not a person, that he was a man, and that they got him in the wrong jurisdiction. They got him. They got the wrong person. Okay, work with that. But like I said, I'm taking off, so I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Yeah, have a good flight.
All right, take care, guys.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. That's up to the minute. That's literally Karl on the fly.
What did he say about the rebuttal? The rebuttal is by the actor who you demand the response from.
The court that you're in is presuming all sorts of things, and you did not rebut the presumption.
Oh, rebut the presumption.
You rebut the presumptions by putting in a notice into the court. I am a man. I appear only as a man, and I appear only to settle the account privately, or I appear only to, actually, let me read you the one I wrote on that this week. Let's see. I, a man, appear before this court solely as a man, without representation, without title, defendant, pro se, driver, operator, to give notice as follows. I am an idiot in legalese. I do not understand the customs of the legal society, nor do I believe any law exists which requires man to know or understand these things. I believe the government exists to secure rights and to protect the property of man. See Exhibit A. My Exhibit A was everything to do with an idiot, everything to do with legalese, everything to do with the customs of the legal society, and I included the Declaration of Independence, the part that says that they're there to secure rights, and Article 12 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which says the same thing. So, that's a total rebuttal of all the presumptions they have.
That sounds beautiful. Beautiful combination of words.
So I was in town in Baltimore earlier, and came outside, and it was a boot on my car. So I called them up, used a credit card. They gave me a code. I took the boot off the car, and then I took their boot back to them. So I want to send them a bill or an invoice for my services for bringing their boot back. So I just want to know, who should I send it to? Do I send it to the city of Baltimore, or do I send it to, and I'll let you take over from here, Karl, with your response.
Like I was saying earlier, the two things you got to find out. One is a lot of times governments subcontract out that kind of work. So like I said, in Baltimore, there might be a contracting company that actually goes out there and boots. Like I said, when I worked for Sprint and when I worked for Time Warner, we had to have white trucks. No matter what color our trucks were, we had to paint them white. And then they stuck the emblems of the companies on the side of our trucks. But we were not Time Warner employees. We were indemnified under bond or on our own. We had to carry $1 million policies. And if we did something wrong at somebody's house, they called up Time Warner or Sprint. They said, he's not one of our employees. I said, but wait a second. He pulled up in a Sprint truck. He was wearing a Sprint uniform, had a Sprint ID badge. They said, yeah, but that's not one of our employees. So before you start going around thinking you're going to go after the mayor of Baltimore and all that other happy stuff, you better find out. You know what I'm saying? Just exactly.
Gotcha.
Who and what it is that actually trespassed on your property. You got to find out, like, the man or the woman who touched it, and say, who gave you the authority or the right to touch my property? You see what I'm saying?
Right, I got you. All right, understood.
I have a question though for you, Al. Is how'd you get the boot off?
They have a key code that you can punch in, but in order to get the code, you have to pay. You have to, call the 800 number and pay whatever they claim you owe them over the phone. And what make it so bad is the ticket was $32, but the boot fee was $150.
Ooh.
And then they charge you $7.95 just for calling over the phone.
Oh my God! So you paid to get it off, to get the number?
Yeah, I paid to get it off. Yeah, because I got things to do. So it's not a problem because I know I can get the money back. But it's an inconvenience. So I just had to know who to go after. I've been listening to you for 3 years. I've been listening to Karl for at least 2. So I know I can get it back. I've gotten stuff back before, but matter of fact, I had a court case. They sent me my money back within 2 days. They sent me my money back in a check.
Oh.
So I know I know I can do it. It's just I just wasn't sure should I go after the city of Baltimore. But he made a valid point. They are subcontractors. I know exactly how that works. That's why the booth fee is so high, because they're independent contractors.
They're not supposed to be there to make money off of us,
Oh, all the cameras, the speed cameras, all those are independent contractors. So when they send you a ticket in the mail, the city only gets like 20% of that total fee, and they get the contractor gets 80%. Yep.
Amazing. Yeah.
Last year, the city made, I believe, a little over $2 million just on speed cameras.
Wow, that's incredible.
A lot of money.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but that's the thing. That like you say, the pen is mightier than the sword. You just got to know what to write. I got something I wanted to run past you right quickly, just see your thoughts on it. Just let it marinate. In the Book of Revelations in the Bible, there was an account where John was having a vision, and it was 7 seals, and John was crying because he felt there was nobody worthy of opening up or breaking these seals. So the angel said to John, like, don't worry, we got somebody to break the seal. We got somebody worthy to break the seal. Of course, that was Jesus Christ. But that same thing applies. Same thing applies today. If I put a seal on my letter and I write under that seal, like for instance, if I send the letter to let's say I send it to Mr. or Mrs. Baltimore City, I know that somebody's going to open it. But if I put my seal on the letter, on the envelope, and I write under that seal, that,
let me explain. Let me explain something to you too. What it's going to be. It's you got the city of Baltimore. I'm sure you got something called Baltimore, and you got the government of the city of Baltimore. Whenever you're going after anything, you're going after the government of something. Of means for the benefit of something.
Right.
The United. If you say right. So it's like when I'm going after Alabama. Alabama is basically just a title. The state of Alabama is basically people that occupy a certain region on that planet Earth. That's the state. And then if I want to actually go to people who actually control the government, like the acting agents on behalf of the people, the servants of the people, I'm going after the government of the state of Alabama.
Right.
Well, I'm not going after Alabama. You can't sue a state. You can't go after the city. You've got to go after the government.
Well, yeah, I wasn't saying I was suing them. I was just using that as an example.
But I'm just telling people, but I'm saying a lot of people ask that question of me, and that's what I try to tell them. You don't go after the United States. You don't go after you don't go after the state of Maryland. You go after the government of the state, and then you go after the CEO. You go after the magistrate. The chief magistrate of every state is the governor, and he's a man. And like I said, he controls his agents. Well, so obviously you can go after the agent, and you're going to go after the man who controls all the agents.
Right. Well, here's my question. Here's my question. In the past, you used an example like Pepsi Cola. It's not my place to say that individual's mother didn't name him Pepsi and his last name ain't Cola. So I'm writing a letter to Pepsi Cola, and I want Pepsi Cola to open it. And I put a seal on that letter, and I write on that letter, this letter is to the addressee only. And if you are not the addressee, but you break this seal, you're subject to the contents within.
Right.
So once they break that seal, they've now accepted my terms. You agree?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And a lot of people get in trouble with that. A lot of people get their cars repoed because, like I said, when you have to have an agreement or a contract, both parties have got to be, enjoinder. They have to, it's kind of like it's like I said. If you look in the Constitution, it's called intercourse. You can't just sneak up on somebody in intercourse with them and say that was consent.
Even if I write it on the outside of the letter?
Okay, you write somebody a letter saying I'm going to intercourse, you sneak up behind and you do it. Okay, what do you think that they're going to call that?
Well, no, I'm not sneaking up on them because they don't have to open it.
She broke the seal. She broke the seal. She read it and then she didn't tell you no. So that means go ahead, green light to go.
Well, they could send it back. They could send the letter back. They don't have to open it.
Okay, but like I said, you said somebody broke the seal, right? You said somebody read it. Somebody's now they're.
Well, I'm assuming that. Like, say for instance, if I send it to what they call it when you send money back, not payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable. So let's say I send something to accounts receivable and I address it to Pepsi Cola. And I put my seal on it, and then I put underneath my seal, this letter is for Mr. or Mrs. Pepsi Cola only. Anyone who opens this letter, other than Mr. and Mrs. Pepsi Cola, agrees to the terms within.
Well, what I'm saying, plenty of people that either through the Creditors and Commerce people or the Winston Shroud crowd, somebody was saying, put $1.50 on there, say down in the memo, then for say, account paid in full. And these people, run them, like the Department of Treasury, they just run these checks through scanning machines. They don't actually, you're not actually delivering it to a person, and the person's not actually, you're not getting a signature and saying that somebody actually accepted this. Somebody has to accept the proposal. I mean, just because you make a woman a proposal, in a dance club, and you say, hey, I want to intercourse with you. She's like, what? Okay, whatever. And then you got to, like I said, you got to give.
Isn't the words on the outside of the document contract? And if they,
like I said, there's certain elements of a contract or an agreement. There must be consent between the parties. You see, there must be full disclosure. You see what I'm saying? It must be in good faith. No trickery, no deception. You see what I'm saying? It's like, I got you. Dude, it's like you're saying I got him with a trick move. That's not cricket. You know what I'm saying? It's not kosher. And the jury, when they take them to court, if they try to do that to me, try to do that to you, you just bring them right to a court and say, hey, man, they tricked me, man. They gave me something with a seal on it. I honestly didn't know what the seal nonsense is all about because it's not basically common law that everybody knows. 99% of the people you walk out on the street and say something sealed at me. They're like, I ain't got a clue. Right. This is common law. This is common law land.
Yeah.
So you can't
if they sent it to me, I would send it back.
But yeah, it's like I found a loophole. I found a trick, so I'm really going to mess a lot of people up. So I'm going to nail them with this loophole. See, when this lady, who's bringing me out to Missouri, she's like, if you could get the IRS to leave me alone by May, I'll give you a nice chunk of change for, help me. So she's like, hey, I got a letter back from Atlanta yesterday, a week ago now, and she said they're leaving me alone. So I really appreciate it. So, like I said, but there was no loopholes, there was no tricks, there was no seals broken, there was no, wrote a letter, and it's like at the bottom of the memo we said account paid in full. We didn't do any of that nonsense. We just basically asked them simple questions, like simple common law questions. Is there a man or woman who's going to claim that I owe this debt, that this debt is true? Is anybody going to come forth in an open court and swear to it? And I'll pay it. Just tell me if I owe and I'll cover it. Very simple question, because if you walk out to 100% of people in the United States and you say to them, look, if somebody says you owe a debt, are you going to believe them or are you going to ask them, is it true? It's like, oh, no, if I don't know who this person is or I'm not sure, I'm going to ask them if it's true. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So when you go in front of the jury, they're going to ask the same thing. You're going to say, look, all I asked the IRS, that's all I asked them to do. To put it in a form of writing, tender me the bill, sign it, and say that's the true debt. And I'll go to court, and my name is Susie Johnson, and I work for the IRS, and I'll swear that it's true. And as soon as she does, they say, lovely. And then if she's off by 1 penny, she bears full liability for claiming something that's not true, due, or owed. And she's going to find herself in awfully big trouble for committing perjury and for swearing against her brother that he owes it, that he's guilty of something that she knows he's not, or that she's not really sure. Right. She got 100% sure that it's down to the penny because, like I said, my mom works for the IRS, and she said, you know what, you can put 1,000 of us order this together, and we give you a tax return, and not one of us will match. We'll all be off by a penny or two, $1 or $2, $100, a couple of $1,000 from each other. None of us will hit the same number. It's just like impossible. We'll never come up with the same number.
Right. So even if they interact with me using that name and I address my letter to that name, because, for instance, like they'll send. Let's take.
But the big thing, dude, is like
they'll say the sender is tax. They'll never put a name on it.
The big thing, dude, is like the same thing that happened to Dean in court. If you read his transcripts, the judge kept calling him Dean Clifford, and he kept responding to it. All Dean had to say was ridiculous, and Dean was like saying to the judge, "Well, you have no jurisdiction. You got no jurisdiction on me." And the judge was like, "Oh, you better believe I absolutely do. Every time I call your name, Clifford, you jump. I pull in your strings like a marionette. I pull in your strings like a puppet. When I say Dean Clifford, you jump. So obviously, you know that this is a legal proceeding. You know I'm a legal judge. Then you obviously must be in legal land, and I'm pulling your strings in legal land." Now, all Dean had to say is, which Dean Clifford you wish, the legal person known as Dean Clifford or the man known as Dean Clifford, sir? How may I serve this court?
Right. Real simple.
He didn't do that. He just kept, every time the judge said, like I said, his transcripts are on his website, read them. And the judge kept saying to him, look, dude, every time I call your name, you answer me. So what makes you think I don't have control over you?
Right.
If I kept saying peanut butter and jelly, obviously you wouldn't answer. But every time I say Dean Clifford, you jump like a banana.
Mm-hmm.
You come up and you start yelling at me. You start giving me the third degree. You keep going on and on with all your rhetoric. And it's like, dude, this court absolutely has control over you. Look what we're doing to you. We're making you jump like a banana. If I kept saying Susan Johnson, you'd be relaxed and calm. You wouldn't respond. You wouldn't answer. But obviously, you believe we exist.
Right.
All you have to say is what name? Dean Clifford, Dean Clifford the person, the legal person, or Dean Clifford the man? Which one do you want to appear in this court? And which one do you believe you have jurisdiction and control over? And it would have freaking ended a year ago for him. I told his brother that 100 times. Have your brother stop answering to this legal bullshit person name. He keeps telling himself. He's never going to get out.
Right.
But he thinks he's a master of attorneys, like legalese. And he's like, I got this all figured out. I got their code. I got their structure. I got their policies. I know exactly how to... No, it's ridiculous. You don't.
Yeah, that's not longer than.
But thank God Larry, Little Bill down in Texas, sent me that letter from some folks up in Ohio. And the judge said, even though you have, legal conclusions, and it seems like they're all proper, and it seems like you've been studying this a lot, we can't accept any of your legal conclusions because we don't see that you're registered and licensed in the state of Ohio to practice law. And that exact letter is on my website. So if nobody believes what I say, I keep telling people, the judge does not care less what you put into their court. They don't care how perfect your stuff is. They don't care. You're so far down on the food chain, they couldn't care less.
Right.
Because of two things for sure is one, is they know an illegal attorney, he's been practicing this stuff. He had to go to school for years to learn this stuff. So when he cites a case, when he makes legal conclusions, they know that if he makes a mistake a couple of times and he tricks the court, or he's in like contempt of court, he commits perjury, he won't be able to practice anymore. They'll say, look, we don't got time to double check and triple check your citations and quotes. We're not going to do it. So every time you come to my court, sir, from now on, we ain't got the time you're going to lose. So don't waste your time. So like I said, as this lady, I'm sure she did all her citations and everything perfect. The only problem is the court says, you know what, you're not learned in citations or precedents or case law, and we're not going to go back and double check to make sure you did it right. Because when you come to court, we take your word as gold. We're not going to double check and back check and make sure that all these citations and precedents of case law and rulings and codes you're relying on are up to date, are accurate, and they're the latest and the newest. We're not going to do it. So, you know what? Even though these all they sound wonderful, but you know what? The Supreme Court might have came up with a new ruling yesterday and be in total opposition of what you're bringing before the court today. So you know what?
Exactly. Right.
Can't accept any of your stuff.
Yep.
It's simple how to handle court. It's not even funny.
Yeah, that's true.
God bless him, man. His transcripts are there. The videotapes are there. So you could actually watch how he did his court. Well, not his court. It was his trial, but it was their court.
Oh, my goodness.
He was just along for the ride as a defendant. They gave their court. He couldn't fight back in their court because he's not the prosecutor. The only thing he could do is cover up and take a beating because he's a defendant. That's what defendants do in the prize fight. And when they're fighting in a boxing ring, what do? You defend yourself.
Right.
What do? You
defend yourself.
Block the other blows. You're not hitting back because as soon as you hit back, you're the prosecutor. You're the pursuer.
Mm-hmm.
You're the aggressor. The only thing you're doing is covering up, playing rope-a-dope on the ring, and you just hope they get tired of beating the crap out of you and eventually let you out of jail.
Hopefully they figured you submitted enough. You took enough beating. You look crappy. You look like hell. You've been through jail for a couple of years. You lost a lot of weight, and hopefully we beat you into submission, and we'll let you go. You can mess with us again, we'll hold you up a little longer, beat you up again some more. Or become a man and just say, okay, what do you wish the Dean Clifford, the man, to appear? Or do you wish the Dean Clifford, the legal person, to appear? Which one do you believe in?
They can never operate in a private capacity. Only a man can.
Right. No, because you call me out man to man. Only another man can call me out. You want to call me out? Call me out. I'll accept the challenge. I'll accept the duel. I'll accept the fight. I'll accept the battle. Man to man. You ain't going to bring a legal society. You ain't going to bring millions of legal attorneys after me. Man to man. You can't do that. You got to fight me one-on-one. We're going to do this man on man.
Yeah.
And thank God this land is still a common law land where we can call out man to man. And saying, who's accusing me of doing wrong? Let them take the stand and let them swear. This habeas corpus been suspended? If it hasn't, then I wish to have my accuser come forth into an open forum, and I wish my accuser to take the stand and read out to the world what I've done wrong to him or her. Not what I've done wrong to my neighbor, not what I've done wrong to society, what I've done wrong to him or her. That's habeas corpus. Habeas corpus has nothing to say about, that means I get out of jail and I go home free, like he was thinking. That's not what it means. It means I got the right to meet my accuser in open court and have the plaintiff take the stand and swear that I've done something wrong to him or her personally. First-hand knowledge. Not to be afraid. Not to be in violation of the code. Okay.
Did you want to continue the conversation with him?
If somebody else wants to ask a question, I guess we do that real quick because I got to do laundry soon, man. I got to get ready to go to Missouri. I got no clean clothes, man. It's pretty funny. I've been working for like 2 weeks straight, man. I basically got clay on everything I own. That's decent. Pretty funny.
Do you have a washer and a dryer?
Nope. So I got to run into town.
Oh.
I think I'm going to do that around 3 o'clock in the morning, and then this man wants to leave. Thank God I've got a ride from somebody who wants to go see my show, so I'm going to jump in and hopefully sleep for 10, 12 hours while we're driving. I forgot all about the show, so plane tickets, I'm sure. I'm doing like a seminar in Missouri.
Oh, okay.
In Joseph's, Missouri, and I forgot all about it because I was sick, and I was running around doing this, moving over to my folks' farm, and next thing I know, lady calls me up. I said, oh, my God, I've got to do a show in a couple of days, so I'm sure airline tickets probably would have been like $2-3 grand. So I said, oh, man, you know what? I'll just bum a ride from somebody who's coming from the East Coast and going to Missouri, and I found a guy who's going from the East Coast.
That's Rhonda, right?
No, Pennsylvania. He's up from Philly.
No, but I mean, aren't you going to do your show on behalf of Rhonda?
Yeah, Rhonda. She's in St. Joseph, Missouri.
Yeah. Okay. She's been talking about it for weeks.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, weeks and moving to
I didn't know you called it a show, though.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like a seminar show. I'm just going to go up there and perform.
Okay.
Give the people what they want. I'm just going to hopefully have like a whiteboard there waiting for me, and I'll just point to the crowd and say, what do you guys want to talk about? I said, why talk about child support and custody? You guys want to talk about IRS? You want to talk about IRS? Spend 2 days talking about IRS. You want me to show?
Yeah, that's always a fun subject.
Well, just like with Rhonda. I said, you want me to show you what I did for Rhonda? Rhonda had, she did the Winston Trout procedure. She got
did?
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, she got like the $60,000 or whatever, 50, 60, whatever, and whatever round it was. Everybody was writing everything off like crazy. And then obviously they come after you, because you're an employee of the United States. That's kind of ridiculous and funny. But whose ever process that was, that's ridiculous. So then, you got to write letters to the IRS, and you got to, say, well, thank God she had 3 different senators write to her. One said like 40,000, one said 50,000, one said 60,000. I was like, oh my God, this is sweet. We got absolute proof that they're committing fraud. They have no freaking clue. Somebody says I owe this, somebody says I owe that, somebody says I owe this. Oh my God, sweet, lovely. That happened to my sister years ago. She moved out of a home, and I told her, man, this is a ripoff. This contract is a scam. I said, you're leasing a house. I'm telling you. I walked around the house the day she moved in, and I said, you're going to owe between $12,000 and $18,000 the day you move out. She said, that's ridiculous. I said, I shit you not. I said, I'm reading the contract, and I was going around saying the windows got to be, the walls got to be repainted this much, $2,500 a wall. $300 for the windows. I mean, I was just walking around. And when she left, the house was spotless. And the lady who did the walkthrough, my sister said, it's almost Christmas. I need the money. Do you think you're going to give me the $1,500 deposit soon? And she's like, yeah, soon. And I said to the lady, well, if, say she owes, you find $10,000, $15,000 worth of damages, will you let her make payments over time? And my sister said, oh, stop being ridiculous. They're not going to do that to me. And she said, we'll let her make payments. And I said, so you do, like other women who have children, like my sister, just a single woman who has kids, and I'm sure you let them make payments all the time too. She says, oh yeah, all the time. We let them make payments too. We don't go after them for the full amount. And my sister said, well, that's other women and children, but they would never do that to me. I said, yeah, right. You're a sucker. You're a woman. You don't read the freaking contract. You fell in love with a beautiful house, and you have no idea what you just signed. I told you don't sign it until I get here, and you signed it anyway. So funny, on Christmas Eve, she pulls up in my driveway, not in her driveway, sorry about that, with a kid, and I'm sitting in front of like the fireplace because it's Christmas Eve, and she's crying like a baby. She gets a letter, she says she owes $15,000. But what was funny is 15,000.00. That's how much she owed for damages. And I took the letter and I just rolled it up. I said, this is fraud and extortion. I threw it in the fireplace. Thank God she pulled it out. In my dictionary, I actually have the response that I gave them, the second letter I wrote to them, in the dictionary thing I wrote, so people could have an example of what's extortion and how to handle it. But then I said to my sister, look, enjoy Christmas. Let me write a quick letter. Look, I'll fire up my computer. I'll have 2 sentences. I'll mail it out Monday morning, December 26th. This is all going to go away in a week or two. Trust me. And she's like, oh, I'm going to be broke. I can't pay this much money. I'm stressed out as it is. I said, stop crying. Enjoy Christmas. So the first letter was like, can you please give me an itemized statement of the bill so we could pay the bill, so we could, and move on with this matter like forthwith. Something simple like that, 2 sentences. So they came back with the actual itemized statement of the bill. It was $8,719.67. So I said, lovely, this is fraud, this is extortion, this is communicating threats, saying, if you don't pay us, we're going to take you to court with the $15,000. I said, yes, because actually in the Code of Virginia of 1950, it clearly says that extortion, if you threaten somebody with a legal procedure, that is also considered extortion. So you can't threaten people. It's like, I'm going to sue you. So you see that nonsense on TV all the time saying somebody's screaming, I'm going to sue you. Well, you know what? That's called extortion. It's just like a Gambino saying, you know what? I'm going to break your legs if you don't pay me $15,000. I'm going to take you to court. That's stressful. It's scary. It's, it hurts your status and your character in the public. So to be considered a defendant, and then it goes like on your permanent record with credit agencies that you went into a bankruptcy court or an eviction court or whatever. You get recorded for you'll be known as a defendant, and believe me, it's going to hurt you in the financial world as well. So anyway, I wrote a lovely letter back to them. That letter's really cool. That's the one I put in the dictionary. I basically just said, we'll be more than glad to entertain your suit in any open form within the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I hope that you're willing to answer our suit as well, because we are going to not only believe that we believe you committed extortion and that you claimed a debt that was not true, but the Code of Virginia in 1950 clearly stipulates under the terms of extortion, under whatever the code was, 16.1301, that communicating a threat by intimidating somebody by a court procedure is extortion, and by and then whatever the other code was for a fraud, making a claim that was not true of a debt, or making a claim that somebody owes a debt that's not true. So I said, we'll be more than glad to entertain you in any court if you will accept our invitation to our court. So we never heard back from them ever again, and that was 2007, I think. Yeah, 2007. So she was like, wow, it really works. I said, yes, believe me, it really works. This stuff isn't rocket science.
What do you think about psychiatric damage as injury? The story is that the guys dumping dumpsters right beside my apartment complex were doing it outside of their time that was specified in the code, and there's civil penalties for $2,000 for these occurrences. I wanted to find out what you think about pursuing an injury claim against a dumping company that broke the code?
First of all, like I said, you're probably not going to be able to go after the company, but you're only going to be able to go after the actual man who's doing it himself, and because then you're going to find out that his company has told him repeatedly not to do such an act, or they're going to say, well, this was the first time we've been made aware of this. If they were smart, they'd say this is the first time we've been made aware of this situation. They can bring it out to attention, and we'll stop it immediately. So, like I said, until you actually let the other side aware that it's called, like in legalese, it's called cease and desist. Until you make them aware that they're doing something wrong, they're not liable. But I know what you're saying; they're out of the code. So you can say, but like I said, the actual monetary damages are going to be $1. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like I said, you've got to show them that because of what they're doing, it's interfering with your ability to. You don't have any idea how hard it's going to be to show them that it's interference with your ability to perform.
I did a little bit of research on it, and they said they could your performance at work can be evidence of it, and even your relationship, like if you have problems getting busy with your lady in bed because you lost so much sleep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. There's two things to think of off the top of my head, right? Performance in bed and.
So I did make them aware. I called them and left a notice with their call center. As an actual notice, it was a written notice. And then then it happened more, and I called back in again and I was put on red alert or something like that. And then it happened again, and I took pictures of it all. So I was just trying to see if there's anything there, because I did give them notice. They were aware. I talked to the manager lady who was in charge of the routes.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. The only other thing that you could do is that two things you could do is you have like a city prosecutor. I mean, what kind of city you live in?
Dallas, Texas, baby.
And you got a city manager, I guarantee it. And he's above everybody. I don't know if you know what a city manager is, do you?
Yeah, I sure do.
Well, why don't you tell these fine folks who are listening just what the hell the city manager is?
Well, the city manager, he's the boss of the corporate arm of this city. He's like, what is he? He's the head of the city council, isn't he?
He's the head of every damn thing. I don't care if you got a man McCheese of Dallas. I'm telling you, the city manager is in charge of every damn thing. But you've got to be in an incorporated city, and it's got to be big. You're not going to find a city. You're not going to find a city manager in a little town of Lexington, Virginia, where I live. But I guarantee you, Lexington, Kentucky's got one.
Yeah, I'm almost positive. I think I even know who the guy it is. So what would be the course of action after that?
You have to go there. If it's a city sanitation department, that works even better. But if it's not, if it's a private contract, you have to. Like me, when I had a problem like that, you actually got to. I loved it, man. I just walked right up to the city manager's office. His door was open. I just walked in. I think it was hysterical. I just sat down and started talking to him. I said, "Yeah, I believe you're the city manager." Yeah, well, I got a few things to discuss with you. And he was like, "But I wore a nice suit and tie," and he thought I was like somebody who worked for him. I was just like, "Oh, you're just like somebody off the street." It's like, "Yep." But what I'm saying, he was like, "How did you know we even exist? How did you even know what a city manager is?" Because they don't explain this to nobody.
Well, because I've been interested in when I first started looking into law, it was because of all the crazy things government does, and I was like, how do they get their power? Oh, they got their power from the Senate, and the Senate is a court. Oh, Senate's a court. What is a court? How do these courts work? Oh, every city has a court. Oh shit, every state has a court. Okay, I need to really know how this court thing works, and so I started looking in and seeing that the city council runs the corporate side of Dallas, and the public works work for them. And I really I was thinking about pursuing a claim, because that's what got me on the claim road. Was I was so mad at these guys for waking me up and all the time. But I just trying to see how possible that was.
Well, like I said, the reason why I'd go after the city manager is because he's the McCheese guy. He's the top guy up there. So, like I said, he can't possibly say that you didn't make him aware, and then that way you go after the big dollars. Because honestly, all you go after is the guy who makes $10 an hour. You're not going to get much.
What if I got this supervisor who failed to train and discipline her subordinates?
Well, he makes $12 an hour. So, like, you see what I'm saying? You go in a little guy.
Yeah. Still after the man. I can't touch the corporation. I would only be able to go after the man.
Right. You can always go after the man. Right. So, like I said,
I was thinking,
if you want to go into the corporation, you have to go at them as a corporation, and you're going to reduce your status, and you have to be a plaintiff, and you have to play by their civil procedure rules.
Yeah, and that means knowing all of Dallas's local rules for court and knowing their code and all that bull crap.
If you go after a second dimension entity, you have to. It's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit. You know, you got to get
that movie.
Right, but that's exactly what it's about. You know, if you got good credit and if you're a good risk, the second dimension will actually let you participate in the second dimension world. If you don't have good credit with them, if you're not a good, honorable person, the second dimension isn't going to let you play.
Yeah, I got problems with the second dimension right now. My driver's license. The thing is, I'm.
Dude, it's not your driver's license.
Well,
it's not yours.
Another case.
You didn't create it. Dude, you didn't create it.
Oh yes, sir. I understand that part.
Right. Good. You're not the creator, so it's not yours. You're just bearing the burden.
Yeah, if I don't bear their license though, other people are less likely to contract with me. So the last thing I want to ask.
Are you a commercial driver?
Well, I need to operate motor vehicles in order to photograph.
You need to get behind the wheel of your property and take it from point A to point B, right?
No, not my property in this case. Not my property. I would go to someone else's dealership and get in their property and photo their property.
That's the game you chose to play. So that's what's required. If you want to fly a plane, you need to get a pilot.
Exactly. So if I don't agree with the traffic court, because the traffic court moved and I never appeared in the court, I never had anything to do with the court. They just deemed that I owed these fines. So now I would address the Secretary of State and try to just negotiate some kind of equitable settlement.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say. Anytime you get a fine, penalty, anything from Department of Motor Vehicles, say, I love it. Well, how much you got won't we pay? 10 gazillion, 327 billion, 800. You've got it. Put it in form of a bill, sign it, and I'll pay the damn debt.
And that's addressed to the
Secretary of
State, not the municipal court?
No, the court doesn't. The court's not coming after you. It's the Department of Motor Vehicles of the state. When you go to traffic court, what I'm saying? It's like the state of the city, coming after you.
Yeah, but the DMV said that it was the court that said I owe these fines. So what's going on there?
Who's the court? Who's the plaintiff? Who's the moving party? Who's the petitioner? Who's the one saying you've done something wrong?
Yeah, it would be the DMV or going to the city court to petition against me.
When I get a ticket here in the Commonwealth, they say it's the state of Virginia versus Karl Lentz. If you get a city ticket, I could get a ticket from the city. I could get a ticket from the county department. I could get a ticket from the state. So who's the one who's saying the state? Okay, so they're saying the state. Just tell them, look, put it in the form of writing, sign it, and tender me the bill. I'll accept it. Just tell me who's going to be the brave one who's going to put their hand, and who's going to put their hand in paper just paper, pen to ink, and say this is how much you owe. It'll never happen.
I need a signature, right?
Just sign it. Just say this is how much you owe.
Needs to be verified.
Tell the judge for it and sign it. Say, he orders me to pay. He's going to say, I don't order you to pay. Well, then who's ordering me to pay? I did that in child support, case in Alabama. First they steal my freaking kid, and then they got the effing balls to tell me I owe them something. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So I just said to the judge lady, it was funny. She was like, your son is appearing in court today because we've seen years have gone by and you haven't paid anything. You owe like $1 gazillion. It's like, really? And who do I owe it to? To the state of Alabama. So where's the state of Alabama? And she pointed over to the prosecutor's table. I said, you state of Alabama? And he said, yes. I said, is that your first name, last name? How should I address you? And he said, what? It's like, you're the state of Alabama. I asked a simple question. I said, judge right there said, I owe the state of Alabama. Where's the state of Alabama? He said, now you're gonna put it in a form of writing, state of Alabama. Your mama named you a funny name. Just put it in a form of writing. And tell I'm just waiting for the bill. Give me an itemized statement of the bill and a billing of the particulars every week, every month, every year that I owe it. Just sign it and just say it's true, and I'll be more than glad to pay the bill.
And so that's when I write to the state.
The judge lady, exploded. She says, if you don't pay this bill, if you don't pay what you owe, you're going to jail. I said, I think you're communicating a threat. You're giving legal advice on the bench, and what you're doing is extortion, Mrs. Gambino. You're going to break my legs, too, when you put me in a cage? She's like, well, you just better pay it. I said, is that legal advice? I said, you my attorney? You acting on my benefit on my behalf? She said, well, you just better pay it. I said, ma'am, I want to pay it. I would love to pay it. I asked you a simple question. Who do I owe the money to? State of Alabama.
You pointed over there. Did you not hear me say State of Alabama, put it in a form of writing, put it in a bill, give me an anonymous statement bill, and sign the damn thing, and I'll tender the payment immediately. I said, what part of that didn't you hear, Judge? I want to pay. I'm waiting for the freaking bill. Yeah. What's the problem, ma'am? And she's like, next case. The lady behind me owed $300. I was like tens of thousands. The lady behind me said, the judge said, why haven't you paid your child support, like $300? She said, well, whatever he just said. And the judge said, give her a pair of silver bracelets and get her out of here. For $300, I had tens of thousands, and the lady behind me was like, well, whatever he just said. Whatever he just said, I like what he said. Because he's walking out. And the judge realized, no, it's not that easy, sweetie. We know what he's going to do to us. You ain't going to do nothing to us. See, so it's a big difference. It just shifts. The lady behind me just said exactly what I said. The judge would have been like, wow, how many people are figuring this out? Or is this lady behind him bluffing? Does she really know what this guy just said in front? Because of what the guy just said in front, man, he did, perfect. He didn't say he wouldn't pay. He said he wants to pay. He's just waiting for the form of the bill. He's like, I've just been waiting for a bill. I don't got to pay out a debt until I get the bill. And I got to know that it's a true bill. I got to know that this bill is true, and somebody will swear before it in open court that every damn thing on this bill is true. And I will be more than glad to submit myself to the bill. Give me the bill.
We were on Skype room yesterday, and void judgment came up, and ab initio. The man
ab
in
initio, right from the very beginning.
Ab initio.
Void the judgment, right? Ab initio, right? Uh-huh.
Have you ever used anything like that, or has anybody ever used anything like that? Would you use something like that?
Yeah, compared with, right. I just I want to go back to the status and standing I was before I encountered this court. I want to go back to that of being a man. And
would one use Latin?
No, and then I say to them, I said, I believe that you maintain that position in statute in which you would refer to as ab initio. There you go. So just record whatever I just said and listen to it, and that's the perfect sentence. Well, not perfect, but it's whole and complete. Yes, so it is perfect. That's how you write it. It took me a year to come up with that little stupid ditty. Not only do I believe it's true, but I believe you maintain the statute, and within your statutes, this position, that, and then fill in the blank. It would be referred to as ab initio. I'm not saying that I know, but I believe that you maintain this position in your statute. Not that I know. I'm not saying. I'm saying I believe you maintain this position. I'm not saying it's true. I think you maintain this position because your statute and you're rigid, and I believe this is the second dimension. The first to it is ab initio. A freaking year to come up with that one little sentence, but boy, it works for so many things. It's not even funny. But you just got to minimize everything. That's what I do. I just minimize everything. Minimalist extraordinaire. That's a big German thing. The Germans trying to miniaturize every freaking thing. Get it down to the basic, simplest thing to make it work and still function at the size of a pin of a needle. It's like, wow, you got it to work yet. Damn right I did. We just like to do it. We like to make things simple.
If one writes a notice and uses Latin and turns it in, and in court the judge possibly gets up and walks out.
No, the judge could. The judge. That's what I love telling people all the time. How would you like? Oh, we used ab initio. Okay. Now, how would you like this very learned, very wise, very educated judge to say every single thing in that hearing and trial in Latin? You speak Latin. Why can't he speak Latin? Then what are you going to do, smart guy? How are you going to answer him? You're going to be like, I have no idea what you're doing. Yeah, you did. Right here, ab initio. Look at all these Latin words you used. I'm going to use them. If you could use them, I could use them. Why are you allowed to use them? All because you think you want to pretend that you're a smart guy, pretend that you learn it, pretend that you studied in Latin, pretend. Oh, you want to pretend? Yeah, I'll show you some pretending. Let's pretend. Let's pretend that you don't understand what I have to say. So talk on a common man, common parlance level. Stop talking all uppity. Let me put it this way. Some guy got on my show from England. Great phone call. The guy said to me, he said that the judge said to him in open court, if you want to do this common law procedure, I recommend highly you stick to one-syllable words. The judge said that to him. And this is why I keep telling everybody, use one. So if you do it 3 syllables, try to get it down to 2. You get it down to 2, try to get it to 1. Everything I do, I try to make it 1 syllable. Talk simple. There's no loopholes. There's no way to get out of that word. Keep it 1 syllable. Simple word. Like Me, Tarzan, you, Jane, Jane, steal bone, give back bone. That's it. That's my whole freaking claim. That's my whole case. That's my whole freaking everything. Jane can't get out of it. I don't want nothing. Is that my that's my bone? Give it back. It's been working since caveman time. It'll work today. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Tarzan did it. It's done. Let's move on. Go enjoy the sunshine. Get away from the 2-syllable, 3-syllable words. We got this covered. Thousands of years. You don't have to get creative. And that's what's killing you guys. And they see it. When you use 2, 3-syllable words, they know you don't have a freaking clue what you're doing. Oh, you're going to try to talk uppity to me. Oh, we're word nerds. Oh, you want to cross words with us? Oh, you're early. Let's play. Let's have a game. They're going to eat you for lunch. Talk like a man, and they'll know you're talking to meeting a man. How did God do the commandments? Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. What did he say? Well, let's be reasonable about this. At times, we could, he didn't start using 2, 3-syllable words. Made it simple, made it clear. That's the law. Simple and clear. Not ambiguous. If it's ambiguous, it's not good law. You could actually Google that. If it's ambiguous, it's not good law. You could actually do quote unquote, if it's ambiguous, it's not good law. And you'll see it's in so many statutes and so many code books all over the world. That's basically general golden rule. If you could have more than one interpretation for a word, it would not make good law. Like if I said to you, what does the word blue mean to you?
I would think color first.
Perfect. 99% of people on Earth would think it means color first. 1 or 2%, let's say 95% think it's a color. 1 or 2% would say, blue, it's a feeling, it's an emotion. Another person say blue, you mean like I blew up birthday candles? So like I said, so a good law, if you said the word blue, and there was something in there that had to do with color, that would make good law. It would make sense. To everybody, 95% of the common parlance, the common man, the common law, the people would understand that word. And Algonquin blue means, they say it a different way. They might say, pish posh might be the word for blue for them. But we wouldn't know what that means. But they know what it means. It's their common term, their common parlance, their common law. And when I was talking to Bill Thornton on another guy's show, Bill started to understand what I was trying to say. It's like, Bill, you're doing old English common law for the Old English Crown Legal Society, Bar Association. I said, that's not common law of the Algonquins, of the Welsh people, of the Irish, or whoever was over there. I said, it's not the common people, the common terms of art. People didn't know what a trover or a plebeian was, I guarantee, in merry old England. Only legal lawyers did. It's not common law. It's common law for the Bar Association, common law for the Crown. That's their common terms. That's their common parlance. That's their common words. I said, why are you trying to use it in Los Angeles, California, or Palm Springs? What are you doing? I don't get it. Orange County, whatever. What are you doing? Doesn't make any sense. Talk simple. What kind of people live in Orange County? I was talking to Dean's brother and some friend of his that went up to Hamilton, and they met me. I was trying to give them, I was drilling them as hard as I can, trying to tell you exactly what not to do. Not what to do, but what not to do. That was the big thing. It's not so much what you do, it's what you don't do.
Yep.
Was what's really important. And I kept drilling it into them. I said, will you stop playing with these people? I said, they're never going to recognize anything that you're doing. You could be the best in legalese and best code decipher and the best precedent. You could be the best pretend pro se attorney on planet Earth, and they will never give you the time of day. You're not a member of their club. They don't care. You're not a full carrying bar member. They don't care.
No, that's there's no truer words. They simply they don't care. It's all about jurisdiction. You have no standing in those court cases. There's no point even speaking when you're in there.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the very beginning part of the show. I said when I read your transcript, I was going bananas. I was saying when the judge said to you, well, every time I call your name, Mr. Clifford, you respond. So obviously we have control over you with jurisdiction because obviously you are responding. So obviously we, put input in, we get input out. So I kept saying, it's like all Dean had to say at that point was, yes, I am Dean Clifford, but which one, the legal person or the man? Which one does this court wish to intercourse with?
And that's actually for the first month, I think, through about 15 different hearings. It's exactly every time they said something like that to me. A lot of these transcripts we can't get. A lot of them have been altered. I said, I am a Dean Clifford. I am not the Dean Clifford you're looking for.
Right, but what is funny is you are Dean Clifford the person and you're Dean Clifford the man. They created Dean Clifford the person, but you can't accept such a lovely, benefit at this time, because I don't know how to intercourse in the legal world, as a legal person. But if you want to talk to Dean Clifford the man, any man on planet Earth wants to intercourse with man on man at Dean Clifford, I'm the man. I'm here for you.
Yep. It finally got to that by the time my last hearing came around that I was in at, the last two hearings in front of the Superior Court judge, he finally started addressing me as, well, Mr. Clifford, man to man, blah, 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 and he'd keep talking, and because I was refusing to participate in it until he clarified who it was he was actually trying to speak to, and that's right after that was the day I got bail approved, no problem.
This is what I learned, because I'm probably like 10 years. I'm not sure how old you are. I'm 51 years old, so I'm not sure how old you are. But this is what I learned from the free men of Montana. What happened was the federal court judge, these men, Schweitzer, and there was another man, Bivens or Givens, I don't remember his name. But when they went on trial, they were good ranching people. They were millionaires. They weren't, they weren't,
Leroy Schweitzer, right? Montana Freeman.
Yeah, Schweitzer, right? And there was another man who was very, very serious, very Bible, very Old Testament. He knew every single thing about American flags and eagles and why they face to the left and not the right and why they hold arrows, and he knew everything. So it was so funny when they opened up the United States District Court. They saying you don't have a jurisdiction over us, and that eagles this and this is that, and the judge was like looking all around, and he's like, the bench that you're behind is a temple. You're part of the Illuminati, the Jesuits, and the priest, and he's like the cloak and the robe, and he's like, and the priest is like, huh, and the judge is like, huh, wow, really. So this was what I learned was great with that trial. The district court judge, criminal judge, stood up, took off his robe, kicked the American flag to the ground, pulled the chair right in front of the free men, spun it around, and said, okay, talk to me, man to man, what's going on out here? And they froze. They knew all of that legal nonsense. They knew everything about a flag. They knew everything about the Bible. They knew everything about the structure of Old English common law. They forgot how to talk man to man.
Yep.
So what was funny is the judge he said, you got nothing to say? You got nothing to say? Fine. Keep it that way. You say one more damn thing about the Bible or anything, I'll have you gagged. So he got up, got on his robe. They started on with their spiel again, and they were just gagged for the rest of the trial. But they gave him a chance to speak man to man. But see, the poor Freeman and Montana guys didn't know that the judge was saying, okay, you want to evoke the common law? Let's do this. Talk to me man to man. What's going on? And let's see if we can work this out.
Yep, you know he just entered common law when they take their robe off. It's far from the first time I've heard of that happening and seen that happen now. So.
Yeah, like I said, if they talk to you man to man, you got something going.
Yep. Now you're in the proper jurisdiction, but you don't expect it when it happens, though. Sometimes I've noticed. Prepared for a fight at the other, and all of a sudden you're in the proper one. You're like, oh man.
Well, that's what I said. If all you evoked at the very first time, you didn't have to say this to common law. Said, look, yes, it is true. It is I, Dean Clifford, but the legal person that the Crown created for my benefit and for the other benefit of other citizens and of other persons of Canada, yes, lovely, or the man Dean Clifford. Now, I will accept, the title and responsibility of a man causing any harm to his fellow man, and I'm here to compensate for anything wrong. Is any man going to appear in this court in any near proceedings in which I get compensated for doing something wrong? I'll pay. I got the checkbook. I'm ready to go. How can we settle this?
Yep.
Tender me a proposal.
Yep. No.
So if you started with something like that, it would have over.
Stuff in the courtroom. There's the one hearing where I had my mic. They had me on camera, and the judge ordered the clerk to shut my microphone off so they couldn't hear me anymore, and then proceeded as long as she could hear. You can see on the transcript the clerk says, or the judge says, well, as long as he can hear us, I don't care. I hear him. There was that one, and then there was 5 other hearings where I was actually grabbed by sheriffs and dragged out of the courtroom before I finished my sentence.
Well, look what happened with some man up there in Saskatchewan. He calls me up there in one of my shows, and he says to me, court was kind of good and kind of bad today. I said, what do you mean? He says, well, that little thing that you wrote for me? He's like, yeah. He said, well, I gave a copy to the Crown when I walked in, and I gave a copy to the judge. I said, yeah, what happened? He said, well, the Crown says, we don't understand anything on this paper. He says, all these words, they mean nothing to us. So then the judge says, but I understand every single word. See, so I said to the man, do you not understand what's going on? He says, no. I said, the judge understands you revoking the common law. The Crown can't answer or respond because those words, certain words like man, wrong, don't exist in their world. So they can't understand it. They can't move under those words. They can't answer it, because if they did, they'd be disrobing themselves, they'd be uncloaking themselves, unmasking themselves, depersonalizing themselves, and they would have to be talking to you man to man, which they will never do, because they're there for liability. I said, so it worked out wonderful.
Liability themselves personally.
He didn't realize how wonderful it was that the prosecutor said, I cannot answer anything. These words are not known to me. I said, that's perfect. I said, dude, you won. He's like, what? Because there's nobody on the other side. You present a proposal, or you present an offer to them, or like, I wish to do this, and just tell me that, and nobody's ever going to answer. And it's just like what happened with Jason up in Canada. He's a great guy to get in touch with. If you know, Jason is out there in Kelowna. He had Winston Trout seminar. If you ever watched the Winston Trout seminar in Kelowna, Jason is the one who got them all together. But when Winston went out there, they did the Winston process, and 571 of those folks got caught up with it. And Jason called me up not too long ago, and he said, well, the Crown had to stay the 571 proceedings against us because of that simple question you asked them. And he said, it worked out great. He says, it's been stayed indefinitely until they answered. They said to the court, the Crown said, we cannot proceed at this time. We're going to have to stay the procedure indefinitely until we can provide an answer. They're never going to be able to answer it.
They can't.
Like, whose property are we talking about? Is this my money? Whose property are we talking about? Just a simple question. Because the government can't make a claim for property. Only man can make a claim for property. So their hands are tied. Because, like I say, the only reason what man got together since caveman time, 2 man, 3 man, 5 man, 6 man got together, not men. Men and man are not the same. Why man gets together is to secure and protect the property of each other's. So this is the golden rule. This is like the mission statement of every government. I don't care where you are, people get together to secure and protect their property for their fellow man from foreign invaders. So when you go to the government, you just say, hey, I've got a claim, my property's been stolen, it's been robbed. Have you found it? Do you know where it is? Can you tell me where it is? Can you locate it for me? Can you track it down? Can you return it immediately? And they will, because that's their mission statement. That's their whole agenda.
It's supposed to be their job, yeah.
And they do it because, like I said, go to YouTube and go James Daly, Return of Birds or Birds of Prey. And he said this actually happened in Quebec. I told the man who had he brought a whole bunch of birds in, imported illegally, no vaccination, no paperwork, no nothing. And this was actually in Quebec. So I was wondering if it would work in Napoleonic as well. So go listen to Mr. Daly. He has got the biggest private zoo up there in Canada called Lion African Safari over there in north of Hamilton. And he's like, Carl, I went to court with this man, and he accepted all the fines, all the penalties, all the fees, which you can make a payment of $1 a day for the next 10 billion years. It doesn't matter what the fines, penalties the Crown assesses upon you. So what? Accept it and pay $1 because that's the century. Who cares? They just want to see that the books balance. It doesn't matter to them if they actually physically get payments in full at one time, make payments. And then he said to the court in French, he says, yeah, by the way, I'm going to require the court to return my property immediately. And then the judge said to the Crown prosecutor, return this man's property. And then the prosecutor said, what? That's crazy. And the judge said, return the property forthwith. And then the man said that then the prosecutor said, okay. And he left the courtroom, and he said when the man left the courtroom, he said he heard the prosecutor and the judges screaming at each other. Because the judge was like, hey, the guy said open sesame. That's the magic word. He said property. What do you want me to do? My hands are bound. Like Jesse and Jonathan, they got their 4 kids back because I told Jonathan. Jonathan wouldn't listen to me. He had this great big 2-hour spiel he put before the court, but Jesse did. I only worked with her for 10 days. I said, do you know the lady who took your kid? Did you actually physically see somebody touch and trespass on your property? Yeah, good. When you walk into the court, point her out into the court and say, that woman robbed me of my property. And the judge, I know, is a mandated reporter. He has to report any time he hears a crime of murder or rape or anything in his courtroom during testimony. He's got to report it to either the local prosecutor or the sheriff's department. I've got a couple of friends who are judges. They're mandated reporters. So what's funny is the judge said, well, don't you care why she robbed you of your property? Because they had guns and drugs in their house and, the kids weren't being, fed and, in a proper manner according to the government. So she said, why? What? And I said, look, just tell the judge, if I was raped, why do I care why I was raped? I was wrong. Return my property immediately. And then the judge said, okay, just said that The court will be in recess. And that was at 5 o'clock. They were told to leave. Come back at 8:30 tomorrow morning. They said they came into the lobby at 8:30 in the morning at Queen's Bench in New Brunswick. Crown prosecutor walked out with that little, 2-sentence ditty claim I gave. And he said, who wrote this? And she said she did, because they got to write it in French on one side and English on the other. I said, who wrote this? And she said, well, obviously it's a woman's handwriting. Do you know what this means? And she said, it means you got to give me back my property. She said, well, he's like, yeah, it means that. But whoever wrote this, Tom was scared shitless. And when do you want your property? She said immediately, she said, well, we scattered into the four corners of New Brunswick. We never intended on you people ever seeing these kids again. Can you give us till Friday before you start assessing $1 a second payments for holding the property in naked possession? She said, yeah, we'll hold off on the claim for, naked possession. So they got back their kids. And it only took me 10 days, and plenty of parents called up my show and said, Jesus, Carl, we did. Some lady in the Saskatchewan or Manitoba told another lady in either Saskatchewan or Manitoba, just go to the social services up there and just say you want your property back. The lady went up there. She went to the receptionist. The receptionist said, have a seat, you crazy lady. 2 hours later, they dropped it, gave it to the kid, and the kid, they left. No paper, no nothing.
Amazing what a claim can do, eh?
Property is the magic word.
Yep.
Because property is that which is proper to a man, exclusive to all others within a society in which he may only use and enjoy for his own use. If anybody else's wishes to enjoy it or use it, they must get his permission, or if they don't, it would be considered a trespass.
Yep.
It's that simple. And there's only two wrongs. I got that from Billy Thornton, trespass and trespass on a case. So once I put my case before the court, and the court clerks started to do the Jesse's case, because Jesse's case was like a two little sentence claim, they started saying, this isn't the Arsenal Court. This is Queen's Bench. I said, we wrote it Arsenal Court at Queen's Bench in Brunswick. And the court clerk said, no, this is Queen's Bench. It's like, no, it's Jesse's court. It's the Arsenal Court. She's making a claim in this public building. She's bringing her court to this public building. And you will recognize it, because you're the clerks. You maintain it. Here comes the king. Here comes the queen. Here comes the creator of this court. Man. So, man, they flipped when they saw what we were putting into the court. So simple.
We are the authority.
Well, like I said, at the very beginning of my show, my kid was taken because he had Downs. I haven't seen my kids in 7 years. So I finally seen them on St. Patrick's Day for the first time. I said to my mom, what's it been, like 5 years? I've been, away. She said it's 7. And I don't even know what they look like. I said, can you point them out? They're in church. I said, there's 12 kids here. Can you point them out? She said, the tall one and the long-haired one. I said, holy cow, they grew. So like I said, I dedicated myself big time to this just to try to get my kids back from the government. And then once I got my kids back, I said, let me see if I could help others. It's all property. Thank God for John Locke. I could refer back where I've gotten all my stuff from. And like I said, if you go to my website, it's broadmind.org. I got very lucky that some nice man who looks like George Foreman, big guy from Texas, Larry, he sent me a letter from Ohio, a court in Ohio. And it said that, he said these women are fantastic at writing legal documents. And the judge simply wrote to them, thank you for your petition to the court or motion before the court, but we cannot grant it at this time, even though you have many numerous and legal conclusions, which may be like true or accurate. We see nowhere within the state of Ohio where it's recorded that you're an attorney, so at this time we're going to have to deny you. So no matter how good you are at their game, they're going to always say, you could study that nonsense for years. I could have probably been one of the best attorneys in the United States. I studied that stuff like you got no freaking idea. You should see my original lawsuits, like 300 freaking pages. It was insane. And I tell people where to find it on PACE. I said, you want to see insanity? Go look at my first lawsuits back in 2001. Go take a look. And then 2003, they
play that game, they can do whatever they want.
Right. So no matter how dedicated you are, it's a joke. And like I said, one of the best phone calls I ever got, I said to these folks earlier, was over in England. Some man called me up and he says, Carl, he said, the judge very clearly said that if you want to play the common law game, I highly recommend that you keep it to one-syllable words. And that's coming out of the judge's mouth. And this is what I say every time on my show. If you could do it in 3 syllables, do it in 2. If you could do it in 2, do it in 1. Never use Latin, because they could respond to you in kind. Every single thing that they could talk to you now in court, if you use a Latin word like ab initio, how would you like it if every single other word that came out of their mouth was in Latin? You want to be a smart guy? Oh, we'll be smart. You want to play? Let's play. We'll cross words.
Everything they're saying.
or they'll destroy you. Talk like a man, because no other man will appear. Call them out, man to man. They have to appear as a man. You can invoke the common law. You have the right as man that created that court. Man is the creator of these courts. Public servants didn't create these courts. Man.
If you're a man, they'd be something of equal weight, something equal value.
Yeah, they have to. Well, you don't. You have a duty and obligation to your fellow man. You're not sovereign. Only God's sovereign. Only God has the capacity to ignore the law. God is impervious to law. God could walk through walls. I can't. I can't levitate. I can't grab. I am bound by law. Natural law, nature's law. I'm bound by law. I'm not sovereign, but I am a man. I'm in the image of God. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm the creator of Frankenstein. I'm the creator of these courts. I'm the creator of the public servants. I'm the creator of the governments. Man is the creator of all this. God created man. Man created everything else.
The word sovereign, I think it's just generally understood. They mean sovereign under God, which means still answer to Him.
Well, like I said, I actually, because I was hearing a lot of people using the word sovereign, and sovereign was something that basically says that possesses godlike qualities or is not bound by law. And God's not bound by law. I am. So to me, I'm not sovereign by law.
You're sovereign of whatever you create. Sovereign under God.
Yeah, right. You would have the capacity to rule over it, to have godlike qualities. But for me to call myself sovereign when I actually know there is another sovereign would kind of be a mockery. Are you sovereign over what you create? Yes. Are you sovereign? No. But you know what I'm saying? So I try not to use that word. Yes, I'm sovereign over what I create. I just say, look, I'm very happy to accept the title of that of a man. Is there any other man who's going to come forth and make a claim I've done anything wrong?
What higher title could there be other than God?
And this is what I always said to people. I had a great guy who used to do my show with me from Chicago. His mom was an English teacher and his dad was a professor in ITT. So what was funny is I said to him, can you please explain to these people when you use an adjective how you diminish the capacity of a noun? When you say first the word I, that's just in the image of God. The lowercase I, that's the image of God. One, God. Man comes after that. You could stop right there. Or like I do, I put a lot in the four corner brackets. I can put my name in there. So people know how to refer that man to as Karl Lentz. But it's a four corner bracket. It means it's there, but it's not there on paper. It's just for your convenience and my convenience. So we could communicate with each other instead of calling each other, hey man, you call me Karl Lentz. But once you start putting down plaintiff, defendant, U.S. Marine, ex-felon, dad, son, you're diminishing the capacity of that of being a man. Why didn't you just hold the status and the title of man? Why did you reduce yourself to son or uncle or where you're showing there's duties and obligations to other family members? It's none of their damn business. The only thing they need to know is that you're a man. That's all they need to know. And you only have a duty. You only have a duty and obligation to your fellow man.
Or you confine it to something.
Or you what?
The more you try to define something, the more you confine it to something. You diminish it more.
That's right.
You try to describe it more.
Right. A man is unlimited in his capacity. So once you start putting that I am a member of a family, well then I have duties and obligations to brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles. So like I said, I'm diminishing my status. So right now I'm just saying I, a man. And I'll put the four corner brackets, Karl Lentz. That's it.
Well, it's just like that's people that are saying I am.
Yeah, I am. But like I said,
after that,
I like
it. If you start listing all the things you are, then you confine it to what you list, and you remove everything you haven't specifically listed. Where if you leave it just I am.
Well, the only thing about the other way I look at it, saying I am, is like basically it's almost like a godlike quality, because I to me is God. It's the symbol of one, the symbol of God. We all come from the one. So if you just say I am, it's basically to me saying you almost like think you believe you have a godlike quality, that you are I. And to me, God is I. That's just my personal opinion. I'm saying I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to say this is the way I've looked at it. There's not that much they're looking for when you would come before the court. Are you a defendant? Are you a person? Are you a man? What are you? There's very few things they're looking for.
Yep.
And they're waiting for you. They're waiting for the man to appear.
99% of what's going on is a show that's being put on that has almost absolutely no relevance of any kind to it, just to make you believe something is actually going on in that courtroom.
Yeah. That's because you're not leading up. You're not telling them. You're not informing them. You're not, telling them, say, hey, look, wait a second. Is the Dean Cliff the person whom this court seeks, or is it the man? Which one is it? It would have been over.
Well,
it would have been
again,
simple.
even the word person is inclusive of a man. You want to
a person is a man.
Person, you might want to know what kind of a person you are.
Right, a person is a man within a society, and according to his rank or his status, he has certain duties and obligations to that society in which that society may impose.
Yes.
If he's derelict in his duty. Yes, a person is a man.
Person is any being capable of having rights and duties.
Right, but like I said, within a certain society. Now, is the legal society calling me forth? Is the Crown Society calling me forth? Ah, great. You know what? I'm not a person within your society. Yay, I get to go. I'm not a person within your Boy Scout society. You can't take away my merit badges. Why? Because I don't freaking got none.
Yep, so if people don't like the word person, fine. Just and actually, I suggest they don't use it anyway. It's man, because there's no room for error. You can't...
Well, what I'm saying is saying to Boy Scouts, say I'm not a person within a Boy Scout society, so you can't take away you can't take away my merit badges. Yay, guess what? I'm not a legal person, so you can't take away my legal rights. Why? Because I don't have any freaking legal rights. Because I'm not a person within a legal society, like I'm not a person in the Boy Scout society, so you can't take away my Boy Scout rights, I don't have none.
And I got into that with them, both not being a member of their democratic society, having nothing to do with their society. All that stuff is on the record. I got into all of that stuff with them. It's ad nauseum garbage. I don't really give a shit about ever making those arguments ever again anymore now anyways. But they really don't like people figuring that.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is you've got to get them to understand when you first walk through that court, you're a man. And there's certain words that you could use that they can't use and they can't answer to.
Yep.
And they're stuck.
Yep. I'm here as a man. I'm present as a man. I will not plead into a fictional law. I am not illegal. I will not act for a legal person. All of that. All that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So,
but you're more than glad to answer to any other man.
Yep.
See, that's what like I said, it's just all first what you're saying is negative, but then you got to throw a positive. But I'm more than glad to answer to any wrong that's done to my fellow man. May that man appear at this time. I wish for that man to appear at this time.
What's coming up next? What's coming up next, Dean? Do you have a trial coming up, or what?
Well,
what do you have planned?
As of May 12th, I've got another pre-trial now, which will be 18 months into this deal. I have another pre-trial where the judge in the matter has given me 3 hours to come in and to basically give my facts and evidence to have the entire matter dismissed, which is where I think we're at right now, based on the notices that I put in that got me the bail pretty immediately. So I think what this all boils down to is they just wanted to lock me up in jail for a little while, and they were eventually going to let me out. I think they have a hope in hell of prosecuting, but it just get me in jail for a little while and to really scare people into wanting to try to make the same arguments when they go to court. So that's what I got planned. I'm going back to court on May 12th. As it stands right now, they still have a trial booked for 11 more outstanding charges. I think that's going to bring the total up to about 36 I've been up against in the last 20 months or the last 2 years. And again, so I don't expect it's going to make it to trial, and I really don't. Yeah, I'm just boy, there's so much to talk about. Where to even start with all this? So that's where things are at. Like I said, there's 11 charges left of the original 26. They've added a few. They've lost pretty much every single one of them, including in Brandon, and that's probably what Karl would find most interesting is the 2 charges they had me up against in Brandon, Manitoba for uttering threats apparently over the jail phones while I was in prison that time. They couldn't identify the accused in the courtroom, so they had to discharge everything because the Crown failed to actually identify the accused, even though I was sitting there the entire time. Apparently they couldn't identify me because the accused was a legal person and they had a man standing in the courtroom. So they couldn't link the two together, and they had to dismiss everything. But they tried to make it sound like there was some kind of a failure in the Crown's case against me, and because it's just preposterous, the stuff they had to get onto the record to make it look like there was some failure in the Crown's case, in the Crown's prosecution of the case. Whereas if you're a man and they're coming after a legal person, well, those are two completely separate things. They can't prosecute you. They can't convict you. They can't find you guilty. They can't give you a fine. They can't give you jail time. They can't do anything. They can't create the joinder necessary to give you the sentence. This is no different than what happened in Brandon all those years ago when there was 11 charges back then that I beat. And well, I if you want, I beat them, but because they convicted me guilty on every single count and then discharged everything immediately on the spot. I walked out without paying even $1 in fines for stuff that should have seen me in jail for 2 years. And they did that just to protect the record and just to say, oh no, look, he was still convicted, but we discharged everything on the spot, so that it doesn't even show up on the records anymore. There's no records of that entire hearing ever having happened. So it's they're still doing what they can to try to protect their little scam, their little con they got going on, and not making it look as though we're actually winning at this stuff. So they're trying to keep the transcripts still to show that this system has legitimacy. And what do I have planned? Well, I don't know. I'm tired. I've been on about 20 shows since I've been out in the last month. Every night or every second night, I've been doing an interview here lately. I'm certainly not out of the game, and I'm certainly not going to become reclusive and hide. And I'm not scared of these people. And they didn't mess me up after 16 months of jail. I'm not scared, and I'm back, and I'm bigger and better than ever before. And with people like Karl and everybody else that I'm talking to around the world right now, we're just all getting bigger and better and growing as a movement and being more public and getting out there and showing people that they shouldn't have the fear that they have. And I'm happy to say that after 16 months, I think this movement, the truth movement, is bigger and better than it ever has been ever before. So I'm happy to be back out and a part of it, and I think people are going to see some fantastic things coming.
Good. I'm glad you're out. I'm so happy with what's going on in the world, the waking up that's taking place. I hope it hurries up and gets to that critical mass point so we can make changes. So you said your trial is when?
Well, they've got something scheduled for June, so a few months from now. And I think that after this, if anything, if I can't get this all discharged at the pretrial coming up on May 12th, I'm going to have that pushed off because there's even according to their own laws, it's impossible for me to have a fair trial at this point when they kept me locked up for 16 months. And I simply brought that up in my bail hearing too, where I said, if you guys actually want to have a fair hearing, I hope you're prepared to throw the Crown Attorney in jail for the next 16 months to prepare their case, because if you don't, we don't have a fair trial, and I'm just going to go for a miscarriage of justice on the spot. So they didn't seem to like that a whole lot either. It's impossible to have a fair trial when they lock you up in prison for 16 months and try to get you to defend yourself against a team of lawyers who are not locked up in prison. I can't think of anything more unfair, in fact. So we'll see. Maybe I'll just have that trial pushed off for 16 months and then just deal with it in the meantime and just have some more hearings. And I got some prosecutions planned against them. I actually tried from in prison. I actually had a couple of private prosecutions filed. Court dates were set. They brought me in for 3 different court dates, but without the facilities to be able to prepare anything, I just wasn't able to do anything in the courtroom. I just said I stayed my own prosecution until I got out and I could actually pursue things.
Well, Dean, let me give you a little hint here with something that you just said about miscarriage of justice, right? You remember when you just said something about miscarriage of justice?
Yep.
Okay, that's a term of art. Okay, so it's what you're doing by turning back to them a term of art. You're showing that there's joined it, that there is some sort of a meeting of the minds between you and the legal society. What I recommend that people do is, I said, not only do I believe that it would be unfair and unjust, I believe your legal society would call it a miscarriage of justice. See, you're separating yourself. You say, I would believe, because only man has the capacity to believe, that your legal society would refer to it as miscarriage of justice.
Yeah, that's what people call it.
Right, that's not what normal people would call it. People would just say, that's not fair, that's not just. The legal society would call it a miscarriage of justice. 99% of the people would not know what miscarriage of justice means. Miscarriage, what does that mean? I don't know.
Well,
but they would definitely know that's not fair. That's not just.
It's most certainly a very important word, and that's why it's the first 4 letters of the word justice. So.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you're speaking like a lawyer. You're speaking like an attorney. You're showing that there is cognizance. There is an understanding. You do have some sort of knowledge of legal. So I'm just trying to explain to people what the judge in England said to the man. If you want to play the common law game, use 1-syllable words. Talk very simply. Just say that would not be fair. That would not be just. Not only do I believe that would be not fair, but I believe that within the legal society, it would be deemed a miscarriage of justice.
Yep.
Because deemed is a huge word, too. So if you go look at the word deemed, you see what I just said.
You know how hard it is for and I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about, Karl. It's actually hard to dumb yourself down. It's actually the hardest thing there is to do.
It took me years. It took me years to dumb down. Years. It's an art, dude. It's a freaking art to dumb down. I mean, that's why I said I'm German.
15 years, and you're just used to using bigger words when you speak, just normally as it is now. Anyways, it's actually tougher to dumb yourself down and go right back to just using simple words.
Right. Well, like I said, I'm very fortunate. I'm from the German culture, so we minimize everything. We try to mini everything. So it's like, can we do it in 3 moves instead of 4? Can we? We'll spend a lifetime just learning how to minimize it, just to make it quick and faster and easier. It took us a whole freaking life to do it, but for the next guy who comes behind us, hopefully they'll be able to just get through this in 2 seconds and get on to something more important.
Yep. I completely agree with that. It's the better results I got was from just sending less and less birds in on smaller and smaller notices every single time.
Oh, yeah, because I said that to your brother. Was funny. He said, well, look what happened to Dean. He put something with line paper, and the court wouldn't accept line paper. So then they wanted us to put blank paper, and so my brother had to run around and find blank paper, like he couldn't get blank paper. I said, you know what would be super funny, because this is as it was happening. I said, what happened if your brother put blank paper into the stuff? And he wrote his notices or wrote his motions in blank paper. And the judge said, no, line paper isn't acceptable if it's horizontal. We want line paper that's vertical. I said, they're just going to mess with you, brother. If he could do it on horizontal paper, he could do it on blank paper, and he comes in with blank paper now with no lines. Now they say, no, we want – no, you misunderstood us. It's not that we didn't want line paper. We just didn't want horizontally lined paper. We wanted vertical. And then the next thing, you're going to do vertical paper. You're going to chase down that stupid rabbit hole. And then they'll say, no, we want it like the Jewish way. We want it right to left instead of left to right. Your brother's – he's just got to let it right to left.
How much they were messing around with us. They knew I was in jail. They know I can't do anything. And they knew that when I finally was able to get my stuff out for somebody to take to the courthouse and file it, all the clerks had to do is say, no, we're not accepting this. And what do you do? You can't. We've caused such a shitstorm down there. We even had people go to the Attorney General's office here in Manitoba and say, what the fuck is going on at your courthouse? These clerks are absolutely obstructing. They're not taking our paperwork at all. We got a guy sitting in jail who they will not accept his paperwork from. We can't get a hearing. We can't do anything, so he's just sitting there. Like, is that the whole point of what you guys are doing? Is that the message you're sending us? You just want him to sit there for a while? Because it was all complete shit.
I got an interesting question for you. Did you try to ever send anything through the mail, and then they interfered with the ability for the mail to be processed?
Yep. We had registered mail returned, opened, and resealed.
So, but they didn't interfere with the mail process actually going from point A to point B.
Not that I'm aware of, other than it being
returned. It was just the people on the other side rejected it, but the mail process went through.
Mail process, as far as we know, went through.
Okay, that's one question. I was wondering if they actually interfered with the mailing process, but it's just the other side didn't accept it at that time. Okay.
Well, yeah, but you can't not accept registered mail. You're signing for the registered mail. They open it, they see what's in it, then they seal it back up and return it. Like that's.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's just like I said. It's to me, it was like, okay, he thinks this is, like say you send somebody a gift registered. It's like, you know what? I just can't accept. You sent me, 3 elephants, and I just don't have the facilities to maintain 3 elephants on my property, so I'm going to have to return them, even though you sent them registered and it's a lovely gift.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I could see them return things.
Court will be accepting our paperwork, and they denied you complete, effective access to justice and to remedy at law when they start doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but like I said, did you ever open up the Clifford Court?
Well, that's another matter altogether. I have not gotten into a lot of that kind of stuff yet.
Okay, well that's what Jessie had to do to get her 4 troops back. She had to open up the Jessie Court. She had to open up the Arsenal Court.
Yeah.
And it was funny. Like I said, when she went down there, she explained on like a Thursday show I had. And I do just on a Saturday, but she goes on and she says. She said it was wild. She said the clerk told the head court clerk went and got the judge. He said the judge has always been treating us like crap for the last 5 months, and then but the judge brings us into his chambers and he tells the clerk to go get us lemonade, and he was really nice to us. And he said, look, We just don't appreciate that you calling it the Arsenal Court. This is the court that you're in is called Queen's Bench, and this is how we refer to it around here. Everybody here knows it's Queen's Bench, not your court. And then he also said to them, he said, look, if can you do us a favor? They said, and this was funny because it came from Canada. The judge said, can you get rid of this word property, and can you put children in? Because, Lincoln freed the slaves, and what does American history slaves have to do with property and children is beyond me. But he said the judge made a real sourpuss face and said, we really, it's not funny, it's not cute that you call children property, so can we bring this back to children? And it's funny, she called me up on the phone at 3:30 in the afternoon. And she says, oh, wow, Colin, we got to meet the head judge, and you should have seen these court clerks running around like crazy, and it was just these 2 sentences. Oh, my God, and it was so much fun, and we got to have lemonade with the judge. And I said, then what happened? He said, well, all they asked was to change it from children to property. And I said, what'd you do? She said, change it. I said, oh, I started cursing out like a drunk sailor. Get your effing ass, effing down, get changed. I said, if you don't do this, don't ever talk to me again. She says, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. She says, do you have how much fuel it costs us to go back down to St. John to do this? She says, it's like an hour and a half away. I said, you better hammer it and get down there. Don't you ever effing talk to me ever again. I said, don't try to outguess what I'm doing. Can you just put the way I wrote it, can you just let it ride?
Well, the clerks went ahead and actually changed my paperwork. They
did HUS. They changed HUS, and I actually have it I have a copy of it on the internet where the clerk actually circled the words and crossed them out and put the recommendations of what they would accept.
Yeah, well, that's what they did to me, but it wasn't a recommendation. They just wrote in what they wanted.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So that's a trespass on the Arsenal Court. That's a trespass on the case.
Yep.
So you better believe we wrote a hell of a letter back, and we said we got proof that Susie just trespassed on my case, on my property, and we're going to hold Susie liable.
Yep.
Thank you, Susie. So like I said, they let the paperwork go in and they let it slide. But it was so funny when Jessie said that to me on the phone at 3:30. She said, I don't want to go all the way back, and the judge loved me now, and da-da-da. She said, fine, I'll just do it your damn way, fine. And she gave me a freaking attitude.
To get you to change that paperwork and say what they wanted to say.
Yeah, but it was funny. The lady I was helping, Jessie, gave me an attitude. She's like, no, we're finally getting along with the clerks, finally getting along with the judge. All we have to do is change the word from children to property to children, and now we're in. I was like, no, they're going to kill you. They're going to crucify your friends. I am effing telling you. You better leave that paperwork the way I put it. I'm telling you, they have jurisdiction and control over children. They don't have jurisdiction and control over property. Only man does.
Yeah, because then they can operate in the presumption that you mean child under a certain act or statute where it's clearly defined as.
Right. So I said, it was required immediate return of property. See Exhibit A, B, C, D, and put 4 photographs. Has anybody seen my property? Return it immediately.
Yep.
That's it. No children, nothing Susie, Bobby, Billy. No, it's none of their damn business. That's your names that you gave your kids, and you don't give your name away to anybody, especially your children. So it was a lot of fun. But like I said, if you can, I know you have to dumb down. I know it's tough, but you're a smart guy. I know you're a smart guy, but you got to dumb it down.
Isn't it interesting that whenever you ask them a question, they'll tell you they can't give you legal advice, but when you do something right, all of a sudden they're just full of legal advice, and they'll tell you exactly what to do and what's right here and how to change this.
But what I'm saying is you break down words from miscarriage of justice, the simple words, like me, I've got letters from Japan. It's ridiculous. Guy rolled it up. He put rope around it. He sealed it with wax. I gave it to Gus. I said, Gus, can you read this? I said, I can't read it. He said, I can't read it either. But like I said, I must talk in such a simple level that even a man who's writing to me from Japan telling me he loves what I do, and he draws pictures of the diagrams I put on my show, the pyramids and stuff like that, and he's getting it. But he barely speaks English. You can see he's barely literate in English. But I'm not using legalese words. So people are actually getting this over in Malaysia, Japan, because I'm drawing pictures and I'm using very, very simple English words. And that gets the communication across a lot quicker because a lot of people that listen to me, are very learned. They've been studying the law for many, many years. They're probably better than 90% of the attorneys who appear in courts against them. But that's not a big crowd. That's not 90% of Canada. That's not, 90% of the United States is, So to me, I've seen that it seems to work no matter where I go, if you look at my website, you can't believe the people who show up my show there. Black, white, gay, old, Indians, it's ridiculous, the people who show up my show. It's not free men, it's not white guys.
And every time they're trying to get you to change what you're saying, or they're just ignoring you and they're continuing on. Big on this as well, I know, is they getting it on the record 3 times when you're saying stuff 3 times. And people should know that this goes back to the law merchants and the courts, where the first time is considered a mistake, the second time is considered a coincidence, and by the third time you're saying something, it's a pattern. It means you mean it. It's not a mistake. It wasn't a coincidence. Oh, he really means it this time. Third time he said it, bro.
Yep. Well, how I know that it's true is because my sister asked my family to give her $20,000 for a retaining fee, and you didn't do anything wrong. So you don't just go to court. And I said, the judge is going to ask you, they're going to introduce everybody. They're going to introduce the moving party, which is then the ex-husband. I said, and all you do is, I said, you make a very simple, exhibit of everything that he's done wrong to you over the years, but your claim is going to be very simple. Now, when you introduce yourself to the court, I said, all you say is, I, Karen, her last name, and now present in court. I lie my case before the court. And the judge is going to say, who's our attorney? And she said, and I said, just say, I, Karen, her last name, I'm now present in court. I lie my case before the court. And the judge said, well, this is going to be very complicated in my last months, and, are you sure you're not seeking legal counsel because your husband over here has got, 3 attorneys? And he said, I, Karen Garner, I'm now present in court. I lie my case before the court. And the judge said, duly noted. And that was it. The judge said, duly noted. So she moved her claim before the court, said what he did wrong. And as soon as the attorney for the other side, they said, now, you're done with your case? Yes. Okay, now, for the other side. The other side, the woman stood up. And my sister said, I object. And the judge was like, wait a second. You presented your case to court. They can't present theirs? And my sister said, does that woman unless my husband had a sex change, it's like, that sounds like a woman. It's like, yeah, that's the attorney. She introduced herself in the beginning. It's like, yeah. Does she have any firsthand knowledge of anything that she's going to testify today in court? Does she have any firsthand knowledge of any transaction that, transpired over the 20-year relationship between I and that man? And the judge said, that's a very good question. Let's ask. He said, do you have any firsthand knowledge of any transaction that transpired over the 20-year relationship between that man and a woman? She said, no. The judge said, well, then sit down. And then the attorney said, but Your Honor. And the judge said, now sit down and shut up. So, yeah, this 3-thing thing is true.
Yep.
The judge asked the 3 points. That's another excellent point, is about the fact these people don't have firsthand knowledge of anything, and we never object to that. We never ask them about that. Oh, excuse me, do you have any firsthand knowledge of anything that you've claimed in this court? Anything that you've said in this court? Anything you brought to this court? Do you have any firsthand knowledge of it? And they don't. That's all you have to ask.
So then judge would not be deemed hearsay and speculation, which would not make itself available for appellate review. And the judge would have to say, he's right.
Yep. And I don't see a particular problem with using the word hearsay. I don't think that that's an issue.
Yeah,
it's not. Legalese issue.
Yeah, most people know what the word hearsay means in the United States. Most people know what that means. It's not a term of art that most people don't understand. It's like, what hearsay means? So speculation or conjecture. You know what that word means. You're like, yeah, most people know.
But if you have no problem with these people just continuing to spew a bunch of hearsay, then the court can't do anything until you're the one that objects to it.
Right. If you're not objecting, they're just going to keep going. Why not? Let's keep playing the game.
You must be okay with it. And if you're okay with it, then the court has to be okay with it.
Right. It's billable hours, and if you don't know the rules, it's your fault for coming into a game that you don't know the rules.
Yep.
Instead of just walking into
the chains, but that's a matter altogether.
Instead of just walking into the court since day one and just saying, I'm an idiot. An idiot, like I said, it's a Greek word that just says outside stranger, somebody who has no qualifications within a certain profession. That's all. It has absolutely nothing to do with competency when it comes to general knowledge like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It has, I don't have any terms of art of, like a brain surgeon. Like I say to people all the time, instead of I'm a brain surgeon, and if I hear 2 brain surgeons opening up my head and they say, give me the Massey, and the Massey is like the #1 driver in golf. It's a big wood. Hand me the Massey. It will say, this guy's going to hit me in the head with a golf club. And I'll start freaking out. It's like, you going to hit me in the head with a golf club? It's like, no, we just call it this little tiny hammer, but it happens to be the biggest hammer. We call it the Massey. We call it we call it the driver, the Massey. It's like, oh, geez, I thought you were going to smash my head with a golf club. So we're just confused because they're using terms of art in which we're not competent. So we're complete idiots. So you know what? Why don't you just leave the brain surgeons alone? Stay away from the brain surgeons. Let them play their game. Let them do what they got to do. They're very good at it. But I'm a man. Just sit back and let them do their thing.
Same words, different meanings. The same words we use have different meanings in the jurisdiction trying to get us to commit. So they assume that we're using the definition of the word that they are using because we don't take it into the context.
Right. What society you're in, and what society you're in uses different languages in terms of art. And, so like I said, it's what personage, where are you from?
Well, just the fact that you've been charged with something or you're there under some charge that falls under an act or statute is enough to presume you're a member of that society, and that's why that has to be rebutted.
Right. Well, like I said, or like the man I did over in the man in Quebec who got all his birds back, millions of dollars worth of illegal birds back, just by saying, okay, you know what? I totally accept the fact that within your society, I've done something wrong. Yeah, great. You know what? That's fine. But you know what? I'm a man and I require my property back. So Boy Scouts, it's nice that you found me, that I did something wrong in your little Boy Scout jamboree thing. The only problem is, I still want my property back.
Yep, that was brought up at one of my bail hearings almost a year before I got out, about 9 months before I got out, I think, on bail finally, where one of the lawyers for Her Majesty there actually said that they're opposed to Mr. Clifford being released back into society. And I stood up and said, no. I do not want to be released into your society. I am not a part of your society in the first place. I don't want to be released into your society. I just want to go right now. I want nothing to do with your society. So that's how they try to portray all that in the courtroom. Oh, he can't be released back into our society. Okay, good. I don't want to be in your fucking society. Good.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the same thing happened over in England. It was funny. I was running the court, for the on the common law side, and the Crown obviously was running, the Crown Court on their side. And it was so funny. The judge made a very simple, everyday, normal statement that you would hear in an open court. When it was our turn to go, the judge said to our side, "Do you want me to call your witness on a stand?" And I was always supposed to speak slowly so the Punjabi man could actually put the words into the court. I was supposed to whisper in his ear, but the Punjabi said yes. And I jumped up and I said, no, I require, I said, I want of no man, because want means for a beggar. Like, yes, mommy, I want a lollipop. Mommy can deny you. So the judge said, do you want me to place your witness on a stand? And he said, yes. I said, no, I want of no man. I said, God provides all. We require of you to not be derelict in your duty, perform your function that you've been presented to this court, place my witness on a stand, recuse yourself, and I will place my witness on a stand. So the judge said, witness, take the stand. But it's certain words that they use that they could deny you, because they said, do you want what, bake? You think you're my mommy? You think you have some sort of right to tell me no? This is my case. This is my trial. I don't want, no. I require of you, because require means by authority and by right. No, I require of you to place my witness on the stand. Do your job. Do your function to this court. Provide the service in which you're employed. Or recuse yourself, and I'll get somebody else in here. I'll place my witness on the stand.
The authority flows from you.
Right. I don't want nothing from you. But see, that's what's funny. People weren't taught by their mom and dad simple words like want. You don't want nothing from no man. Like my dad would say that to me all the time. You don't want nothing from any man. God provides all. You provide for it. But if somebody gives you something, you got to get. Now you're in debt to this guy.
Well, it's like people that are asking for their property back by saying, I would like to be released, or I would like my property back. We'd all like all sorts of things.
Right. Yeah. I like sunshines and rainbows too, but that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, but a requirement is a command.
Right, it's by authority and by right. See, because judges don't have rights. They have duties, obligations, and responsibilities. They don't have rights. Once they put on that cloak, their rights stand out the door until they put on their man costume. And like I say to people, a judge is a man, 168 hours a week. Every single day, he is a man. He only acts part-time as a judge, maybe 40 hours a week. He's a part-time judge, but he's always a man. He always has a duty and obligation to cause no harm to his fellow man. But if you don't present the man to the judge, he has no duty and obligation to a defendant. His duty not just to a defendant is to help beat the snot out of him.
Yep.
Defendants curl up in a ball and take a beating.
Yep.
The defendants don't prosecute.
If you're okay with being recognized as the class of person that you've been brought there as, then you're sunk. You have no rights.
That's right, and which is what you should. Like I said, because why would you want street thugs to just be walking? You know, if it was that easy, why would you just want everybody just to be walking out of the courtroom thinking this is funny? I'm going to go punch another guy in the nose. I'm going to go to court and say, "Forgive me as I trespassed on you, brother. Hand me thy debt." Oh, $9,000 for a broken nose? I'll gladly pay you $1 a year for the next 9,000 years. Why would you want some street thugs to know this nonsense, to know this stuff? Why? I wouldn't. I don't want just the common, person to know this. I want a man to know this. I want people who are worthy of this knowledge to know it. I don't want everybody on planet Earth to say, "Wow, is that all we have to do? Be like Jesus and just, we could slaughter people and they're just going to say, okay, I forgive you, turn the other cheek." No, because people are going to take advantage of that.
All it has to take is for an actual man to show up in court and bring a proper claim. So,
yeah, but I'm glad that the judge. I'm glad that the judge up there. I'm trying to say, I'm glad that the judge up there that acts as a barrier between pretender man. It's like all these 150 people who were denied their claim before the court. Then I'm glad there's a man or a woman there that denies the claims. What purport to be a man? I want to see a real man. I want to see you handle denials. I want to see how you're going to stand up and act like a man.
Well, that's all that people have to realize is that you are seen to be wearing a legal cloak, no different than the cloak the judge is wearing. When you're in that courtroom, so you take it off and say, "No, I'm not wearing a legal cloak. I am just a man." There's no cloak covering up what I am.
I have, 6 kids, but 5 of them underage. And I have in-laws that my kids visit with out of state. And about a month and a half ago, my kids a couple of them were out of state with the grandparents. And I had Child Protection show up at my door with all of these allegations. And I didn't know where the allegations came from. And I just went through, the 45 days of the Child Protection dealing with me. And they ended up closing my case the day that I got subpoenaed to go to court because my in-laws are trying to take custody from me with my kids. And so I went into court already, and I went in as a woman. I said that they stole my property, and I require the immediate restoration of my property. The judge ended up saying that he was going to take it under advisement, and that was it. The court was adjourned. They basically threw me out. I kept telling them I require the immediate restoration of my property until the bailiff came to escort me out.
When was this?
This was yesterday. So I'm sitting here, right now they have a temporary order to keep my kids, 2 of them, and they had taken them across state lines, actually, from where I had agreed that they could go to the aunt's house who's asking for custody, though I'd never given permission for them to go to the state they're in or go to their aunt's house. And now they have a temporary order, and they're trying to use every tactic in the book against me. So I walk out of there, and I report a crime. I'm saying, this woman stole my property, and I leave because he made me leave, but that's all. We're basically still in session.
Well, when does the temporary order expire?
As far as I knew,
it probably has already.
Currently.
So what you were able to do then in the court when you were there was prevent them from being able to issue any new orders whatsoever. So it just means that they have your sons and your daughters, but they don't have any authority to actually have them at this point. I'm actually helping somebody right now in this exact same situation, where the court, where Child Family Services here in Manitoba was going after an order for the custody of this guy's kid that they took more than a month and a half ago, and we shut them down. The court doing exactly what Karl and I were just talking about, what he's been talking about, what I've been talking about. The court was not able to issue a new order, and you should be able to just literally go and pick up your property, go and take it. And even you could even get the police to help you with that. These people have my son, my daughter. They have no order. They do not have a valid court order to have them. I want them right now.
Okay, so then meanwhile, before he's even given his decision, like he even has that option, I don't even understand where he gets off thinking that, but he's still going to make his verdict, right? So if I go and I take my kids back.
When is he supposed to be giving his decision?
He wouldn't tell me.
That's because he's not going to.
Well, they got 6 months. It depends on how she formed it. If she formed it as a form of a notice or a motion, it depends.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
I'm just not going to at all.
What did you actually put into the court? I mean, did you put a notice? What did you put in?
Well, actually, I've been working with Gus, so I put some good stuff in there. Let's see.
Can you physically point out the man or woman that touched your property?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you specifically mention that there was a trespass on your property? And when you went there, did you say Susie trespassed on my property? Susie robbed me? Because if you could witness a theft, if you witnessed when somebody stole something from you, it's a robbery. If you can't, like you say, you left your watch on the table and you walked out of the room and there's 12 people and you came back, it's a theft. It's not a robbery. You can't actually physically point that person out, that man or woman out, and say they robbed me. You said something about stolen.
In my papers, it's trespass.
Okay, but did you say that you were robbed? Or
I
did
said
you
they
say
were
it was
stolen.
stolen?
I said she stole them. I said that woman, Alyssa, stole them.
Okay. Like I said, this is really horrible how they play these silly word games, but it is extremely important when you're playing in their world. If you want to be in their court, in their world, in which they have jurisdiction authority, if you don't want to open up your own court, yes, you can put a notice into their court, but you've got to be deadly accurate. Like I said, all you had to basically say was, I, a woman, whatever your name is, claimed the wrong of trespass. I was robbed. See Exhibit A. That's all you have to do. You just put the lady's name. You put the lady's name down. As Susie Johnson robbed me on this day. You put it in an exhibit that she robbed you on this day. Then you can say, I require this court for the immediate return or immediate restoration of property. And you probably did that. Did you put in, if the court does not restore property forthwith, I'll charge the person who maintains unlawful, illegal, or naked possession an X amount of dollars a day for every day until the property is restored. Did you put something in there like that?
Yep. Actually, the attorney got up and made fun of me for doing that.
Okay, what I'm saying, what did you literally write?
I put in a couple of them. I made a boo-boo with the first one, so I put in some more. The woman, Alyssa, continues to trespass upon property by way of theft. See Exhibit A and B. Said trespass does cause harm, injury, and loss to I. Said trespass began March 26th. I require compensation of $1 per minute per property until said property is restored. I require immediate restoration of property, I say, and will verify in open court all this to be true. Then I did a notice of cause of action that was probably not supposed to be put in there because it gave them some jurisdiction that it shouldn't have. Like I referred to the grandparents as grandparents, and I talked about homeschool.
Yeah.
Gus is saying, read what you put in today.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell them, Angela, when people start going on like that, it's called an impact statement. You can say, see Exhibit B, and Exhibit B would be an impact statement saying grandparents and this, and talk about how you feel and all this other stuff. But don't put it in the notice and don't put it in the lawsuit. Just attach it as an exhibit and make it an impact statement.
Right, that's what basically I did. It was just stating basically what's taken place. It was all the dates and things that have taken place up until this point. And then, let's see. Okay, today I put in the court of record. I, a woman, aggrieved to declare this court of record is my word pressed upon the court. Let no woman add or subtract from it. I appear before the court solely as a woman in common law, without representation, without title, respondent, pro se mother parent, to give notice that I am an idiot in legalese. I do not understand the customs of the legal society, nor do I believe the law exists, which requires I to understand such things. I believe this court does exist as a part of the government, which exists to secure rights and protect property. See Exhibit A. No man or woman takes claim to property of I. See Exhibits B and C. The woman, Alyssa, does, and continues to trespass upon I by way of theft. See Exhibit D. Said trespass does cause harm, injury, and loss to I. Said trespass began March 26. See Exhibit F. I require compensation of $1 per minute per property until said property be restored and notice be given this court of intent to cease and desist pursuit of my case. The man, Mark Grodum, does, and continues to trespass upon I by way of barratry. See Exhibit E. Said trespass does cause harm, injury, and loss to I. Said trespass began March 26th. I require compensation of $5,000 for initial trespass and $500 per day for continued trespass until said man does cease and desist and trespass withdrawal of appearance, or said trespass with withdrawal of appearance. I will forgive the debt of those who trespass against me, as I would wish those I trespass upon to forgive my debt. Said offer of forgiveness expires at noon, April 17th, 2015. I require this case discharged with prejudice. I shall hold liable any woman that administers said property without right. And then I've got my exhibits.
Yeah, man, like I said one time, when you put a notice into the court, or even when you make a suit or a claim, it should be 1 or 2 sentences. It should be very simple.
It's getting pretty lengthy.
Yeah, it should just be, I claim the wrong of trespass, see Exhibit A, and then all that stuff you could attach as Exhibit A. You could load up a tractor trailer, it could be your Exhibit A. But all it's supposed to say is, I've been wronged. I said, I claim the wrong of a trespass. Robbery, see Exhibit A. And that's it. And then the Exhibit A is all that stuff. All the judge wants to see is that you're making a claim that you discovered gold. And if you want to know where the gold's located, see Exhibit A. And then you can do all the geological surveys, the studies. You could do all kinds of GPS, points and notation. You could do all that nonsense in your exhibit. All the judge wants to hear is that you discovered gold. I discovered gold. See Exhibit A. And he's going to look at Exhibit and say, okay, I accept your claim. Good, go for it. It's yours.
Yeah, the same way. I'm a victim of my own smarts. I used to write incredibly long things like that, and they're less likely to read any of it when you write more.
Oh, what's hysterical is they'll actually read your claim into the open court, and they'll put it on a freaking record for you.
Yep.
Oh. It was so hysterical. A Mexican lady, her husband called, well, it's a boyfriend, wanted if he should marry her or not, because he didn't want to pay for a child who was going to be in foster care for 14 years and it wasn't his kid. So he called me up to say whether he should do the paternity test. I said, why don't you just get your property back and be done with it? And it was so funny. I put like the 2 lines in there because I knew she was Mexican. She couldn't speak to me on the phone. I said, can you teach your wife or girlfriend, can you teach her to say, I restore property, I've been robbed? Can you tell her to say that like 3 or 4 times? And that's it? And it was so hysterical, man. We put like 1 sentence, 2 sentences into the court, and the public defender would not put it in. If you listen to episode 81 on TalkShoe and 127-469, Dean, he laughed. No, I'm talking to Dean. If he hears it, he'll laugh his ass off, this Mexican guy talking to me. Yeah. And he said the public defender would not, he says it's too late to put that in. And it was so funny. When she got, when the prosecutor said, the judge asked the prosecution of the state of New Mexico, what has this woman done in the last 4 months in the interim since we've had her child? And the prosecutor, they started laughing. They said she hasn't done parenting classes, she hasn't done AA classes, she hasn't done any kind of anger management because she had charges of beating up a couple of cops when she was drunk and the baby fell out of the car seat, in a pickup truck. She hasn't done comply with anything the court ordered. But you know what she did? This is what she put into the court. I, Melissa Rosa, Mendez, required immediate restoration. I've been robbed. And the judge said to the lady, she said, you've been robbed? And she said, see, I've been robbed. And the judge said, are you going to charge us like this money? He said, see, money, my property, give money, no property, money. And the judge said, restore her property immediately. And the prosecutor said, but Your Honor, said, you know the law, restore it now. And then the guy said to me, and serenity was restored. I said, I don't give a damn about peace, tranquility, and serenity. What happened to the damn kid? He said, serenity was restored. I said, oh. You're a Spanish guy. You didn't name your kid Luisa or Maria. No, you named her Serenity. Okay. You got your kid back? And he's like, yeah. Well, see, how simple was that?
So is this lady that's on the phone right now, Karl? Is she going back to court with a new motion, basically, for order to return property again?
It's not a motion, because a motion could be in three forms. It could be a motion that could be heard within 6 months. It could be an immediate motion, which has to be heard within 3 days. It could be an emergency immediate motion, which must be heard immediately. They must bring a magistrate forth into the court and hear the matter immediately. I don't want to make a motion. What I want to do is tell her to make a notice, a nice, simple notice, because when she makes a lawsuit, it's not considered court of record and any of this nonsense. Whatever her name is, say her name is Tina Smith, it's going to be the Smith Court at the General District Court of Nebraska, whatever it is called over there. It's going to be the Smith Court at the General District Court of Nebraska. She's going to make a claim into that court. And she's going to make a simple claim. She's going to require the restoration of property because she's been robbed. See Exhibit A. If anybody knows the location of this property, please deliver it forthwith, or who's ever holding the property unlawfully in naked possession is going to be charged the amount of $1 a minute for the next until the property is restored. That's it. That's the whole entire freaking lawsuit. That would be like a whole freaking entire notice. If you want to actually move a claim into the court, that's fine. If you just want to still play in their court because it's like, you know what, we'll put a notice into that court. You know, I'm a woman and I claim like that Maria Luisa did, whatever, down in New Mexico. We just put a little simple notice into the court. I knew she couldn't pull off a lawsuit. I knew she couldn't actually move a jury.
I think what a lot of people are running into for problems is that their paperwork is not being accepted at the courts, or they're being lied to by clerks who won't take the paperwork. The notices don't get them a hearing date. The clerk said, no, you got to file a form like this, and you got to request a hearing date. And it's got to say motion on it, and what you're motioning for, and all that kind of stuff. So that's the.
Well, that's why, like I said, that's why you just do a simple. That's why you just do a simple notice, and it's just an uppercase N, and everything else is lowercase OTICE. Just a simple notice, nothing fancy. Just notice. A notice just means like I said, when I was over in England, a German guy said, Karl knows what he's talking about. He said, because when they give a ruling in courts in Germany, the judge will walk over to the window and he'll yell out to the world. He'll give the world notice that this woman, Greta, whatever, is no longer married to, Rudy, whoever, and the debts between this man and woman to no longer be bound as one. So he's calling out to the world. He's giving a notice to the world. And obviously nobody's probably really listening anymore. It's 2014. He says, but they still give notice to the world. You still shout it out to the world. When you're doing a notice, all you're doing is putting it into an open forum. You're just shouting it out to the world. When I do notice, I don't put the name of the court. I don't put the plaintiff down there. I don't put the defendant down there. It just says notice on the top. Nice little simple notice. Even like a bulletin board, sticking like on a street sign, or sticking it on a mail, what do they call, like a street pole.
And I would suggest if people want to, they can put two on there, and then if they're going to put people's names on there, put the actual name. Don't call him Judge so-and-so or Justice so-and-so. Put the actual name of that man acting as a judge on there, to so-and-so, and order him to return your property. I require my property now, or you're damaging me.
Like I said, the big thing is that you're going after. First, you have to, like I said, you have to say it's a robbery, because there's a big difference between. Like I said, it's sad that they play these simple, silly word games, but there's a huge difference between a theft and a robbery. Because a theft means you could have just misplaced that watch. You could have just thought you left it on the table. But a robbery means that you could actually point out in a lineup a man or a woman, and you could testify in open court that that woman actually touched your property.
So it doesn't mean that I had to watch her walk away with them, but just knowing, because...
Did you see her touch your child, your property, and walk away with it?
No, but she's admittedly has them, or she's admittedly in possession.
No. I'm saying that's fine that she's in possession, and you're going to charge her for. You say, the person known as, or the woman known as, whatever has been, in possession of, and I'm going to hold her liable for the possession of my property. But what I'm saying is, but you don't know who actually touched the woman. Not touched your property. You don't know the name of the woman who actually touched it. There's a great video on YouTube where this little little heavy guy in England when he's presenting the person to the court and not the man, and the judge is going nuts. So the judge tells the bailiff to get this man out of the building. So the man, as soon as the bailiff comes near him, this little guy jumps into the bailiff's face and says, "If you touch me, I do not wish to be touched, and if you touch me, I'm going to garnish your paycheck, I'm going to take your pension, and you're going to work for me for the rest of your life. Do not trespass. Do not touch me. I do not wish to be touched. I'll sue you." So the bailiff looked at the judge and said, "Judge, can this man sue me?" And the judge didn't say anything. And the bailiff yelled at the judge, "Hey, judge, I'm talking to you. If I touch this man, can he sue me?" And the judge didn't say anything. The guy just brushed the guy's suit jacket and says, "I'm sorry, sir, if I insulted you, if I caused you any harm." He said, "Have a nice day, sir." And the bailiff walked away. And the crowd went crazy in the courtroom.
Right.
Because the judge can't lie. The judge can't say, "Of course the man can't sue you. I gave you an order. Touch this man." No man can touch another man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if somebody else orders him to do it.
Right. So like I said, it's regardless of that she was ordered to take your kid. It's like, well, I was ordered to take your child into custody. Oh, really? Who issued that order? Because I'm going to go after that clown, too. Who created that order?
I was going to say, by what authority was that order issued?
First of all, right, somebody had to issue that order. Who issued that order? Because I want to hold that man and woman liable for trespassing on my property.
I can't order Karl to go steal somebody else's car.
And so we put that in the paperwork too. We even, we said that we were holding the lawyer liable, her liable, the judge liable, and I repeated it in court, over and over.
Yeah, but now the big thing is they want to see if you could actually open your own court. Go ahead and open your court. Now create your court, open your court, move your court into a public venue, and have the juries, have the people from the community sit in judgment. Now, can you actually move your own court? They're like, okay, go ahead. We're calling you bluff. We don't think you can pull it off. Yeah, okay, it was a robbery. Yeah, it was okay, it was a theft. But you know what? Honestly, you might be 100% right. But you know what? We don't care. Now, show us what you're going to do. You're saying you're going to hold us liable? Show us. Do it. Don't just say it. Now do it.
Just opened up another issue we'll have to talk about another day. Is actually being able to enforce any of this stuff. But
well, because right now, I mean, they at court they popped the question in new paperwork that they want to give them the kids that they have. They want to get them vaccinated, which I'm totally against, and they want my other ones too. So right now, I'm waiting in limbo to see if they're going to get this okay.
Hey, that's a good question for you. There's two ways they take a kid into custody. Do they charge you with a crime?
No.
Okay, did you sign the paper?
They got my kids talking bad about me.
Great. It doesn't matter.
Why? So it's hearsay.
I didn't ask you that. And the other question is, did you ever sign anything?
I did sign with CPS, but I rescinded and revoked those.
Yeah. Rescind and revoke. That don't mean anything. What did you sign? You said that you would live up to certain terms and conditions of of the rejoinder of the kids or rejoining of the kids, and then you didn't live up to it, and then they came in and took the kids.
No, they never took the kids. They
never took the kids?
No, they said that actually that they didn't have any problem with anything here, but that I was high risk, so I needed to continue services in case I ever needed help.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. So they came to you and they said, we believe you need services because of neglect or abuse based upon allegations, right?
Yeah, it was all, the big...
And they handed you something called a safety plan, and they said, look, we just want you... What?
Yep. They gave us, for our plan, it was to have a chore chart.
Like I said, there's only two ways that they could take your property, any government. They could take it because that you're, it's a menace to society, like a public nuisance. They're charging you with breaching the peace with it, like bringing a bazooka into town and scaring the hell out of everybody.
Okay.
So they could say, you can't just walk around with a bazooka, it's terrifying everybody, you know what? So you're breaching the peace. So if you want to run around in your house on your property with a bazooka, go ahead, but don't do it out in the public. So that's a breach of the peace. And believe me, they'll get a jury against you and you'll lose within your community. Trust me, you'll lose. So there's either breach of the peace or you based upon an agreement. So you sign an agreement with these people. And I tell people that a million times, there's actually, if you look in the Alabama Code, and what I found, there's only two ways in which the children can be taken. Due to a crime and a conviction, and then the child is taken, or based upon an agreement, a consent plan. So you sign a consent plan. And it says very simply in the Alabama code that if the parent wishes at any time for the immediate restoration of his child, the department is to return the child immediately with no hesitation. These consent plans and safety plans are only supposed to be offered or tendered or proposed to the parents if there's no concern or hesitancy with the immediate return. If there is concerns of the immediate return or hesitancy, pursue it as a criminal matter. So if they're not pursuing it as a criminal matter, all you have to say to the judge, I wish for the immediate return of my property. You don't have to say anything else. You don't have to say there's a theft. You don't have to say there's a robbery, because you actually signed them away by saying, look, if I don't live up to the rules and the conditions of this agreement, they may come in and take them from me if I don't live up to these terms and conditions.
Yep, I changed my mind. I want my property back now.
Yeah,
that's
hey,
it.
Carl, let's discuss. Hey, Carl?
Yeah.
Hey, man, what happened is she sent the two oldest kids over to her in-laws for a couple of weeks, and the sister-in-law, who's a school teacher, is completely in disagreement with the mom because she chooses to homeschool. And the oldest kid wants to play football, and his mom won't let him get vaccinated, so they won't let him play football. So he's complaining to the aunt, and the aunt put in paperwork seeking custody of the kids, saying they're behind in the school.
There is no such thing. This went all the way up to the Supreme Court. There is no such thing as relatives' rights. There is no such thing as grandparents' rights. It's the mom created that bundle of joy. The mom is the creator. Okay? The mom labored over that thing. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled grandparents have no rights over another woman's property. It's that simple. So I don't care if Susie, Betty, I don't care if Jesus Christ, let me put Jesus Christ came off the cross and said something bad about this woman. I don't give a damn. It's her property. And the courts recognize that. So it doesn't matter who said what, this is all based upon a consent decree. Was she criminally charged? No. Was it based on a consent decree? She said it was. And all she has to say is, I wish for an immediate return of my property. And that's it.
Now, there's no consent decree. What happened is the cops showed up because of the court order, the temporary order awarding the aunt temporary custody. They sent the cops in for a welfare check, and the cops said that she was not allowed to go back into the house because she was already she was out shopping. So when she came back, the cops told her she wasn't allowed into the house until CPS checked out the house. So CPS came by the next day, checked out the house, told her everything was fine, and they went away.
Okay, what I'm just trying to say is this lady said she did sign, okay? That's all I care about, is this lady said she did sign something with the CPS.
But I did, though, send email and give them a letter.
Everything else is a result of that.
Right. I gave them a letter on the door when they came over that said that I want them to go away, and I resend all my contracts.
It doesn't matter.
I sent them a letter that was certified and said the
all
same
you
thing.
have to do is put a notice into the court saying the word notice on the top.
Okay.
I, your name, and then all you have to say is wish for immediate return of my property. And then you put in 4 corner brackets in reference to case number 62174 because you don't want to reference their number. You just want to put in a 4 corner bracket because you didn't create that number. It's not your number. It's not your case number. It's their case number. So you put in a 4 corner bracket. Yeah, that's simple. There's no rocket science here. I know it's under the 660 code in Alabama. I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm walking around with a cell phone in my hand trying to get ready to take a trip to Missouri to a little 2-day seminar, but I know it's in the 660 code. All you have to do is in the 660 code, look for the word wish and wishes, or just wishes. And Google, or like PDFs, will find it in a heartbeat, the word wishes in the 660 code. So if you want to refer to it, maybe Gus has it. I could have sworn I gave Gus that passage from the 660 code.
I don't recall if I've got it or not. I've looked for it in New Hampshire. I know we don't have that over here.
Okay, what I'm saying, not that you don't literally have to have it. I am telling you, this is how consent decrees, this is how safety plans, this is how it works. Anytime you bind yourself as man or woman to the state has to back off. Okay, they don't have a choice. This isn't like they have no voice in the matter.
At one point in time, you said, "Here, you can use my car." You gave him the authority to take the kids, and now you got to say, "Oh, you know what? I need my car back."
Right. It's that simple.
So at any time, you can say, "Oh, hey, that car I let you use, Yeah, I need that back now because I actually have to use it, and it's my car, so I need it right now.
Right, because like I try to say to people, look, the Catholic Church provided this wonderful service for 1,000 freaking years. If a single mom didn't have a way to provide for her child, she'd dump it off at the church, and she'd leave a playing card. She'd cut it in half, a queen of hearts, or ace of spades, whatever. She'd cut it in half. And when she wanted to come back and get her property back, get her kid back, she'd walk into the church, hand the nun her cut card. The nun would go find it in a filing cabinet somewhere, see that it matched this baby at 2 days old. 12-year-old little Susie or Bobby would come out, no questions asked, and would take off with the mom. No questions asked. Not say, can you provide for the kid now? Do you have proper shelter? Do you have medical needs? Will you vaccinate this kid? No questions asked. They just turn it over immediately. And that's the way it still works to this day. Yep. You went to the government, and the government is funny. It's funny if you actually look in the Social Security Act and the Medicaid Act under 682 and 482, it literally says the government may not make a proposal of the removal of a child from a parent. The parents must come to the government first and ask for aid. They can't knock on your door and solicit. But they do.
Yep.
So that's the whole trick. It's like, wait a second. I didn't come to you for help. You came to me and said, well, we believe that you need help. No. I don't need an insurance policy. I don't need help. I don't need nothing from you. Don't sell me anything. Don't solicit.
Everybody out there, you'd be surprised where this can start. The people I'm helping right now, or the individual I'm helping right now, this started because of a school guidance counselor. And as soon as the school guidance counselor got that permission from the parent, within a matter of a week, Child Family Services was involved.
Yeah.
That's all they needed was their foot in the door in some little minor way, and bam, the government could.
Yep, you invited them in.
You invited them in. This was a simple consent form to a school guidance counselor. That's all Child Family Services needed to get their foot in the door. Bam, and it was done. So you just got to say, you know what, I made a mistake. Sorry, I actually don't want any of these services. I want my property.
Yeah, because what was funny is some lady called me. She was from Guyana, and she called me up. And the cops and the sheriff's department and social services was pounding on the door on a Wednesday, and I was able to get them to leave. Talking to her through the phone, telling her what to say. Friday they came back, I got them to leave. Saturday they came back, we got them to leave. But what was funny is Gus put this on the internet somewhere. I think it's just called Guyana Lady. I don't know if you spelled Guyana. But it's the South. Okay, well, I'm just telling other people. If Dean wants to listen to it, we could actually hear how I was telling this Guyana lady. She was on public housing, had no job. She was a grandma, and she was actually able to keep the social service people and the sheriff's department outside of this public housing door, which they probably believe they have full rights to access at any time with this public Section 8 housing. And she was able to stay them outside the door for 3 days, 3 days in a row, just, talking to them through the phone call from me to them. So, some of the stuff was just hysterical. He was like, we want to see the child. And I said, well, ask them if they got a cell phone. And he was like, you got a cell phone number? Yeah, okay. I said, now take a picture of the kid and text message it to him. And she did. She said, now you see the kid, now, what more do you wish? And it's like, oh, we physically want to touch it. I said, well, then are you bound? Are you bonded? Are you identified? Are you sure if you drop this kid and on its head and it's a quadriplegic for the rest of his life, are you fully covered?
Before you touch him? Are you a pedophile? Bring your child down here. I'd like to touch your child while we're at it.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's like, are you bonded? It's like, and then how much you bonded for? Because if you drop my child and it winds up at quadriplegic, you say, oopsie, you're just going to walk away, or you're going to quit social services and you're going to work at a donut shop for the rest of your life? How am I going to be compensated for a crippled child? Are you bonded? You're not just touching my property. You say it's a Ming vase. It's worth $10 million. You're not going to touch my $10 million Ming vase because, well, I want to just take a look at it and make sure it's not stolen. No. You're going to make sure you're bonded first for $10 million before you touch my Ming vase, buddy. It's like, oopsie, I dropped it. It's like, dude, I hope you're covered for this. No, I'm not. I'm just a cop. I'm just a social worker. No, they don't indemnify us for that much. Sorry. Well, my child is precious. My child is priceless. You better have a hell of a bond. You better be indemnified to a gazillion freaking dollars. But you're not touching my property.
Isn't it amazing that people collect like antiques, stuff like that, will not let somebody touch their antiques or their precious collectibles, but they don't even blink when the state wants to start touching their children, their kids.
You mean like my Elvis Presley commemorative plates?
Yeah. Yeah, don't touch the plate. But, you want to touch my child? Okay, not a problem. No. You want to touch my kid? Get your checkbook out. Leave a deposit. If you want to drive my car, leave a deposit. I require a deposit up front.
Yeah. So, but like I said, ma'am, just make it simple. Just say I wish the immediate return of my property. Just put it in the form of a notice. Sign your name, saying above, or, just say in the reference case number, blah, blah, blah. Like, put it in the four corner brackets so they know what case you're referring to.
Even
and
if you
that's
grant consent at one point in time, well, now you want it back.
Because all this ridiculous court of record stuff and all this other stuff, only man has the capacity to wish. The government can't wish anything. Only man has the capacity to believe and to wish.
Yep.
So you make a simple wish. And I said, people always laugh at me. It's like, okay, look under the 660 Code of Alabama. What does it say? Upon the wish of the parent, or upon the wishes of the parents, the child must be returned immediately. Wishes. Why are these legislators, why are these ministers, why are they putting the word wishes in their code if it's such a silly word? It didn't say requests the property be returned. It didn't say requires the children to be returned. It said wishes. Because only man has the capacity to wish and believe.
Your wish is their command.
Yeah, that they're supposed to act upon it. It's your wish. But like I said, when you go on and on and on and on, they know you have no freaking clue. If the king set off with his head, right, what makes you think a king's going to go on for hours and hours and explain why this man's head should be cut off? He's not. He's going to say, off with both your heads. But why? What, do you think he's going to give 500 pages of spiel of why your head should be cut off? He's like, cut everybody's freaking head off. I'm done. I'm done talking.
So I guess then that her next course of action then is the notice go into the court file and to be served that the judge, but in his actual name as a man, letting him know that I required the return of my property. You failed to return my property. You're damaging me. I'm giving you a chance to make good and return my property. Otherwise, you're liable on this how much it's going to.
Well, the first thing I would do is just make a simple notice that says I wish to immediately return my property. And then if she doesn't get an immediate response from we wish to immediately return my property, then she could go on with something more in detail. Say, I believe that this court, I believe this court has knowledge of the location of my property. If the property is not returned within, 24 hours, I'm going to start charging $1 a day to this court.
Okay, so I already gave that notice.
No, you didn't. You just make a simple wish.
Just a wish.
Just a wish.
Okay.
It sounds silly, but like I said, that's what you have to do. I wish we need to return my property.
Okay.
And say in just write in reference to case number blah 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 blah. And say I wish to return my say I wish for the return of my property, and then attach a photograph of say Exhibit A, say see Exhibit A, and make a picture of your kid and attach it to the wish of that nice little notice. It's like a notice. It's just you're shouting it out to the world. It's not a judicial notice, because if it's a judicial notice, you're actually directing it to the judiciary, to the judge, or the magistrate, and he could deny it or grant it or whatever. No, you're just putting a notice out to the world. I wish to return my property, and you're just shouting it out the window. You're just sticking it on a board. You're just sticking it on a telephone pole, the picture of your kid, and say, I wish to return my property. And the whole world is supposed to walk by and say, oh, okay, she wishes the property back. Okay, no problem. We see it, we'll bring it back. That's our duty and obligation to our fellow man. We find that something laying around, we'll pick it up and bring it to us. They know their job. They're not stupid.
Yep.
You just got to keep it simple.
That's not the case. You just got to stick to it.
When you ramble on, they know you're just winging it. You have no understanding of what it means to be a man or a king. You have no understanding. You're rambling on. You're going to be a fool. A king knows how to command in 2-3 words and be done. Next case.
Okay.
The other thing is that is the reason why Carl's saying to use simple sentences and you repeat them is you have to say the same thing word for word. If you add a word or leave a word out, the second time you say it, that's a whole new sentence.
It's a whole new notice. It's a whole new claim. Called novation.
So it's not the second time you said it. That's the first time you said a whole new sentence.
Oh my goodness.
A word or it had a word added.
That's why I tell people, if you do more than 8 words, 15 words, and you have to repeat that in court 3 times, you're going to mess up.
Yep. So keep that in mind.
Like I said with my sister, she just kept saying, I, Karen, going to, lie my case before the court. I now present my case to the court. And that was it. And that's all she had to do.
So a lot of times people say, well, I said the same thing over and over again 10 times, but then it turns out they said the same thing kind of, but 10 different ways.
Well, the judge will trick you and say,
that's 10 different statements altogether.
Or the judge will trick you and say, well, do you require counsel because this is going to be very difficult. This divorce might go on for months. But you just said the same damn thing.
Right.
And the judge, we'll provide you counsel if you can't provide counsel your own. She said the same damn thing 3 times, and the judge said, duly noted.
Because once might have been a mistake, the second time might have been a coincidence, but the third time was a pattern. She meant it.
Oh, yeah. She's like, I'm not here to play games. I'm not here to mix words. I'm here to state my claim, and nobody's going to deviate me from my mission. I got a mission. I got a goal, and nobody's going to, persuade me or trick me or con me in any deviation of my goal whatsoever. It's going to happen.
Yep, so careful with that when you guys are repeating things. You think you said it for the third time, you didn't, because you said a different sentence if you changed even one word.
Yeah, that's serious. Okay,
because the big word that the attorneys will use to really mess you up, they'll say, well, let's be reasonable about this. And then they'll try to say, did you mean to say this? Instead of saying property, let's be reasonable about this. Lincoln freed the slaves. You mean children? You don't really mean property, do you? Come on, let's be reasonable about this. They're not really your property. They're not slaves.
Don't
slaves and property.
That. Just repeat the same sentence over again.
We're in the corrupt hitting courts in Minnesota, so, that's part of it, too. I don't know if you've heard about them, but people in Hawaii have. Yeah.
Because, like I said, too, because when property means you have the exclusive right to use and enjoy it, exclusive to all that's within a society. And it's that simple. So, like I said, when my kid was taken back in 2001, and they said to me, if you don't sign this paperwork, you're never going to see your child again. I said, are you talking about my property? And the ladies freaked out. One was a black lady, one was a white lady. Freaked out. It's like, property? You just calling property? I said, yeah, you're damn right I did. Watch this. Hey, woman, at the end of the table, mother of the kid, you my property? She said, you're damn right I am. The women freaked out. I said, what's your problem, ma'am? What's your problem, lady? Watch this. Hey, woman, what? Am I your property? She said, you're damn right you are. I said, there you go. And guess what? That bundle of joy, my son, on the other side of that window, I'm his property. Only he gets to call me dad. There's no child on planet Earth, there's no boy on planet Earth to this day, to this time, that has the right to call me dad. He could even use and enjoy me as dad. I have a duty and obligation to serve and perform a function for him, exclusive to him. I don't have to do it for anybody else with this society. Believe me, I am his property. He is my property. She's my property. I'm her property. And that boy also could claim that woman is his property, his mom. Yep. Nobody else may call her mom. Property is a wonderful, beautiful word. But in the Communist Manifesto, plank number 1, there must be removal of all property from man.
Yep.
Go look it up.
And this can be confirmed as well because just so everybody knows that about 8 months into my incarceration, they're actually a little bit more than that. This was just last in August, turning September of 2014. I was claimed as property by somebody at my own pretrial. Someone showed up and claimed me as their property at my pretrial. And they ended the day really abruptly when that happened.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was taken back to Brandon Correctional Center, but I wasn't put in chains. And the computer, the court computer showed me as not being in custody for the next 5 days, and I was taken back to court.
Yeah, it was funny. Somebody was asking me about that. Yeah, because I actually got some man out of jail in Indiana because of that. And his mom went to I actually went there to the sheriff's department with the mom. And I said, that man that you have in custody is her property. And she requires of this, your facility, to release her property to her immediately because she requires, she had a farm. She requires her property to perform a function on her farm. And without that property to be available to her, you're going to cause her harm, injury, and loss. She requires the property that you're holding in your custody to be turned immediately. And they did.
Which is essentially.
So like I said, somebody tried that trick with you. Like usually it's good to bring a brother or a mom or somebody to go in there and claim your property and say that you require.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
they brought me back 5 days later, though, and then while I was in day 2 of my pretrial, they issued a new warrant for my arrest at a whole different court in a different city on the same day and took me back into custody, even though I was...
Right, well, like I said, too, it's funny, I did a trick for some kid who was throwing rocks through a bank window. He's one of these anarchist kids. Well, he's 37 years old. Throwing rocks through a bank window.
They're not going to play fair, people. They're just going to keep doing this kind of stuff, and you just got to keep saying the same thing over and over again. No.
Well, like I said, when this 37-year-old man was throwing rocks through a bank window from across the street at 2 o'clock in the morning, he was arrested. So he said to me, how do I get out of this? I said, it's simple. I said, I know the bank was indemnified to an insurance company. The insurance company paid for the windows that you broke, so obviously the bank's not going to make the claim that you owe them any money because they'll be double-dipping from the insurance company. I said, so just say to the state of North Carolina when they bring you into the court, so I'm here to compensate the plaintiff. Who is the plaintiff? They said, obviously it's not the state of North Carolina because I broke the Bank of America's windows. Is the Bank of America going to have a representative of the Bank of America going to appear at court today and claim I owe it a debt because I'm ready to pay any debt to Bank of America? Or has anybody within society made an affidavit that I disturbed the peace at 2 o'clock in the morning? Is there any affidavit from pay the debt to society? Is that man or woman going to appear? And they said, well, no. They said, well, then obviously you don't have a case against me, and I wish to have this case, discharged in society. So they had to discharge it. But what was funny, what the judge did to him, the judge said, fine, case discharged. And the guy smiled, and he said, contempt of court, 30 days for smiling. So even though he got out of the charges, the judge still was going to nail this guy for 30 days regardless, because 30 days was the sentence for throwing rocks through a window.
Yep, just because.
So like I said, you got to be real careful. Because, like I said, you can even smile, and you got away with it, and you got a dismissal. But like Dean just said, yeah, I got out of this, and guess what? Now they throw this on me. So I start to go this way, and they bring me right back this way. You can't beat these bastards. So don't play their game.
Actually, Vic can't even speak on the call here. She got disconnected.
It's just about midnight where I am, and I got to get going. But I told her I was going to come back because I was late getting home from work today. I'm still getting caught up after 16 months being in the clink and trying to get my affairs back in order here. But Karl, I think you and I are going to chat sometime soon here as well. And then I'm going to try to maybe get back on next week onto the show here and get on a little earlier and possibly have some better updates by then when I can get some more of my stuff together here. So I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. I think she's going to try to get back on the call right now, and I got to get to sleep because I got to get up again at 6 o'clock in the morning, put another full day in here. So.
All righty. Good luck to you, man.
So yeah, well, it's been a pleasure talking to you, and we actually have a couple of mutual friends and whatnot there, so we'll have to chat about that another time here. But unfortunately, I didn't have a whole lot to say to everybody here tonight. But all I can do is tell everybody that everything Karl's saying is absolutely correct and it's true, and I've seen it work any number of times now. And if you want to be your own worst enemy, do what I do and get into arguments with them because you know that you're smart.
Oh boy.
There she is.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So everybody have a good night, and I'm going to try to get back on next week here and actually show up on time and get off work a little bit earlier. So, all right. Everybody have a good night.
Stay safe.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, how would you make a judge move then?
Huh?
So how would you make the judge move if he's just sitting there after you've already told him, give him your property?
Like I said, ma'am, when you start running on and on and on, they know you have no clue. You've got to make one-sentence notices. You put in about 8 different notices under one notice.
Yeah.
You can make 8 separate notices. That's fine. But you just was running on and on and on. This one's a trespass. This one's a debt due. This one is, a robbery or a theft.